In the circulation of the capitalist's revenue, the commodity which has been produced, C, or the corresponding ideal fraction of the commodity product C, serves in point of fact only to convert this revenue into money and from money into a series of other commodities for the purpose of private consumption. But in this connection one should not overlook the little fact that C is a commodity value which has not cost the capitalist anything. It is the embodiment of surplus labor, which originally stepped forth onto the stage as a component of the commodity capital C. This C is thus itself already linked in its existence to the circuit of the capital value in process, and if this comes to a head or is disturbed in some way, it is not only the consumption of C that is restricted, or completely ceases, but in addition the market for the set of commodities that form the replacement for C. This is similarly the case if CM goes awry or only a portion of C can be sold. We have seen that CMC, as the circulation of the capitalist's revenue, enters into the capital circulation only insofar as C is a value portion of C capital in its functional form as commodity capital. But as soon as it becomes independent through MC, thus in the form as a whole, CMC, it does not enter into the movement of the capital advanced by the capitalist, even though it proceeds from this. It is related to it insofar as the existence of capital presupposes the existence of the capitalist, and this latter is conditional on his consumption of surplus value. Within the general circulation, C functions for example as yarn, simply as a commodity, but as a moment of the circulation of capital it functions as commodity capital, a form that the capital value alternately assumes and discards. When the yarn is sold to the merchant it is removed from the circuit of that capital whose product it is, but still continues as a commodity in the orbit of general circulation. The circulation of this mass of commodities continues, even though it has ceased to form a moment in the independent circuit of the capital of the spinner. The really definitive metamorphosis of the mass of commodities thrown into circulation by the capitalist, CM, its final abandonment to Con. 150 The metamorphoses of capital and their circuit sumption can thus be completely separated in time and space from the metamorphosis in which this mass of commodities functions as his commodity capital. The same metamorphosis that has already been accomplished in the circulation of TBIS capital remains still to be completed in the sphere of the general circulation. Nothing is changed if the yarn now enters the circuit of another industrial capital. The general circulation includes the intertwining of the circuits of the various independent fractions of the social capital, the totality of individual capitals, as well as the circulation of those values that are not placed on the market as capital, in other words those going into individual consumption. The relation between the circuit of capital as it forms part of general circulation, and as it provides the links in an independent circuit, as further displayed if we consider the circulation of M equals M plus M. M, as money capital, continues the circuit of capital. M, spent as revenue, MC, goes into TBE general circulation, but is cast out of the circuit of capital. Only that part of it enters the latter circuit that functions as additional money capital. In CMC, money functions simply as coin. The purpose of this circulation is the individual consumption of the capitalist. Vulgar economics shows its characteristic cretinism by the way that it depicts this circulation, which does not enter into the circuit of capital. The circulation of the portion of the value product that is consumed as revenue, as the characteristic circuit of capital. In the second phase, MC, the capital value M equals P, the value of the productive capital that opens this circuit of industrial capital, as again present, having rid itself of the surplus value, L. With the same value magnitude as in the first stage of the circuit of money capital MC despite the different position, the function of the money capital into which the commodity capital has now been changed remains the same, its transformation into MP and L, means of production and labor power. The capital value in the function of the commodity capital C, M, has thus passed through the phase CM, at the same time as CM, and it now moves into the complementary phase M_C. L. Its overall circuit is thus CMCL. MP firstly, the money capital M appeared in form I, circuit M. M, as the original form in which the capital value was advanced. Now it appears from the start as a part of the sum of money into which the circuit of productive capital 151 commodity capital has been transformed in the first phase of circulation C, M. Thus from the start as a transformation, mediated by the sale of the commodity product, of P, the productive capital, into the money form. Here the money capital exists from the outset neither as the original nor as the concluding form of the capital value, since it is only through repeatedly stripping off the money form that the phase MC that complements the phase CM can be completed. Hence the portion of MC that is simultaneously ML also appears no longer as a mere advance of money for acquiring labor power, but as an advance in which the same 1000 lb of yarn with a value of 50 pounds is advanced for the labor power in the money form, and this forms a portion of the commodity value produced by the labor power. The money that is here advanced to the worker is only the transformed equivalent form of a portion of the commodity value that he himself produces. And for this reason alone, the act MC, insofar as it is ML, is in no way simply the substitution of commodities in use form for commodities in money form, but includes other elements that are independent of the general circulation of commodities as such. M appears as the transformed form of C, which is itself the product of the past function of P, the production process. The entire sum of M thus appears as the monetary expression of past labor. In our example, 10,000 lb of yarn equals 500 pounds, the product of the spinning process. 7,440 lb of this equals the constant capital advanced, C equals 372 pounds. 1,000 lb equals the variable capital advanced, V equals 50 pounds, and 1,560 lb of yarn equals the surplus value, S equals 78 pounds. If, out of M, it is only the original capital of 422 pounds that is advanced afresh, other circumstances remaining the same, then the worker merely receives as the next week's advance in MLA portion of the 10,000 lb of yarn produced in this week, the money value of 1,000 lb of yarn. As the Rasul T of CM, the money is throughout the expression of past labor. Insofar as the complementary act MC is immediately performed on the commodity market, and M is thus converted into existing commodities found on the market, there is again a conversion of past labor from one form, money, into another, commodity. But MC is separate from CM in time. It can in exceptional cases be simultaneous, if for example the capitalist who performs MC and the capitalist for whom this act is CM transfer their respective commodities to each other at the same time, and M simply settles the balance. The difference in time between the execution of CM and that of MC may be more or less considerable. Although, as the result of the act CM, M represents past labor, M can represent 152 the metamorphoses of capital in their circuit for the act MC the transformed form of commodities that are not yet present on the market at all, but will be there only in the future, since MC does not need to take place until C has been produced afresh. In the same way, M may represent commodities that are produced simultaneously with the C whose monetary expression it is. In the conversion MC, for example, acquisition of means of production, coal may be purchased before it is extracted from the mine. Insofar as M figures as accumulation of money, and is not spent as revenue, it can represent cotton that will only be produced next year. The same applies to the expenditure of the capitalist's revenue, MC, and holds even for the wages of labor equals 50 pounds. This money is not only the monetary form of the worker's past labor, but also a draft on simultaneous or future labor that will only be realized, or is supposed to be realized, in the future. The worker may use it to buy a coat that will only be made 1 week later. This is in particular the case with the very large number of necessary means of subsistence that must be consumed almost immediately, the moment they are produced, if they are not to spoil. In the money with which his wage is paid, therefore, the worker receives the transformed form of his own future labor or that of other workers. With one part of his past labor the capitalist gives him a draft on his own future labor. It is his own simultaneous or future labor which forms the as yet non-existent reserve stock with which his past labor is paid for. Here the idea that a stock has to be formed is completely demolished. Secondly, in the circulation CMCL, the same money changes its MP position twice. The capitalist first receives it as a seller, and then gives it out again as buyer. The transformation of the commodity into the money form only serves to transform it from the money form into the commodity form again, and so the money form of capital, its existence. As money capital, is thus only an evanescent moment in this movement. Alternatively, the money capital, insofar as the movement is fluid, it appears as a means of circulation only when it serves as a means of purchase. It appears as an actual means of payment only when capitalists buy from each other, hence when there is simply a balance of payments to be settled. Thirdly, the function of money capital, whether it serves as mere means of circulation or as means of payment, is simply to mediate the replacement of C by land MP, LA. To replace the yarn, the commodity product which is the result of the activity of the productive capital, after the circuit of productive capital 153 deduction of the surplus value spent as revenue, with its own elements of production, LA. To transform capital value back from its form as commodity into the elements of formation of this commodity. It thus mediates, in the last instance, only the transformation of commodity capital back into productive capital. In order for the circuit to run its normal course, C must be sold at its value and as a whole. Furthermore, CMC does not just include the replacement of one commodity by another, but its replacement in the same value relations. We have made the assumption that this is what happens here. In fact, however, the value of the means of production varies. Capitalist production is precisely marked by a continuous change in value relations, if only because of the constant change in the productivity of labor that characterizes it. We shall deal with this change and the value of the factors of production later. And for the moment we merely indicate it. The transformation of the elements of production into the commodity product, Pinto C, proceeds in the sphere of production, while the transformation of C back into P takes place in the circulation sphere. It is mediated by the simple metamorphosis of commodities. Its content, however, is a moment of the reproduction process considered as a whole. CMC, as a form of circulation of capital, includes a functionally specific interchange of material. The conversion CMC further requires that C be equal to the elements of production of the commodity quantum C, and that these maintain their original value relations to each other. Thus it is not only assumed that the commodities are bought at their values, but also that they do not suffer any change of value during the circuit. If this is not the case, then the process cannot run its normal course. In M is the original form of the capital value, and is cast aside only in order to be reassumed later. In P C P is only a form assumed in the process, and is already cast aside again within this. Here the money form appears simply as an evanescent form of value of the capital. The capital as C is anxious to assume the money form, but the capital as M is equally anxious to get rid of it, as soon as it has pupated into it, in order to convert itself once more into the form of productive capital. As long as it persists in the shape of money, it does not function as capital, and thus is not valorized. The capital remains idle. M functions here as a means of circulation, even though a means of circulation of capital. T. The appearance of in. See below, Chapter 15, 5, pp. 360-68. T. Marx's manuscript here carries the note, against Tooke. Thomas Tooke was. 154. The metamorphoses of capital and their circuit pendants that the money form of the capital value possesses in the first form of the circuit, that of money capital, vanishes in this second form, which thus constitutes a critique of form I, and reduces this to a mere particular form. If the second metamorphosis MC comes up against obstacles, e.g. if the means of production are unobtainable on the market, then the circular flow of the reproduction process is interrupted, just as if the capital was tied up in the form of commodity capital. The difference, however, is that it can last out longer in the money form than in its previous commodity form. It does not cease to be money when it functions as capital, but it does cease to be a commodity, and in fact a use value in general, if it is detained too long in its function as commodity capital. Secondly, in the money form it is able to assume a form other than its original one of productive capital, while as C, it can move no further. In its form, C includes for C only acts of circulation which are moments of its reproduction, but the real reproduction of the C into which C is converted is necessary to the performance of C. This is however conditional on reproduction processes outside the reproduction process of the individual capital depicted in C. In form I, M_CL simply prepared the first transformation of MP money capital into productive capital. In form 2 it prepares the transformation of commodity capital back into productive capital. Thus, insofar as industrial capital remains invested in the same business, it prepares the transformation of commodity capital back into the same elements of production from which it emerged. It therefore appears here, as in form I, as a preparatory phase for the production process, but as a return to this process, a repetition of it, hence as a forerunner to the reproduction process, and so also to the repetition of the valorization process. We again have to note here that ML is not simple commodity exchange, but the purchase of a commodity L that is to serve for the production of surplus value, while MMP is only a procedure that is materially indispensable to the accomplishment of this end. The author of the 6-volume A History of Prices, 1838-57. A work frequently praised by Marx, who called Tooke the last English economist of any value. Marx's present point is explained in more detail in Volume 3 of Capital, Chapter 23. Here Marx attacks Tooke for failing to distinguish between money as means of circulation and money as capital. If the money capitalist gets his money back, he must always loan it out again, so long as it is to function for him as capital. The circuit of productive capital 155 with the completion of M_C. L, Moss been transformed back into MP productive capital and begins the circuit afresh. The form P. C. M. C. P can therefore be expanded as follows. C. MC page. pp. C++ CMC. The transformation of money capital into productive capital is the purchase of commodities for the purpose of commodity production. It is only in so far as consumption is productive consumption of this kind that it falls within the actual circuit of capital. The condition for consumption to occur is that surplus value is made by means of the commodities thus consumed. And this is something very different from production, EVN commodity production, whose purpose is the existence of the producers. Such a replacement of commodity by commodity conditioned by surplus value production is something quite other than an exchange of products that is simply mediated by money. But this is how the matter is presented by the economists, as proof that no overproduction is possible. Besides the productive consumption of M, transformed into land MP, the circuit contains the first link of ML, which for the worker is LM equals CM of the worker's circulation LMC, which includes his consumption. Only the first link falls into the circuit of capital, as the result of ML. The second act, i.e. MC, does not fall into the circulation of the individual capital, although it proceeds from it. The constant existence of the working class, however, is necessary for the capitalist class, and so, therefore, is the consumption of the worker mediated by MC. The act C, M, merely assumes that C is transformed into money, is sold, so that the circuit of the capital value can continue, and the surplus value can be consumed by the capitalist. The commodity is of cow or bought only because it is a use value, i.e. is suitable for some kind of consumption, productive or individual. But if C circulates further, e.g. in the hands of the merchant who has bought the yarn, this in no way disturbs, initially at least, the continuation of the circuit of the individual capital that has produced the yarn and sold it to the merchant. The whole process follows its course, and with it also the individual consumption of the capitalist and the worker that is conditional on it. This point is an important one in considering crises. 156. The metamorphoses of capital and their circuit. As soon as C is sold, is transformed into money, it can be transformed back into the real factors of the labor process, and hence of the reproduction process. Hence whether C is bought by the final consumer or by the merchant who intends to sell it again does not directly alter the matter in any way. The volume of the mass of commodities brought into being by capitalist production is determined by the scale of this production and its needs for constant expansion, and not by a predestined ambit of supply and demand, of needs to be satisfied. Besides other industrial capitalists, mass production can have only wholesale merchants as its immediate purchasers. Within certain bounds, the reproduction process may proceed on the same or on an expanded scale, even though the commodities ejected from it do not actually enter either individual or productive consumption. The consumption of commodities is not included in the circuit of the capital from which they emerge. As soon as the yarn is sold, for example, the circuit of the capital value represented in the yarn can begin anew, at first irrespective of what becomes of the yarn when sold. As long as the product is sold, everything follows its regular course, as far as the capitalist producer is concerned. The circuit of the capital value that he represents is not interrupted. And if this process is expanded, which includes an expansion of the productive consumption of the means of production, then this reproduction of capital can be accompanied by a more expanded individual consumption, and thus demand, on the part of the workers, since this is introduced and mediated by productive consumption. The production of surplus value and with it also the individual consumption of the capitalist can thus grow, and the whole reproduction process find itself in the most flourishing condition, while in fact a great part of the commodities have only apparently gone into consumption, and are actually lying unsold in the hands of retail traders, thus being still on the market. One stream of commodities now follows another, and it finally emerges that the earlier stream had only seemed to be swallowed up by consumption. Commodity capitals now vie with each other for space on the market. The late comers sell below the price in order to sell at all. The earlier streams have not yet been converted into ready money, while payment for them is falling due. Their owners must declare themselves bankrupt, or sell at any price in order to pay. This sale, however, has absolutely nothing to do with the real state of demand. It has only to do with the demand, or payment, with the absolute necessity of transforming commodities into money. At this point the crisis breaks out. It first becomes evident not in the direct reduction of the circuit of productive capital 157 consumer demand, the demand for individual consumption, but rather in a decline in the number of exchanges of capital for capital, in the reproduction process of capital. In order to fulfill its function as money capital, as a capital value destined to be transformed back into productive capital, M is converted into the commodities MP and L. If these commodities are to be pure chased or paid for at different dates, MC then takes the form of a series of successive purchases and payments, so that a part of M performs the act MC, while another part persists in the money state, and only serves for simultaneous or successive acts MC at a time determined by the conditions of the process itself. It is withdrawn from circulation only temporarily, to step into action and fulfill its function at a definite point in time. This storing of money is then itself a function determined by its circulation and for circulation. Its existence as a fund for purchase and payment, the suspension of its movement, its state of interrupted circulation, is then a situation in which the money fulfills one of its functions as money capital. For, in this case, the money that is temporarily dormant is itself a part of the money capital M, of M, minus M equals M, of the value portion of the commodity capital equal to P, the value of the productive capital, from which the money that is withdrawn originates. Furthermore, all the money that is withdrawn from circulation exists in the form of a hoard. The hoard form thus becomes here a function of the money capital, just as in MC the function of money as a means of purchase or payment becomes a function of the money capital, and indeed, precisely because the capital value exists here in the form of money, the money state is here a state of industrial capital in one of its stages, prescribed by the circuit as a whole. But it also proves true once again here that, within the circuit of industrial capital, money capital performs no other functions than those of money, and these money functions have the significance of capital functions only through their connection with the other stages of the circuit. The expression of M, as a relation between M and M, as a capital relation, is not a direct function of the money capital, but rather of the commodity capital C, which in turn expresses, as a relation between C and C, only the result of the production process, of the self-valorization of the capital value that takes place within it. If the circulation process comes up against obstacles, so that M has to suspend its function MC as a result of external circumstances, the state of the market, etc., and on this account persists for a shorter or 158 the metamorphoses of capital and their circuit longer time in its money state, then this is again a form of hoarding. YH can also arise in simple commodity circulation if the transition from CM to MC is interrupted by external circumstances. It is the involuntary formation of a hoard. In our case, the money thus has the form of latent money capital that lies idle. However, we shall not go into this any further for the moment. In both cases, the persistence of money capital in its money state appears as the result of interrupted movement, whether this is expedient or inexpedient, voluntary or involuntary, functional or dysfunctional. 2. Accumulation and reproduction on an expanded scale. Since the proportions in which the production process can be expanded are not arbitrary, but are prescribed by technical factors, the surplus value realized, even if it is destined for capitalization, can often only grow to the volume at which it can actually function as additional capital, or enter the circuit of capital value in process, by repeating a number of circuits. Until then, therefore, it must be stored up. The surplus value thus builds up into a hoard, and in this form it constitutes latent money capital. Latent, because as long as it persists in the money form, it cannot function as capital. Thus, the formation of a hoard appears here as a moment that is comprised within the process of capitalist accumulation, accompanies it but is at the same time essentially different from it. For the reproduction process is not itself expanded by the formation of latent money capital. On the contrary, latent money capital is formed here because the capitalist producer cannot directly expand the scale of his production. If he sells his surplus product to a gold or silver producer, who thereby throws new gold or silver into circulation. Or, what comes to the same thing, if he sells it to a merchant who uses part of the national surplus product to import additional gold or silver from abroad. Then his latent money capital forms an increment to the national gold or silver hoard. In all other cases, the 78 pounds, say, that was means of circulation in the hands of the purchaser, has assumed in the hands of the capitalist only the form 1. The expression latent is borrowed from the physical concept of latent heat, which has now been more or less displaced by the theory of the transformation of energy. In Part 3, therefore, which is a later draft, Marx used the expressions potential capital, borrowed from the concept of potential energy, or by analogy with D'Alembert's virtual velocities, virtual capital, Fe. The circuit of productive capital 159 of a hoard. Thus all that has taken place is a new distribution of the national gold or silver hoard. If money functions as means of payment in our capitalist's transactions, so that the commodity only has to be paid for by the purchaser at a later date, then the surplus product destined for capitalization is not transformed into money, but into claims for payment, titles to property equivalent to a sum that the purchaser either already has in his possession or expects to come into. It does not enter into the reproduction of the circuit, any more than the money that is invested in interest-bearing securities, etc., even though it can enter the circuits of other individual industrial capitals. The whole character of capitalist production is determined by the valorization of the capital value advanced, thus in the first instance by the production of the greatest possible amount of surplus value. Secondly, however, see Volume 1, Chapter 24, by the production of capital, i.e. the transformation of surplus value into capital. Accumulation, or production on an expanded scale, which first appears as a means towards the constantly extended production of surplus value, hence the enrichment of the capitalist, as the personal end of the latter, and as part of the general tendency of capitalist production, becomes in the course of its development, as was shown in the first volume, a necessity for each individual capitalist. The constant enlargement of his capital becomes a condition for its preservation. However, it is not necessary here to come back to what was already developed earlier. We first considered simple reproduction, in which connection it was assumed that the whole of the surplus value is spent as revenue. In actual fact, a part of the surplus value must always be spent as revenue in normal circumstances, and another part capitalized, and it is quite immaterial in this connection that at certain periods the surplus value produced is completely consumed, and at others completely capitalized. If the movement takes its average course, and this is all that the general formula can express, there is a bit of both. In order not to complicate the formula, it is better to assume that the whole of the surplus value is L accumulated. The formula P, C, M, C, P, then expresses MP productive capital which is to be reproduced on a larger scale and with greater value, and begins its second circuit. Or what comes to the same thing, repeats its first circuit. As augmented productive capital. As soon as this second circuit begins, we once again have P as the point of 160 the metamorphoses of capital in their circuit departure. It is simply that P is now a larger productive capital than the first P was. Similarly, in the formula M, the second circuit begins with M, and M functions as M, as money capital of a specific magnitude, which has been advanced. It is a larger money capital than that with which the first circuit commenced, but all reference to its augmentation through the capitalization of surplus value has vanished, once it steps forth in the function of money capital advanced. This origin was obliterated in its form as money capital just beginning its circuit. It is just the same with P, as soon as it functions is the point of departure for a new circuit. If we compare P with M, the first circuit, we see that each has a quite different significance. M, taken by itself as an isolated circuit, simply expresses that M, the money capital, our industrial capital in its circuit is money capital, is money breeding money, value breeding value, and brings forth surplus value. In the circuit of P, on the contrary, the process of valorization is already complete as soon as the first stage, the production process, has taken place, and once it has passed through the second stage C, M, the first of the circulation stages, capital value and surplus value already exist as realized money capital, as M, which in the first circuit appeared as the final extremity. The fact that surplus value is produced was depicted in the first form of P. P that was considered, see the expanded formula on page 79, by CMC, the second stage of which falls outside the circulation of capital and represents the circulation of surplus value as revenue. In this form, in which the entire movement is represented by P, and there is thus no difference in value between the two endpoints, the valorization of the value advanced, the creation of surplus value, is depicted as much as it is in M. It is simply that the act C, M, appears as the final stage in M. But as the second stage in the circuit, and first of the circulation stages in P. P in P. P does not express the fact that surplus value is produced, but rather that the produced surplus value is capitalized, i.e. that capital has been accumulated, and hence P, as opposed to P, consists of the original capital value plus the value of the capital accumulated through its movement. M, as the simple conclusion of M. M, as also C, as it appears within all these circuits, express, taken by themselves, not the movement, but rather its result, the valorization of the capital value realized in the commodity or money form, and hence the capital value is M plus M or is C plus C, as the relation of the capital value to the surplus value is its. The circuit of productive capital 161 derivative. These express this result as different forms of circulation of the capital value that has been valorized. But neither in the form C, nor in the form M, is the valorization that has taken place a function of the money capital or the commodity capital. As a specific and distinct form or mode of existence that corresponds to the particular functions of industrial capital, money capital can perform only money functions, and commodity capital only commodity functions. The distinction between them is simply that between money and commodity. In the same way, industrial capital in its form as productive capital can consist only of the same elements as those of any other labor process that fashions products. On the one hand, the objective conditions of labor, means of production, on the other hand, productively, purposively, active labor power. As industrial capital within the sphere of production can exist only in the combination corresponding to the production process in general, and thus also to the non-capitalist production process, so it can exist in the sphere of circulation only in the two forms of commodity and money that correspond to this. Just as the sum of the elements of production proclaims itself from the start to be productive capital, insofar as the labor power is the labor power of others which the capitalist has bought from its owners, just as he has bought his means of production from the owners of other commodities, hence just as the production process itself appears as a productive function of industrial capital, so money and commodities appear as forms of circulation of this industrial capital, and thus also their functions as its circulation functions, which either pave the way for the functions of productive capital, or derive from them. It is only through their connection as functional forms which industrial capital has to go through in the various stages of its circuit that the money function and the commodity function are here at the same time functions of money capital and commodity capital. It is wrong, therefore, to seek to ascribe the specific properties and functions that characterize money as money and commodities as commodities to their character as capital, and it is just as wrong, conversely, to derive the properties of productive capital from its mode of existence in the means of production. When M or C are depicted as M plus M, C plus C, as a relation between the capital value and the surplus value as its offshoot, this relation is expressed in one case in the money form, and the other case in the commodity form, but this does not alter the matter in any way. This relation thus does not arise from properties and functions that can be ascribed either to the money or the commodity as such. In both cases, the Chirac 162 the metamorphoses of capital and their circuit-touristic property of capital, that it is money which breeds money, is only expressed as the result. C is always the product of the function of P, and M is always simply the form into which C has been transformed in the circuit of industrial capital. Hence, as soon as the realized money capital recommences its particular function as money capita, it ceases to express the capital relation contained in M equals M plus M. When the movement M has been passed through, and M begins the cycle anew, it does not figure as M, but rather as M, even if the entire surplus value contained in M has been capitalized. In our case, the second circuit begins with a money capital of £500, instead of with £422 as did the first circuit. The money capital that opens the circuit is £78 greater than previously, and this difference exists when one circuit is compared with another, but such a comparison is not made within the individual circuit itself. The £500 now advanced as money capital, of which £78 existed earlier as surplus value, does not play a different role from the £500 which another capitalist might use to open his first circuit. The same applies in the circuit of productive capital. The enlarged P appears as P when the circuit is begun again, just like P in the simple reproduction P. P at the stage M underscore C less than L, comma. The augmented magnitude is indicated MP simply by C, and not by L and MP. Since C is the sum of L and MP, it is already indicated by that the sum of the L and MP contained in it is greater than the original P. Secondly, however, the designations L and MP would be false, as we know that the growth of capital involves a change in its value composition, in the course of which the value of MP constantly grows, while that of L always declines relatively, and often even absolutely. 3. Accumulation of money, whether M, surplus value in its golden form, is immediately added on to the capital value in process, and can thus embark on the circuit together with the capital M, making a total magnitude of M, depends on circumstances that are independent of the mere presence of M. If M is to serve as money capital in a second independent business alongside the first, it is clear that it can be invested in this only if it possesses the minimal magnitude required for such a business. If it is invested in extending the original business, then the relationship between the circuit of productive capital 163 material factors of P, as well as their value relationship, similarly determines a certain minimal magnitude for M. Between all means of production operating in this business there is not only a qualitative relation, but also a quantitative ratio, a proportionality. The above-mentioned material factors and the value relationships, borne by them, between the factors which enter into the productive capital, determine the minimum size that M must possess in order to be convertible either into additional means of production and labor power, or into the former alone, as an increase of productive capital. Thus, the mill owner cannot increase the number of his spindles without simultaneously purchasing a corresponding number of carding machines and roving frames, to say nothing of the increased outlay on cotton and wages that this extension of his business would demand. For him to extend his business in this way, therefore, the surplus value must already amount to a fair sum, pound LPER additional spindle is generally reckoned on. As long as M has not reached this minimum size, the capital circuit must be repeated several times, until the sum of the M's successively produced by it can function together with M in the form M, seq. L. Even detailed changes in the MP spinning machinery, for example, that make it more productive, require greater outlay on raw material, extension of the roving machinery, etc. In the meantime, therefore, M is stored up, and its accumulation is not its own function, but the result of repeated P. P its own function is its persistence in the money state until the repeated circuits of Valerie's ation, L, an external factor, have added to it sufficiently for it to have attained the minimum magnitude required for it to function actively. The magnitude at which it can really function for the first time is money capital, i.e. in the given case enter into the function of the money capital M as an accumulated portion of the latter. In the meantime it is stored up, and exists only in the form of a hoard in the process of formation and growth. Thus the accumulation of money, the formation of a hoard, appears here as a process that temporarily accompanies an extension of the scale on which industrial capital operates. Temporarily, because as long as the hoard persists in its state as a hoard, it does not function as capital, does not participate in the valorization process, but remains a sum of money that grows only because money available to it without any effort on its part is cast into the same coffer. The form of the hoard is simply the form of money not in circulation, money that is interrupted in its circulation and is therefore preserved in its money form. As far as the process of hoard formation itself is con. 164 The metamorphosis of capital and their circuit gemmed. This is common to all commodity production, and it is only in the undeveloped pre-capitalist forms of the latter that it plays a role as an end in itself. In our case, however, the hoard appears as a form of money capital, and hoard formation is a process that temporarily accompanies the accumulation of capital, because and in so far as money figures here as latent money capital, because the formation of a hoard, the hoarded state of the surplus value present in money form, is a functionally determined preparatory stage that proceeds outside the circuit of capital, and paves the way for the transformation of surplus value into really functioning capital. This characteristic is what makes it latent money capital, and is also why the scale that it must have attained in order to enter the process is determined by the value composition of the productive capital in each particular case. As long as it persists in the state of a hoard, it does not yet function as money capital, it is still money capital lying fallow, not interrupted in its function, as in the previous case, but rather as yet incapable of performing this function. Here we take the accumulation of money in its original real form, as a real hoard of money. It can also exist merely in the form of favorable balances, of sums owed to the capitalist who has sold C, as far as concerns the other forms, in which this latent money capital may in the interval exist in the actual shape of money which breeds money, e.g. as interest-bearing deposits in a bank, bills of exchange or securities of one kind or other. These do not belong here. In that case, the surplus value realized in money performs particular capital functions outside the circuit of the industrial capital from which it arose, functions which have nothing to do with that circuit as such, and assume the existence of functions of capital distinct from the functions of industrial capital, which have not yet been developed here. 4. The reserve fund in the form just considered, the hoard in which the surplus value exists, the money accumulation fund, is the money form which capital accumulation temporarily possesses, and in this respect it is itself a condition for this accumulation. But the accumulation fund can also perform particular ancillary services, i.e. it can enter into the circulation process of capital, without the latter possessing the form P. P, i.e. without capitalist reproduction on an expanded scale. The circuit of productive capital 165 If the process CM extends beyond its normal duration, then the commodity capital is abnormally delayed in its transformation into the money form. Alternatively, if, when the transformation is completed, the price of the means of production into which the money capital must be converted has risen, for example, above the level that it had at the beginning of the circuit, then the hoard that functions as accumulation fund can be used to take the place of money capital, or a part of this. The money accumulation fund then serves as a reserve fund to cope with disturbances in the circuit. As a reserve fund of this kind, it is different from the fund for pure chase and payment considered in the circuit P. The latter was a part of the functioning money capital, thus the form of existence of a part of the total capital value in process, the parts of which functioned successively at different points in time. It formed a constant reserve of money capital in the continuity of the production process, as one day money is received and no payments have to be made until later, while another day large quantities of commodities are sold, and only at a later date do large quantities of commodities have to be bought. Within these intervals, therefore, a part of the circulating capital always exists in the money form. The reserve fund, on the other hand, is not a component part of the functioning capital, or, more precisely, the money capital, but rather capital going through a preliminary stage of its accumulation, surplus value that has not yet been transformed into active capital. It goes without saying, of course, that when the capitalist is in need, he in no way ponders over the specific functions of the money that he has in his hands, but uses whatever he has in order to get the circulation process of his capital moving again. In our example, for instance, M equals 422 pounds, M equals 500 pounds. If part of the capital of 422 pounds exists as a fund for purchase and payment, as a monetary reserve, it is reckoned that, with circumstances remaining the same, it will enter as a whole into the circuit, and will also be sufficient for this purpose. The reserve fund, however, is a part of the 78 pounds surplus value. It can enter the circuit of the capital of 422 pounds only insofar as this circuit is accomplished in altered circumstances, for it is a part of the accumulation fund, and it figures here without an expansion in the scale of reproduction. In the money accumulation fund, money already exists as latent money capital, and is thus transformed into money capital. The general formula for the circuit of productive capital, which comprises both simple reproduction and reproduction on an expanding scale, is 166 the metamorphoses of capital in their circuit 1. 166 the metamorphoses of capital in their circuit 1. 2p, q, ql. P, mp if p equals p, then m in 2 equals m minus m. If p equals p, then min 2 is greater than m minus m, i.e. m has been wholly or partly transformed into money capital. The circuit of productive capital is the form in which the classical economists have considered the circuit of industrial capital. Chapter 3. The circuit of commodity capital. The general formula for the circuit of commodity capital is C. C. Here C does not just appear as the product of the two earlier circuits, but also as their premise, since what is MC for one capital already involves C, M, for another, at least insofar as a part of the means of production are themselves the commodity product of other individual capitals in their circuits. In our case, for example, coal, machinery, etc. are the commodity capital of the mine owner, the capitalist engineer, etc. It has already been shown in Chapter 1.4, moreover, that when M is being repeated for the first time, even before the second circuit of the money capital is completed, not only is the circuit P presupposed, but also the circuit C. C, if there is reproduction on an expanded scale, then the concluding C is greater than the starting C, and will therefore be designated here as C. The difference between the third form and the two previous ones is first apparent in that here the circuit commences with the entire circulation, in its two opposing phases, whereas in Form I the circulation was interrupted by the production process, and in Form II the entire circulation in its two complementary phases simply appeared as a mediation for the reproduction process, and hence formed the mediating movement between P with M. M, the form of circulation is MC. C, M, are MCM with P. It is conversely C, M, MC, or CMC in C. C, it similarly has this latter form. Secondly, when the circuits I and II were repeated, even if the final points M and P form the points of departure for a new circuit, the form in which they were produced vanishes. Both M equals M plus M, and P equals P plus P, begin the new process once more as M and P in Form 3, however, the starting point C must be designated as C, even when the 168 the metamorphoses of capital in their circuit is renewed on the same scale. The reason for this is as follows. In Form I, as soon as M, as such, opens a new circuit, it functions as money capital M, the advance in monetary form of the capital value which is to be valorized. The magnitude of the money capital advanced has increased, for it has grown by way of the accumulation accomplished in the first circuit. But whether the magnitude of the money capital advanced is 422 pounds or 500 pounds in no way alters the fact that it appears simply as capital value. M no longer exists as valorized capital, as capital pregnant with surplus value, as a capital relation. It is only in the course of the process that it is to be valorized. The same holds for P. P must always continue to function as P, as capital value which should produce surplus value, and always repeat the circuit. The circuit of commodity capital, on the other hand, does not just open with capital value, but with expanded capital value in the commodity form, and thus it includes from the start not only the circuit of the capital value present in the commodity form, but also that of the surplus value. Hence, if simple reproduction takes place in this form, this involves at the close of the circuit a C of equal magnitude to the one at its starting point. If a part of the surplus value goes into the capital circuit, then what appears at the end is in fact not C, but C, a bigger C, but the following circuit still opens with C, which is simply a greater C than in the previous circuit and begins its new circuit with a greater accumulated capital value, hence also with relatively more newly produced surplus value. In all cases, C always opens the circuit as a commodity capital equal to capital value plus surplus value. In the circuit of an individual industrial capital, C as C appears not as the form of this capital, but as the form of another industrial capital, insofar as the means of production are the product of this other capital. The act MC, le. MMP, of the first capital is for this second capital CM, in the act of circulation M_CL. Land MP behave identically in so MP far as they are commodities in the hands of their sellers, in the one case the workers who sell their labor power, in the other the possessors of the means of production, who sell the latter. For the buyer, whose money functions here as money capital, both these things function merely as commodities, as long as he has not yet bought them, thus as long as they confront his capital, existing in the money form, as the commodities of others. MP and L are distinguished here only insofar as MP is C in the hands of its seller, and can thus be capital if MP is the circuit of commodity capital 169 commodity form of his capital, whereas L is always just a commodity for the worker, and becomes capital only in the hands of the buyer, as a component part of PC, can therefore never open a circuit as mere C, as merely the commodity form of the capital value. As commodity capital, it always has a dual aspect. From the point of view of use value, it is the product of the function of P, here yarn, whose elements L and MP, emerging from circulation as commodities, have only functioned to fashion this product. Secondly, from the point of view of value, it is the capital value P plus the surplus value M produced in the function of P. It is only in the circuit of C itself that C equals P equals the capital value can and must separate itself from the portion of C, in which surplus value exists, from the surplus product in which the surplus value is hidden, whether the two were actually separable, as in the case of yarn, or not, as in the case of the machine. They become separable in any case, as soon as C has been transformed into M. If the total commodity product is divisible into independent and homogeneous partial products, as for example our 10,000 lb of yarn, and if the act C, M, can thus be represented as a sum of successively performed sales, then the capital value can function as C in the commodity form and separate itself off from C, before the surplus value is realized, therefore before C is realized as a whole. Of the 10,000 lb of yam with a value of £500, the value of £8,440 equals £422 equals the capital value, separated from the surplus value. If the capitalist first sells 8,440 lb for £422, then this 8,440 lb represents C, the capital value in commodity form. The additional surplus product contained in C, which consists of 1,560 lb of yarn and equals a surplus value of £78, only circulates later. The capitalist could complete CMCL before the circulation of the surplus product CMC. MP alternatively, if he firstly sells 7,440 lb of yarn at its value of £372, and then 1,000 lb at its value of £50, he could replace the means of production, the constant capital C, with the first part of C, and the variable capital V, i.e. the labor power, with the second part of C, and then proceed as before. But if there are successive sales of this kind, and the conditions of the circuit allow it, then the capitalist, instead of dividing C into C plus V plus S, can undertake this division also for aliquot parts of C, for example, 7,440 lb of yarn, equals £372, which is a portion of C, see above, page 122, note.
170 The metalmorphoses O capital and their circuit 10,000 lb of yarn equals £500 represents the constant capital, can itself be further broken down into 5,535 feet 360 lb of yarn with a value of £276.768, which simply replaces the constant part, the value of the means of production used up in the 7,440 lb, 744 lb, of yarn with a value of £37 feet 200, which replaces the variable capital, and 1,160 feet 640 lb of yarn with a value of £58.032, which carries the surplus value in the form of surplus product.
Having thus sold £7,440, he can replace the capital value contained in it from the sale of 6,279 feet 360 lb at a price of £313 minus 968, and spend the value of the surplus product of 1,160 feet 640 lb equals £58,032 as revenue.
He can in the same way break down 1,000 lb of yarn equals £50 equals the variable capital, and accordingly sell 744 lb of yarn for £37 to 200, the value of the constant capital in 1,000 lb of yam, 100 lb of yarn for £5, the variable capital value of the same, thus 844 lb of yarn for £42.200 replace the capital value contained in the 1,000 lb of yam. Finally, 156 lb of yarn at its value of £7 to 800, which represents the surplus product contained in the 1,000 lb and may be consumed as such.
Finally, he can break down the remaining 1,560 lb of yam, with its value of £78, when he manages to sell it, in such a way that the sale of 1,166.40 lb for £58 feet 032 replaces the value of the means of production contained in this 1,560 lb, and 156 lb at its value of £7.800 replaces the variable capital value. Together this makes 1,316 to £640 of yarn equals £65 feet 832, the replacement of the total capital value, so that finally the surplus product of 243, 360 lb equals £12 to 168 remains to be spent as revenue. As each of the elements C, V and S existing in the yarn is divisible into the same component parts, so is each individual lb of yarn with a value of 1 shilling or 12d. C equals 0 feet 744 lb yarn equals 8.928 d. V equals 0 feet 100. Equals 1.200 d. S equals 0 feet 156 inches. Equals 1.872 d. C plus V plus S equals lib. Yarn. Equals 12 d. If we add together the results of the three partial sales as above, then we get the same result as if the entire 10,000 lb of yarn was sold at one stroke. In constant capital. First sale, 5,535,360 lb. Second sale, 744,000. Third sale, 1,166,640. Together 7,440 pounds. Yam equals 276.768 pounds. Equals pound 37 to 200. Equals 58.032 pounds. Yarn equals 372 pounds. In variable capital. First sale, 744.000 lb. Second sale, 100.000. Third sale, 156.000. Together 1,000 pounds. In surplus value. First sale, 1,160.640 lb. Second sale, 156.000. Third sale, 243,360. Together 1,560 pounds. The circuit of commodity capital 171 yam. Equals 37.200 pounds. Equals 5 pounds. Equals 7.800 pounds. Yarn equals 50 pounds. Yarn equals 58.032 pounds. Equals 7.800 pounds. Equals 12.168 pounds. Yarn equals 78 pounds. Grand total. Constant capital, 7,440 lb. Yam equals 372 pounds. Variable capital, 1,000. Equals 50 pounds. Surplus value, 1,560 inches. Equals 78 pounds. Together 10,000 lb. Yam equals 500 pounds. Taken by itself, cm, is nothing more than a sale of 10,000 lb. of yam. The 10,000 lb. of yarn is a commodity like all other yam. What interests the buyer is the price of 1 shilling per lb, or 500 pounds for 10,000 pounds. If he goes into the value composition in the course of his bargaining, he does so only with the crafty intention of showing that it could be sold below 1 shilling per lb and the seller would still be doing good business. But the quantity that he buys will depend upon his needs. If he is the owner of a weaving mill, for example, it will depend on the composition of his own capital functioning in this weaving mill and not on that of the capital of the spinner from whom he buys it. The ratio in which C has to serve, on the one hand to replace the capital utilized in it, or its various components, on the other hand as surplus product, whether the surplus value is destined to be spent or for capital accumulation, exists only in the circuit of the capital whose commodity form is represented by the 10,000 lb. Of yarn. It has nothing to do with the sale as such. It is assumed here, moreover, that C is sold at its value, and so all that is involved is its transformation from the commodity form into the money form. It is of course decisive for C, as a functional form in the circuit of this individual capital, whether and to what extent price and value diverge from one another in the sale, but here, where we are merely considering distinctions of form, this is of no concern. In form I, M. M, the production process appears in the middle, between the two complementary and mutually opposed phases of the circulation of capital. It is over with before the concluding phase C, M. 172. The metamorphosis of capital and their circuit begins. Money is advanced as capital, first transformed into the elements of production, then transformed from these into the commodity product, and this commodity product then again converted into money. This is a finished and complete cycle of business, the result being money which can be used by anyone for anything. Thus the recommencement of the cycle is indicated only as a possibility. M. M may just as well be the final circuit, concluding the functioning of the individual capital, which is then withdrawn from the business, or else the first circuit of a capital that newly enters into its function. Here the general movement is M. M, from money to more money. In form 2, P. C. M. C. PCP, the entire circulation process follows the first P and precedes the second, but it follows in the opposite order to that of form I. The first P is productive capital, and its function is the production process, as precondition for the subsequent process of circulation. The concluding P, on the contrary, is not the production process, it is only the renewed existence of the industrial capital in its form of productive capital. Furthermore, this is the result of the transformation of the capital value into L plus MP that is accomplished in the final circulation phase, into the objective and subjective factors that constitute, in their union, the form of existence of productive capital. Whether the capital is P or P, it is present once more at the conclusion in a form in which it must function once more as productive capital, must again accomplish the production process. The general form of the movement P. P is the form of reproduction, and does not indicate, as does M. M, that valorization is the purpose of the process. For this reason, classical economics found it all the more easy to ignore the specifically capitalist form of the production process, and to present production as such as the purpose of the process. To produce as much and as cheaply as possible, and to exchange the product for as many other products as possible, partly for the repetition of production, MC, partly for consumption, MC. In this connection, since M and M appear here only as evanescent means of circulation, the peculiarities of both money and money capital could be overlooked, the whole process then appearing simple and natural, possessing the naturalness of superficial rationality. In the case of commodity capital, similarly, profit was occasionally forgotten, and this capital figured, insofar as there was any mention of the production circuit as a whole, simply as a commodity, though as soon as the component parts of value were discussed, it figured as commodity capital. Accumulation, of course, appeared in the same light as production. The circuit of commodity capital 173 in Form 3, CM, C, P. C. It is the two phases of the circulation process that open the circuit, and in fact in the same order as in Form 2, P. P. P then follows, together with its function, the production process, as in Form I. The circuit closes with the result of this process, C. Just as in Form 2 the circuit closed with P, the merely renewed existence of the productive capital, so here it closes with C, the renewed existence of the commodity capital. Just as in Form 2 the capital in its concluding Form P had to begin the process again as a production process, so here it must reopen the circuit with the reappearance of the industrial capital in the form of commodity capital, with the circulation phase C, M. Both forms of the circuit are incomplete, because they do not conclude with M, with the valorized capital value transformed back into money. Both must thus be continued further, and hence include reproduction. The overall circuit in Form 3 is C. C. What differentiates the third form from the two earlier ones is that it is only in this circuit that the valorized capital value, and not the original capital value that has still to be valorized, appears as the starting point of its own valorization. C, as capital relation, is here the point of departure, and thus has a determining effect on the whole circuit, insofar as this includes, even in its first phase, both the circuit of the capital value and that of the surplus value, and surplus value must on average, even if not in every individual circuit, be partly spent as revenue and pass through the circulation CMC, and partly function as an element of capital accumulation. In the form C, the consumption of the entire commodity product is presupposed as the condition for the normal course of the circuit of capital itself. The individual consumption of the worker and the individual consumption of the non-accumulated part of the surplus product comprise, taken together, the total individual consumption. Thus consumption in its entirety, both individual and productive consumption, enters into the circuit of C, as a precondition. Productive consumption, which in the nature of the case includes the individual consumption of the worker, for labor power is the permanent product, within certain limits, of the worker's individual consumption, as carried on by every individual capital. Individual consumption, other than is necessary for the existence of the individual capitalist, is presupposed only as a social act, in no way as the act of the individual capitalist. In Forms I and II, the overall movement presents itself as a movement of the capital value advanced. In Form 3, the valorized capital, in the shape of the total commodity product, forms the starting point, and 174 the metamorphosis of capital in their circuit possesses the form of capital in movement, commodity capital. It is only after its transformation into money that this movement splits up into movement of capital and movement of revenue. The division of the total social product, as well as the particular division of the product of every individual commodity capital, into an individual consumption fund on the one hand and a reproduction fund on the other, is included in this form of the circuit of capital. M. M allows for the possible expansion of the circuit, according to the scale on which M enters the new circuit. In P. P can begin the new circuit with the same value, perhaps even with a lesser value, and yet still represent reproduction on an expanded scale, if for example the commodity elements are cheapened as a result of the increased productivity of labor. Conversely, in the opposite case, a productive capital that has grown in value may represent reproduction on a materially more restricted scale, if for example the elements of production have become dearer. The same applies for C. C, in C. C, capital in the commodity form is the premise of production. It reappears as a premise within this circuit in the second C. If this C is not yet produced or reproduced, then the circuit is inhibited. This C must be reproduced, for the most part as the C of another industrial capital. In this circuit, C exists as the point of departure, the point of transit in the conclusion of the movement, in other words it is always there. It is a permanent condition for the reproduction process. C. C is distinguished from Forms I and II by a further characteristic. All three circuits have in common that the form in which the capital opens its circuit is also the form in which it closes it, and it therefore finds itself back once more in the initial form, and in this form recommences the same circuit. The initial forms M, P and C are always the forms in which the capital value is advanced, in Form 3 together with the surplus value that has adhered to it, Their original forms as far as the circuit is concerned, the concluding forms M, P and C, are in each case the transformed form of a preceding functional form in the circuit which is not the original form. Thus in Form I, M is the transformed form of C, while the closing P in Form 2 is the transformed form of M, and in Forms I and II this transformation is effected by way of a simple process of commodity circulation, by a formal change of position between commodity and money. In Form 3, C is the transformed form of P, the productive capital. But in this Form 3, the transformation firstly does not just affect the functional form of the capital, but also the magnitude of its. The circuit of commodity capital 175 value, while secondly, the transformation is not the result of a merely formal change of position belonging to the circulation process, but rather the real transformation which the use form and the value of the commodity components of the productive capital have undergone in the production process. The form of the first extreme M, P and C is given for each circuit, I, 2 or 3. The returning form at the closing extreme is produced and hence ailermoned by the series of metamorphoses of the circuit itself. C, as the closing point of the circuit of an individual industrial capital, only presupposes the form P of the same industrial capital, which does not belong to the circulation sphere, and it is the product of the form PM. As the closing point in I, the transformed form of C, M, presupposes M in the hands of the buyer, as existing outside the circuit M. M, brought into it by the sale of C, and made into its own closing form. Thus, in form II, the closing P presupposes L and MP, C, as existing outside it and incorporated into it as the closing form by MC but apart from the final extreme. The circuit of the individual money capital does not presuppose the existence of money capital as such, and the circuit of the individual productive capital does not presuppose TBE existence of productive capital in the circuit itself. In form I, M may be the only money capital, and in form 2P may be the only productive capital that appears on the historical scene. In 3, however, i.e., CMC, P, C, CM, PCMCC is twice presupposed outside the circuit. Firstly in the circuit, CM, CL. This C, insofar as it consists of means of production, is MP a commodity in the hands of its seller. It is itself commodity capital, insofar as it is the product of a capitalist production process. And even when this is not the case, it appears as commodity capital in the hands of the merchant. It is further presupposed in the second C of CMC, which must similarly be present as a commodity in order to be bought. In either case, whether commodity capital or not, land MP are commodities as much as C is, and act towards one another as commodities. The same holds for the second C in CMC. Thus, insofar as C equals C, L plus MP, commodities are its own elements of formation, and must be replaced by equivalent commodities in the course of circulation, just as must the second C in CMC. 176 The metamorphoses of capital and their circuit. Moreover, on the basis of the capitalist mode of production, as the prevailing mode, all commodities must be commodity capital in the hands of their sellers. They continue to be so in the hands of the merchant, or they become so if they were not so previously. Alternatively, they can be commodities such as imported articles, which replace original commodity capital, hence simply give it another form of existence. The commodity elements L and MP, of which the productive capital, P, consists, do not possess the same shape, as forms of existence of P, as they did on the various commodity markets from which they were brought together. They are now united, and in their combination they can function as productive capital. If it is only in this form 3, within the circuit itself, that C appears as a premise of C, this is because the starting point is capital in the commodity form. The circuit is opened by the conversion of C, insofar as it functions as capital value, whether or not increased by the addition of surplus value, into the commodities that form its elements of production. But this conversion comprises the entire circulation process. CMC equals L plus MP, and as its result. C thus stands here at both extremes, though the second extreme, which receives its form C from outside, from the commodity market, by way of MC, is not the last extreme of the circuit, but only the latter of the first two stages that comprise its circulation process. Its result is P, and then P's function begins, the production process. It is only as the result of this, not as the result of the circulation process, that C appears as the close of the circuit and in the same form as the original extreme C, in M. M, and P. P, on the other hand, the closing extremes M and P are the direct results of the circulation process. This is why it is only at the close that M, in the first case, and P in the second case, are assumed to be in the hands of others. In so far as the circuit takes place between these extremes, neither M in the one case nor P in the other. The existence of M as someone else's money and of P as another production process appears as a precondition for these circuits. C, on the other hand, presupposes C equals L plus MP, as other commodities in the hands of others, commodities which are drawn into the circuit and changed into productive capital by way of the opening process of circulation. Then, as the result of productive capital's function, C once again becomes the closing form of the circuit. But precisely because the circuit C presupposes in its description the existence of another industrial capital in the form C equals L plus MP. The circuit of commodity capital 177, and MP comprises other capitals of various kinds, e.g. in our case machines, coal, oil, etc. It itself demands to be considered not only as the general form of the circuit, as a social form in which every individual industrial capital can be considered, except in the case of its first investment, hence not only as a form of motion common to all individual industrial capitals, but at the same time as the form of motion of the sum of individual capitals, of the total social capital of the capitalist class, a movement in which the movement of any individual industrial capital simply appears as a partial one, intertwined with the others and conditioned by them. If we consider, for example, the total annual commodity product of a country, and analyze the movement in which one part of this replaces the productive capital of all individual businesses, and another part goes into the individual consumption of the different classes, then we are considering C as a form of motion of both the social capital and of the surplus value or surplus product produced by this.
The fact that the social capital is equal to the sum of the individual capitals, including joint stock capital and also state capital, insofar as governments employ productive wage labor in mines, railways, etc., and function as industrial capitalists, and that the total movement of the social capital is equal to the algebraic sum of the movements of the individual capitals, in no way prevents this motion, as the motion of an isolated individual capital, from displaying phenomena different from those displayed by the same motion, when it is viewed as a part of the total motion of the social capital, i.e. in its connection with the motions of the other parts of this. In this latter aspect, problems can be resolved whose solution must be presupposed in considering the circuit of a single individual capital, instead of resulting from the study of this.
C is the only circuit in which the capital value originally advanced forms only a part of the extreme that opens the movement, and in which the movement in this way proclaims itself from the start as a total movement of industrial capital. A movement both of the part of the product that replaces the productive capital and of the part that forms surplus product and is on average partly spent as revenue, and partly has to serve as an element of accumulation. Insofar as the expenditure of surplus value as revenue is included in this circuit, individual consumption is also involved. This latter, however, is also included insofar as the starting point C, the commodity, exists as some particular kind of useful article. Every capitalistically produced article is commodity capital, irrespective of whether its use form destines it 178 the metamorphoses of capital in their circuit for productive or individual consumption, or for both. M indicates only the value aspect, the valorization of the capital value advanced as the purpose of the whole process. P points to the production process of capital as a reproduction process with the productive capital remaining the same or growing in magnitude, accumulation. C, while it already proclaims itself in its initial extreme as a form of capitalist commodity production, comprises both productive and individual consumption from the start. Productive consumption and the valorization included in it appear simply as a branch of its movement. Finally, since C can exist in a use form incapable of entering any further production process, it is apparent from the start that the various value components of C, expressed in portions of the product, must assume a different position, according to whether C is taken as a form of motion of the total social capital or as the independent movement of an individual industrial capital. In all these peculiarities, this circuit points beyond its own existence as the isolated circuit of a merely individual capital. In the figure C movement of the commodity capital, i.e. of the capitalistically produced total product, appears both as premise of the independent circuit of the individual capital, and as conditioned by it in turn. Hence, if this figure is conceived in its particularity, it is no longer sufficient to rest content with the fact that the metamorphoses CM and MC are on the one hand functionally determined sections of the metamorphosis of the capital, and on the other hand links in the general circulation of commodities. It is necessary to make clear how the metamorphoses of an individual capital are intertwined with those of other individual capitals, and with the part of the total product that is destined for individual consumption. This is why our analysis of the circuit of the individual industrial capital was primarily based on the first two forms. In agriculture, for example, where they reckon from one harvest to the next, the circuit C does appear as the form of a single individual capital. Figure 2 proceeds from the sowing, and Figure 3 from the harvest, or, as the physiocrats put it, from advances and reprises respectively. In Figure 3 the movement of the capital value appears advances and returns. The French physiocratic writers of the 1750s and 60s, in particular Quesnay and Turgot, were the first economists to begin to analyze production rather than simply circulation. They believed, however, that only agricultural labor was truly productive. Marx explains the characteristic doctrines of the physiocrats and their origins in Theories of Surplus Value, Part 1, Chapter 1I. The circuit of commodity capital 179 from the start simply is a part of the movement of the general mass of products, while in figures I and II the movement of C simply forms a moment in the movement of a single capital. In Figure 3 the commodities on the market form the permanent premise of the process of production and reproduction. Hence, if ad and tion is fixed exclusively on this figure, all the elements of the production process seem to proceed from commodity circulation and to exist only as commodities. This one-sided conception OVR looks the elements of the production process that are ITI dependent of the commodity elements. Since in C, the total product, the total value, is the point of departure, it is evident here that, leaving aside foreign trade, reproduction on an expanded scale, with productivity otherwise remaining the same, can take place only if the material elements of the additional productive capital are already contained in the part of the surplus product to be capitalized. That is to say, insofar as the production of one year serves as precondition for that of the next, or, insofar as production can occur together with the simple reproduction process within a year, surplus product is immediately produced in the form that enables it to function as additional capital. Increased productivity can increase only the material substance of capital, and cannot raise its value, but it still forms additional material for valorization. C. C is the basis of Quesnay's tableau économique, and it shows great discernment on his part that he selected this form in opposition to M. M, the form fixed on and isolated by the mercantile system, and not P. Chapter 4. The three figures of the circuit. Taking Tc to stand for the total circulation process, we can depict the three figures as follows: I, MC. P. C, M, I, P. Tc. P, I, Tc. P, C. We take all three forms together, then all the premises of the process appear as its result, as premises produced by the process itself. Each moment appears as a point of departure, of transit, and of return. The total process presents itself as the unity of the process of production in the process of circulation. The production process is the mediator of the circulation process, and vice versa. Common to all three circuits is the valorization of value as the determining purpose, the driving motive. In figure I, this is actually expressed in the form. Form 2 begins with P, the valorization process itself. In Form 3, the circuit begins with the valorized value, and closes with the newly valorized value, even when the movement is repeated on the same scale. Insofar as Cm is MC for the buyer and MC is Cm for the seller, the circulation of capital simply displays the general metamorphosis of commodities, and the laws developed in connection with this, Volume 1, Chapter 3, 2, governing the amount of money in circulation, apply here too. However, if we do not just dwell on this formal aspect of Th Otter, but consider the real connection between the metamorphoses of the various individual capitals, in fact the connection between the circuits of individual capitals is partial movements of the reproduction process of the total social capital, then this process cannot be explained in terms of the simple change of form between money and commodity. In a constantly rotating orbit, every point is simultaneously a starting point and a point of return. If we interrupt the rotation, then the three figures O, the circuit 181, not every starting point is a point of return. Thus we have seen that not only does every particular circuit, implicitly, presuppose the others, but also that the repetition of the circuit in one form includes the motions which have to take place in the other forms of the circuit. Thus the entire distinction presents itself as merely one of form, a merely subjective distinction that exists only for the observer. Insofar as each of these circuits is considered as a particular form of the movement in which different individual industrial capitals are involved, this difference also exists throughout simply at the individual level. In reality, however, each individual industrial capital is involved in all three at the same time. The three circuits, the forms of reproduction of the three varieties of capital, are continuously executed alongside one another. One part of the capital value, for example, which for the moment functions as commodity capital, is transformed into money capital, while at the same time another part passes out of the production process into circulation as new commodity capital. Thus the circular form of C is constantly described, and the same is the case with the two other forms. The reproduction of the capital in each of its forms and at each of its stages is just as continuous as is the metamorphosis of these forms in their successive passage through the three stages. Here, therefore, the entire circuit is the real unity of its three forms. We have assumed in our discussion that the capital value appears either as money capital, productive capital or commodity capital to the full extent of its magnitude. We thus had the £422, for example, first completely as money capital, then transformed fully into productive capital, finally as commodity capital. Yarn to the value of £500, including £78 surplus value. The various stages here constitute an equal number of interruptions. For example, as long as the £422 persists in its money form, i.e. until the purchases M_CL are completed, the total MP capital exists and functions simply as money capital. Once it is transformed into productive capital, it functions neither as money capital nor as commodity capital. Its entire circulation process is interrupted, just as on the other hand its entire production process is interrupted as soon as it functions in one of the two stages of circulation, whether as M or as C, thus the circuit P. P would present itself not only as a periodic renewal of the productive capital, but equally as an interruption in its function, the production process, until the circulation process had been completed. Instead of taking place continuously, production would be pursued only in spasms and be repeated only after periods of 182. The metamorphoses of capital in their circuit time of accidental duration, according to whether the two stages of the circulation process were accomplished quicker or more slowly. This would be the case, for example, with a Chinese handicraftsman, who works only for individual clients, and whose production process comes to a halt between one order and the next. This is in fact true for each individual portion of capital in motion, and all portions of the capital go through this movement in succession. Assume that the 10,000 lb of yarn is 1 week's output of a spinning mill. This 10,000 lb of yarn moves in its entirety from the sphere of production into that of circulation, the capital value contained in it must be entirely transformed into money capital, and, as long as it persists in the form of money capital, it cannot re-enter the production process. It must first enter circulation and be transformed back into the elements of the productive capital, land MP. The circuit of capital is a constant process of interruption. One stage is left behind, the next stage embarked upon. One form is cast aside, and the capital exists in another. Each of these stages not only conditions the other, but at the same time excludes it. But continuity is the characteristic feature of capitalist production, and is required by its technical basis, even if it is not always completely attainable. Let us see how things proceed in reality. While our 10,000 lb of yarn steps onto the market as commodity capital, and accomplishes its transformation into money, whether as means of payment, means of purchase or simply money of account, new cotton, coal, etc. comes into the production process in its place. All this has therefore already been transformed back from both the money form and the commodity form into the form of productive capital, and begins its function as such. Moreover, while the first 10,000 lb of yarn is being converted into money, a previous 10,000 lb is already describing the second stage of its circulation, and being transformed back from money into the elements of productive capital. All portions of the capital go through the circuit in succession, and, at any one time, they find themselves in various stages of it. Thus industrial capital and the continuity of its circuit is simultaneously in all of its stages, and in the various functional forms corresponding to them. While the circuit C has only just begun for that part which is transformed from commodity capital into money for the first time, for industrial capital, considered as a self-moving totality, the same circuit C has already been traversed. Money is given out with one hand and taken in with the other. What is at one point the commencement of the circuit M? M is the three figures of the circuit 183 simultaneously at another point its conclusion. The same applies for the productive capital. The real circuit of industrial capital in its continuity is therefore not only a unified process of circulation and production, but also a unity of all its three circuits. But it can only be such a unity insofar as each different part of the capital runs in succession through the successive phases of the circuit, can pass over from one phase and one functional form into the other. Hence industrial capital, as the whole of these parts, exists simultaneously in its various phases and functions, and thus describes all three circuits at once. The succession, nacheinander, of the various parts is here determined by their coexistence, nebeneinander, by the way in which the capital is divided. In the developed factory system, the product is continuously at the various stages of its formation, and in transition from one phase of production to another. Since each individual industrial capital has a definite size, which is dependent on the means of the capitalist and has a definite minimum for each branch of industry, definite numerical ratios must obtain in its division into parts. The size of the capital involved determines the scale of the production process, and this determines the volume of commodity capital and money capital, insofar as these function alongside the production process. The coexistence which determines the continuity of production, however, exists only through the movement in which the portions of capital successively describe the various stages. The coexistence is itself only the result of the succession. If CM comes to a halt in the case of one portion, for example, if the commodity is unsaleable, then the circuit of this part is interrupted and its replacement by its means of production is not accomplished. The successive parts that emerge from the production process as C find their change of function barred by their predecessors. If this continues for some time, production is restricted and the whole process brought to a standstill. Every delay in the succession brings the coexistence into disarray. Every delay in one stage causes a greater or lesser delay in the entire circuit, not only that of the portion of the capital that is delayed, but also that of the entire individual capital. The immediate form in which the process presents itself is that of a succession of phases, so that the transition of the capital into a new phase is determined by its abandonment of the previous one. Thus, every particular circuit has one of the functional forms of the capital as its starting point and point of return. On the other hand, the total process is in fact the unity of the three circuits, which are the different forms in 184 the metamorphoses of capital in their circuit which the continuity of the process is expressed. The total circuit presents itself for each functional form of capital as its own specific circuit, and indeed each of these circuits conditions the continuity of the overall process. The circular course of one functional form determines that of the others. It is a necessary condition for the overall production process, in other words for the social capital, that this is at the same time a process of reproduction, and hence the circuit of each of its moments. Different fractions of the capital successively pass through the different stages and functional forms. Each functional form thus passes through its circuit simultaneously with the others, though it is always a different part of the capital that presents itself in it. A part of the capital exists as commodity capital that is being transformed into money, but this is an ever-changing part, and is constantly being reproduced. Another part exists as money capital that is being transformed into productive capital. A third part is productive capital being transformed into commodity capital. The constant presence of all three forms is mediated by the circuit of the total capital through precisely these three phases. As a whole, then, the capital is simultaneously present, and spatially coexistent, in its various phases. But each part is constantly passing from one phase or functional form into another, and thus functions in all of them in turn. The forms are therefore fluid forms, and their simultaneity is mediated by their succession. Each form both follows and precedes the others, so that the return of one part of the capital to one form is determined by the return of another part to another form. Each part continuously describes its own course, but it is always another part of capital that finds itself in this form, and these particular circuits simply constitute simultaneous and successive moments of the overall process. It is only in the unity of the three circuits that the continuity of the overall process is realized, in place of the interruption we have just delineated. The total social capital always possesses this continuity, and its process always contains the unity of the three circuits. For individual capitals, the continuity of reproduction is at certain points interrupted, to a greater or lesser degree. Firstly, the quantities of value are frequently distributed amongst the various stages and functional forms in unequal portions, at different times. Secondly, these portions may be differently divided, according to the character of the commodity which has to be produced, thus according to the particular sphere of production in which the capital has been invested. Thirdly, the continuity may be more or less interrupted in branches of product. The three figures of the circuit 185 tion that depend on the season, either as a result of natural conditions, agriculture, fishing for herrings, etc., or as a matter of convention as is the case with so-called seasonal work, for example. It is in the factory and in mining that the process occurs most regularly and uniformly. But this difference between branches of production does not give rise to any difference in the general forms of the circuit. Capital, as self-valorizing value, does not just comprise class relations, a definite social character that depends on the existence of labor as wage labor. It is a movement, a circulatory process through different stages, which itself in turn includes three different forms of the circulatory process. Hence it can only be grasped as a movement, and not as a static thing. Those who consider the autonomization, Verselbständigung, of value as a mere abstraction forget that the movement of industrial capital is this abstraction in action. Here value passes through different forms, different movements in which it is both preserved and increases, is valorized. Since we are firstly dealing here simply with the forms of movement, we have not considered the revolutions that the capital value may suffer in its circulatory process. It is clear, however, that despite all revolutions in value, capitalist production can exist and continue to exist only so long as the capital value is valorized. Le describes its circuit as value that has become independent, and therefore so long as the revolutions in value are somehow or other mastered and balanced out. The movements of capital appear as actions of the individual industrial capitalist insofar as he functions as buyer of commodities and labor, seller of commodities and productive capitalist, and thus mediates the circuit by his own activity. If the social capital value suffers a revolution in value, it can come about that his individual capital succumbs to this and is destroyed, because it cannot meet the conditions of this movement of value. The more acute and frequent these revolutions in value become, the more the movement of the independent value, acting with the force of an elemental natural process, prevails over the foresight and calculation of the individual capitalist, the more the course of normal production is subject to abnormal speculation, and the greater becomes the danger to the existence of the individual capitals. These periodic revolutions in value thus confirm what they ostensibly refute: the independence which value acquires as capital, and which is maintained and intensified through its movement. This sequence of metamorphoses of capital in process implies the continuous comparison of the change in value brought about in the circuit with the original value of the capital. The independence of value 186. The metamorphoses of capital and their circuit in relation to the value-forming power, labor power, is introduced by the act ML, purchase of labor power, and is realized during the production process as exploitation of labor power. But this independence does not reappear in the circuit in which money, commodity and elements of production are only alternating forms of the capital value in process, and in which the past magnitude of the value is compared with the present, changed value of the capital. Value, says Bailey, opposing the autonomization of value which characterizes the capitalist mode of production, and which he treats as the illusion of certain economists, value is a relation between contemporary commodities, because such only admit of being exchanged with each other. He says this in opposition to the comparison of commodity values at different points in time, a comparison which, if the value of money at each period is taken as fixed, is simply a comparison between the expenditure of labor required in different epochs for the production of the same kind of commodities. This derives from his general misunderstanding, according to which exchange value equals value. The form of value is value itself. Thus commodity values cease to be comparable once they no longer actively function as exchange values, and cannot actually be exchanged for one another. He does not in the least suspect, therefore, that value functions as capital value or capital only in so far as it remains identical with itself and is compared with itself in the different phases of its circuit, which are in no way contemporary, but rather occur in succession. In order to consider the formula of the circuit in its pure state, it is not sufficient to assume that commodities are sold at their values. This must also take place in circumstances that in other respects, too, remain the same. If we take the form P, for example, we must disregard all technical revolutions in the production process which may devalue the productive capital of a particular capitalist. We must also disregard any repercussions that a change in the value elements of the productive capital might have on the value of the existing commodity capital, which may rise or fall if there is a stock of this on hand. Let C, the 10,000 lb of yarn, be sold at its value of £500. 8,440 lb equals £422 replaces Asterisk, this quotation is from Samuel Bailey's A Critical Dissertation on the Nature, Measures, and Causes of Value. Chiefly in reference to the writings of Mr. Ricardo and his followers, London, 1825, page 72. Although a vulgar economist who held value to be merely relative, Bailey did expose certain contradictions in the Ricardian theory. See Theories of Surplus Value, Party, Chapter XX, pp. 124 ff. The three figures of the circuit 187 the capital value contained in it. But if the value of cotton, coal etc. rises, here we disregard mere price fluctuations, then this £422 may not be sufficient to replace completely the elements of the productive capital. Additional money capital is then necessary. Money capital is tied up. Conversely, if these prices fall, money capital is set free. The process takes place quite normally only if value relations remain constant. In practice it runs its course as long as disturbances in the repetition of the circuit balance each other out. The greater the disturbances, the greater the money capital that the industrial capitalist must possess in order to ride out the period of readjustment. And since the scale of each individual production process grows with the progress of capitalist production, and with it the minimum size of the capital to be advanced, this circumstance is added to the other circumstances which increasingly turn the function of industrial capitalist into a monopoly of large-scale money capitalists, either individual or associated. We may remark here, in passing, that when there is a change in the value of the elements of production, a distinction arises between the form M. M, on the one hand, and the forms P. P and C on the other. In M. M, as the formula for newly invested capital, which first appears as money capital, a fall in the value of the means of production, e.g. raw materials, ancillaries, etc., means that a smaller outlay of money capital than previously is required in order to open a business of a particular size, since, given that the level of the productive forces remains the same, the scale of the production process depends only on the volume and scale of the means of production that a given quantity of labor power can cope with, and not on the value of those means of production, or on that of the labor power. The latter simply has an effect on the magnitude of the valorization. Conversely, if there is an increase in the value of the elements of production of the commodities which form the elements of productive capital, then more money capital is necessary in order to found a business of a given size. In both cases, it is only the amount of the money capital to be newly invested that is affected. In the first case, some money capital becomes superfluous. In the second case, more money capital is tied up, provided that the rate of increase of a new individual industrial capita proceeds as is usual in the given branch of production. The circuits P and C behave in the same way as M, only in so far as the movement of P and C is at the same time accumulation, in so far as excess M, money, is transformed into money capital. 188 The metamorphoses of capital in their circuit otherwise, they are affected differently from M. By a change in the value of the elements of productive capital. Here we once again disregard the impact a change in value of this kind has on the components which are already involved in the production process. Here it is not the original outlay that is directly affected, but rather an industrial capital involved not in its first circuit but in its process of reproduction, CL, the conversion of commodity capital back into its LAMP of production, in so far as these consist of commodities. With a fall in value, or price, three cases are possible. First, the reproduction process may be continued on the same scale, in which case a part of the former money capital is set free, and money capital is stored up, though neither real accumulation, production on an expanded scale, nor the preliminary and accompanying transformation of M, surplus value, into an accumulation fund has taken place. Second, the reproduction process may be expanded to a larger scale than would have otherwise been the case, if the technical proportions permit this, or third, a larger reserve of raw materials, etc., may be built up. The opposite happens with a rise in the value of the replacement elements of commodity capital. Reproduction then no longer takes place on its normal scale, e.g. working hours may be cut, or additional money capital has to be injected, in order to continue the former scale of reproduction. Money capital is tied up, or, finally, the monetary accumulation fund, where there is one, has to serve in whole or in part for pursuing the reproduction process on its old scale, instead of expanding it. This also involves the tying up of money capital, although here the additional money capital does not come from an external source, from the money market, but rather from the resources of the industrial capitalist himself. But there can be modifying circumstances to P and C. If our cotton spinner has a large reserve of raw cotton, for example, i.e. a large part of his productive capital is in the form of a cotton stock, then a part of his productive capital will be devalued by a fall in cotton prices. If these rise, then this part of his productive capital conversely rises in value. On the other hand, if he has large quantities tied up in the form of commodity capital, e.g. in cotton yarn, then a fall in cotton prices will devalue a part of his commodity capital, and thus a part of his overall capital in the circuit, conversely with a rise in cotton prices. In the process CMCL. Finally, if CM, the realization of COM-MP. The three figures of the circuit 189 commodity capital has taken place before the change in value of the elements of C, then the capital is affected only in the way considered in the first case, i.e. in the second act of circulation M_C_L. But if the MP change in value occurs before the completion of CM, then, with other circumstances remaining the same, the fall in the price of cotton leads to a corresponding fall in the price of yarn, and a rise in the price of cotton to a rise in the price of yarn. The effect on the various individual capitals invested in the same branch of production can be very different according to the different circumstances in which they are found. Money capital may also be set free or tied up as the result of differences in the duration of the circulation process, i.e. in the speed of circulation. This, however, belongs to the discussion of turnover. What interests us here is simply the real distinction which emerges between M and the two other forms of the circuit with respect to changes in value of the elements of productive capital. In the section of circulation M_C_L, in the epoch when the MP capitalist mode of production is already developed, and hence dominant, a large part of the commodities which the means of production, MP, consist of are themselves the functioning commodity capital of others. From the standpoint of the seller, therefore, what takes place is CM, the transformation of commodity capital into money capital. But this does not hold good absolutely. On the contrary, within its circulation process, in which industrial capital functions either as money or as commodity, the circuit of industrial capital, whether in the form of money capital or commodity capital, cuts across the commodity circulation of the most varied modes of social production, insofar as this commodity circulation simultaneously reflects commodity production. Whether the commodities are the product of production based on slavery, the product of peasants, Chinese, Indian Rios, of a community, Dutch East Indies, of state production, such as existed in earlier epochs of Russian history, based on serfdom, or of half-savage hunting peoples, etc. As commodities and money, they confront the money and commodities in which industrial capital presents itself, and enter both into the latter's own circuit and into that of the surplus value borne by the commodity capital, insofar as the latter is spent as revenue, i.e. in both branches of the circulation of commodity capital. The character of the production process from which they derive is immaterial. They function on the market as commodities, and as commodities they enter 190 the metamorphoses of capital in their circuit, both the circuit of industrial capital and the circulation of the surplus value borne by it. Thus, the circulation process of industrial capital is characterized by the many-sided character of its origins, and the existence of the market as a world market. What holds for foreign commodities holds also for foreign money. As commodity capital functions in relation to money simply as commodity, so this money functions towards commodity capital simply as money. The money functions here as world money. Now, however, there are two further points to be made. Firstly, as soon as the act MMP is completed, the commodities, MP, cease to be commodities and become one of the modes of existence of industrial capital in its functional form P, productive capital. Their provenance is therefore obliterated. They now exist simply as forms of existence of industrial capital, and are incorporated into it. Yet it remains the case that their replacement requires their reproduction, and to this extent the capitalist mode of production is conditioned by modes of production lying outside its own stage of development. Its tendency, however, is to transform all possible production into commodity production. The main means by which it does this is precisely by drawing this product ion into its circulation process, and developed commodity production as itself capitalist commodity production. The intervention of industrial capital everywhere promotes this transformation, and with it too the transformation of all immediate producers into aged laborers. Secondly, whatever the origin of the commodities that go into the circulation process of industrial capital, and these include the necessary means of subsistence into which variable capital is transformed after being paid to the workers so that they can reproduce their labor power, whatever therefore may be the social form of the production process from which these commodities derive. They confront industrial capital straight away in its form of commodity capital, they themselves having the form of commodity dealing or merchant's capital, and this by its very nature embraces commodities from all modes of production. As the capitalist mode of production presupposes production on a large scale, so it also necessarily presupposes large-scale sale to the merchant, not to the individual consumer. Insofar as this consumer is himself a productive consumer, an industrial capitalist, insofar as industrial capital in one branch of production supplies means of production to another branch, there is also direct sale by one industrial capitalist to several others, in the form of orders, etc. Each industrial, the three figures of the circuit 191 capitalist is a direct seller insofar as he is himself his own merchant, which he is moreover also when he sells to a merchant. Commodity trade is presupposed, as a function of merchant's capital, and this develops ever further with the development of capitalist production. Thus we occasionally take its existence for granted in illustrating particular aspects of the capitalist circulation process, but in this general analysis we assume direct sale without the intervention of the merchant, since this intervention conceals various moments of the movement. We may quote Sismondi, who presents the matter rather naively. Commerce employs a considerable capital, and this appears at first glance not to form part of that whose course we have charted. The value of the cloth accumulated in the stores of the draper seems at first to be completely different from the part of the year's production that the rich man gives to the poor man as a wage to have him work for him. But this capital has simply replaced that of which we have been speaking. In order to grasp clearly the progress of wealth, we started with its creation, and we have followed it through to its consumption. The capital employed in the manufacture of cloth, for example, we regarded as remaining constant. Exchanged against the revenue of the consumer, it divided into only two parts. One of these served as revenue for the manufacturer, in the form of profit, the other served as revenue for the workers in the form of wages, while they were manufacturing more cloth. But it was soon found to be to everyone's advantage for the various parts of this capital to replace one another, so that, if 100,000 crowns was sufficient for the whole circulation between the manufacturer and the consumer, this 100,000 crowns would be shared equally between the manufacturer, the wholesale merchant and the retailer. The first of these, who receives only a third of the total, does the same work as he did when he received the whole lot, because the moment its manufacture is completed, he finds the merchant to buy it much sooner than he would have found the consumer. The wholesaler's capital, for its part, is replaced by that of the retailer much sooner. The difference between the sums advanced in wages and the purchase price for the final consumer forms the profit on the capitals. It is divided between the manufacturer, the wholesaler and the retailer, after they have divided their functions between them, and the task accomplished is the same, even though it has employed 3 persons and 3 fractions of capital in place of 1. Nouveau Principes, I. pp. 139, 140. All these, the merchants, indirectly participated in production, for as the aim of 192 the metamorphosis of capital in their circuit production is consumption, it cannot be considered accomplished until it has placed the object produced at the disposal of the consumer. Ibid. Page 137. In considering the general forms of the circuit, and throughout this second volume in general, we take money to be metal money, excluding symbolic money, mere tokens of value which are specific to particular countries, as well as credit money, which we have not yet developed. Firstly, this is the course taken by history. Credit money played no role, or at least not a significant one, in the early period of capitalist production. Secondly, the necessity of this course can be proved theoretically, insofar as everything critical that has so far been said about the circulation of credit money by Tooke and others compelled them time and again to look back at how the matter would present itself on the basis of mere metallic circulation. It should not be forgotten, however, that metallic money can not only function as means of purchase, but also as means of payment. For the sake of simplification, we generally take it, in this second volume, only in the first functional form. The circulation process of industrial capital, which forms only one part of its individual circuit, is determined, insofar as it represents only a series of acts within the general commodity circulation, by the general laws that have already been developed. Volume 1, Chapter 3. The same quantity of money, e.g. £500, puts correspondingly more industrial capitals into circulation. Individual capitals in their form as commodity capitals, the greater the velocity of circulation of the money, thus the faster each individual capital passes through its series of metamorphoses into commodities and money. Capital of the same value accordingly requires less money for its circulation, the more the money functions as means of payment, e.g. the more that it is only balances that have to be settled when a commodity capital is replaced by its means of production, and the shorter the periods of payment, e.g. in the payment of wages. On the other hand, assuming that the velocity of circulation in other circumstances remain the same, the amount of money needed to circulate as money capital is determined by the sum of the prices of the commodities, price multiplied by the quantity of commodities, or alternatively, given the quantity and values of the commodities, by the value of the money itself. That the laws of general commodity circulation apply only insofar as the circulation process of capital is a series of simple acts of circulation, and not insofar as the latter form functionally specific sections of the circuits of individual industrial capitals. The 3 figures of the circuit 193. In order to make this clear, it is best to consider the circulation process in its uninterrupted interconnection, as it appears in the 2 forms. 2. CMC. P. C. M. PCM circa. 3. CMC. P. CM, PCMC is a series of acts of circulation in general. The circulation process, whether as CMC or as MCM, simply presents 2 opposing series of commodity metamorphoses, each individual metamorphosis including the opposite metamorphosis on the part of the other person's commodity or money that confronts it. CM on the part of the commodity possessor is MC on the part of the purchaser. The first metamorphosis of the commodity in CM is the second metamorphosis of the commodity which steps forth as M. Conversely with MC, what was previously demonstrated, concerning the intertwining of the metamorphoses of a commodity at one stage with those of another commodity at another stage, therefore holds good for the circulation of capital, insofar as the capitalist is buyer and seller of commodities, and his capital accordingly functions as money towards others' commodities, or as a commodity towards others' money. This intertwining, however, is not by this token alone an entwining of the metamorphoses of capitals. Firstly, MC-MP, as we have seen, can depict an entwining of the metamorphoses of various individual capitals. The commodity capital of the cotton spinner, yarn, for example, is in part replaced by coal. A part of his capital exists in the money form and is converted from this into the commodity form, while the capital of the mine owner exists in the commodity form and is therefore converted into the money form. The same act of circulation here represents opposite metamorphoses on the part of 2 industrial capitals, which belong to different branches of production, an entwining of the series of metamorphoses of these capitals. As we have seen, however, the MP into which M is converted need not be commodity capital in the categorical sense, need not be 194. The metamorphoses of capital and their circuit a functional form of industrial capital, produced by a capitalist. It is always MC on the one hand, and CM on the other, but not always an entwining of metamorphoses of capital. Furthermore, ML, the acquisition of labor power, is never an entwining of capital metamorphoses, for, while labor power is certainly a commodity for the worker, it becomes capital only when it is sold to the capitalist. In the process CM, on the other hand, M does not need to be converted commodity capital. It can be the expression in money of the commodity labor power, i.e. wages, or of a product produced by an independent worker, a slave, a serf or a community. Secondly, it is by no means always the case that the functionally determined role played by every metamorphosis that takes place within the circulation process of an individual capital represents the corresponding opposite metamorphosis in the circuit of the other capital, particularly if we assume that the whole of production for the world market is pursued on a capitalist basis. In the circuit P, for example, the M that turns C into cash may be on the side of the buyer simply the monetary expression of his surplus value, if the commodity is an article of consumption. Alternatively, in M_C less than L, where AQMP mulated capital is involved, it may be for the buyer of MP simply a replacement for his capital advance, or it may not re-enter his capital circulation at all, particularly if this branches off into expenditure of revenue. The way in which the various components of the total social capital, of which the individual capitals are only independently functioning components, alternately replace one another in the circulation process, both with respect to capital and to surplus value, is thus not the result of the simple intertwining of the metamorphoses that occurs in commodity circulation, and which the acts of capital circulation have in common with all other processes of commodity circulation, but rather requires a different mode of investigation. Up till now, mere phrases have been taken as sufficient in this respect, although, when these are analyzed more closely, they contain nothing more than indefinite notions, simply borrowed from the intertwining of metamorphoses that is common to all commodity circulation. One of the most obvious peculiarities of the circuit of industrial capital, and thus of capitalist production, is the situation that on the one hand the elements from which productive capital is formed stem from the three figures of the circuit 195 commodity market, and must be continually renewed from it, bought as commodities, and on the other hand the product of the labor process emerges from it as a commodity, and must constantly be sold anew as a commodity. A modern farmer in the lowlands of Scotland might for example be contrasted with an old-fashioned small peasant on the continent. The former sells his entire product and thus has to replace all its elements, even the seed corn, on the market, while the latter consummes the greater part of his product directly, buys and sells as little as possible, and as far as possible produces his tools, clothing, etc. himself. Natural economy, money economy and credit economy have for this reason been counterposed as the three characteristic economic forms of motion of social production. Firstly, these three forms do not represent phases of development of the same status. The so-called credit economy is itself only a form of the money economy, insofar as both terms express functions or modes of commerce, verkehr, between the producers themselves. In developed capitalist production, the money economy simply appears as the basis of the credit economy. Thus money economy and credit economy merely correspond to different stages of development of capitalist production. They are in no way different independent forms of commerce as opposed to natural economy. It would be just as valid to counterpose the very varied forms of natural economy as equal in status to the other two. Secondly, what is emphasized in the categories money economy and credit economy, and stressed as the distinctive feature, is actually not the economy proper, i.e. the production process itself, but rather the mode of commerce between the various agents of production. The term Verkehr plays an important role in the German ideology, where it is conventionally translated as intercourse. The concept this denotes was later to be rejected by Marx and Engels in favor of that of relations of production, as Goran Thurbaum explains in Science, Class and Society, NLB, 1976, pp. 368 ff. The present passage, written in 1877, seems to be the only time that Verkehr reappears in a conceptual sense in any of the volumes of Capital. Its meaning here, however, has clearly little to do with the early concept of the German ideology. It rather covers what Marx and Engels more usually referred to as exchange, Austausch, in the sense of mode of production and exchange. The reason why Marx uses Verkehr here instead of the more usual Austausch would seem to be then that he needs to use the term Tausch, exchange or barter, to refer to a particular form of commerce between producers, the non-monetary exchange corresponding to natural economy, and, since Tausch and Austausch are almost interchangeable in German usage, selects the looser term Verkehr to emphasize the general concept of which barter and monetary exchange, with the latter's subtype credit, are the variants. 196 The metamorphoses of capital and their circuit deucers that corresponds to the economy, and so this should also be done in the case of the first category. Instead of natural economy, we would then have barter economy. A completely enclosed natural economy, such as the Inca state of Peru, would fall into none of these categories. Thirdly, money economy is common to all commodity production, and the product appears as a commodity in the most diverse organisms of social production. Thus it would simply be the scale on which the product was produced as an article of trade, as a commodity, and thus also the extent to which its own formative elements must again enter the economy from which it derives as articles of trade, as commodities, which would characterize capitalist production. In point of fact, Capitalist production as commodity production is the general form of production, but it is only so, and becomes ever more so in its development, because labor itself here appears as a commodity, because the worker sells labor, the function of his labor power, and moreover, as we have assumed, at a value determined by the costs of its reproduction. The producer becomes an industrial capitalist to the same extent that labor becomes wage labor. Hence capitalist production, and thus also commodity production, appears in its full extent only when the direct agricultural producer is also a wage laborer. In the relation between capitalist and wage laborer, the money relation, the relation of buyer and seller, becomes a relation inherent in production itself. But this relation rests fundamentally on the social character of production, not on the mode of commerce. The latter rather derives from the former. It is typical of the bourgeois horizon, moreover, where business deals fill the whole of people's minds, to see the foundation of the mode of production in the mode of commerce corresponding to it, rather than the other way round. The capitalist casts less value into circulation in the form of money than he draws out of it, because he casts in more value in the form of commodities than he has extracted in the form of commodities. In so far as he functions merely as the personification of capital, as industrial capitalist, his supply of commodity value is always greater than his demand for it. If his supply and demand matched one another in this respect, this would be equivalent to the non-valorization of his capital. It would 1. Up to here, manuscript v. The remainder of this chapter consists of a note found among extracts from books in a notebook of 1877 or 1878. The three figures of the circuit 197 not have functioned as productive capital. Productive capital would have been transformed into commodity capital that had not been impregnated with surplus value. It would not have extracted from labor power during the production process any surplus value in the commodity form, and thus not functioned as capital at all. The capitalist must indeed sell dearer than he has bought, but he manages to do this only because the capitalist production process enables him to transform the cheaper, because less valuable, commodities that he has bought into more valuable and hence dearer ones. He sells dearer, not because he sells above the value of his commodities, but because he sells commodities of a value greater than the sum of values of the ingredients required to produce them. The greater the difference between the capitalist's supply and his demand, the greater the additional commodity value that he supplies over the commodity value that he demands, the greater the rate at which he valorizes his capital. His goal is not simply to cover his demand with his supply, but to have the greatest possible excess of supply over demand. What is true for the individual capitalist is true also for the capitalist class. In so far as the capitalist simply personifies industrial capital, his own demand consists simply in the demand for means of production and labor power. His demand for MP is smaller in value terms than the capital he has advanced. He buys means of production to a smaller value than the value of his capital, and hence to a still smaller value than that of the commodity capital that he supplies. As far as his demand for labor power is concerned, it is determined in its value by the ratio between his variable capital and his total capital, v. C. In capitalist production, therefore, this demand grows at a smaller rate than his demand for means of production. The capitalist buys more of MP than of L, and to a steadily increasing extent. In so far as the worker converts his wages almost wholly into means of subsistence, and by far the greater part into necessities, the capitalist's demand for labor power is indirectly also a demand for the means of consumption that enter into the consumption of the working class. But this demand equals V, and not an atom more, if the worker saves something out of his wages. We necessarily leave the matter of credit out of consideration here. This means that he transforms a part of his wage into a hoard and to this extent does not appear as a customer. The maximum limit of the capitalist's demand is C equals C plus V, but his 198 the metamorphoses of capital in their circuit supply is C plus V plus S. Thus if the composition of his commodity capital is 80 E plus 20 V plus 20 S, then his demand is 80 E plus 20 V, a value 1/5 smaller than his supply. The greater the percentage of S produced, the rate of profit, the smaller his demand in relation to his supply. Although, as production advances, the capitalist's demand for labor power, and hence indirectly for necessary means of subsistence, becomes progressively smaller than his demand for means of production, it should not be forgotten that his demand for MP is always smaller than his capital, considering this day by day. His demand for means of production must thus always be smaller in value than the commodity product of the capitalist who works with the same capital and under otherwise similar conditions, and supplies him with these means of production. That many capitalists are involved here, and not just one, in no way affects the matter. Assume that his capital is £1,000, the constant part of this being £800, then his demand on all these capitalists is £800. Together they supply for each £1,000, no matter how much of this falls to each one of them and what portion this may constitute in his total capital, assuming the same rate of profit, means of production to a value of £1,200. Thus his demand only covers 2/3 of their supply, while his own total demand is only 4/5 of his own supply, considered in value terms. We still have to investigate the question of turnover, for the time being only in passing. Assume that his total capital is £5,000, of which £4,000 is fixed and £1,000 circulating. This 1,000 equals 800. E plus 200 versus. According to the above assumption, his circulating capital must turn over 5 times in the year in order for his total capital to turn over once. His commodity product is then £6,000, £1,000 greater than the capital he advanced, which once again gives the same ratio of surplus value as above, 5,000 C, L, OOOs equals 100, E plus V, 20. S. Thus, this turnover in no way alters the ratio of his total demand to his total supply, the former remaining 1/5 smaller than the latter. Let us assume that his fixed capital has to be renewed in 10 years. Each year, then, he amortizes 1 divided by 10 equals £400. After the first year, he has a value of £3,600 in fixed capital and £400 in money. In so far as repairs are necessary, and these do not exceed the average amount, they are simply capital that is invested at a later date. We can consider the matter as if he had allowed for all the repair costs when he assessed the value of his invested capital, insofar as this enters into the annual commodity product, so that these are included in the 1/10 amortization. If his repair needs are lower than average, this is simply a bonus. The three figures of the circuit 199 for him, just as it is to his disadvantage if they are higher. In any case, although, on the assumption that his total capital turns over once in the year, his annual demand remains £5,000, the same as the original capital value he advanced, it increases with respect to the circulating part of the capital, while it steadily declines with respect to the fixed part. We now come to reproduction. Assume plus hat the capitalist consumes the entire surplus value M and reconverts only the original capital sum C into productive capital. The capitalist's demand is now equal in value to his supply. But this is not so in respect of the movement of his capital. As capitalist he exerts a demand only on the basis of 4/5 of his supply, in value terms. The remaining fifth he consumes as non-capitalist, not in his function as capitalist, but for his private requirements or pleasures. His account, reckoned in percentages, is then, demand as capitalist. 100, supply 120, demand as man of the world. 20. Total demand. 120, supply 120. This assumption is equivalent to assuming the non-existence of capitalist production and therefore the non-existence of the industrial capitalist himself. For capitalism is already essentially abolished once we assume that it is enjoyment that is the driving motive and not enrichment itself. It is moreover also technically impossible. The capitalist must not only form a reserve capital to guard against price fluctuations, and in order to be able to await the most favorable conjunctures for buying and selling, he must accumulate capital, in order to extend production and incorporate technical advances into his productive organism. In order to accumulate capital, he must first withdraw from circulation a part of the surplus value that he obtained from it, and let it grow in the form of a hoard until it has assumed the requisite dimensions for an extension of his old business or the opening of a new line. As long as the hoarding continues, the capitalist's demand is not increased. The money is immobilized and does not withdraw from the commodity market an equivalent in commodities for the money equivalent that it has withdrawn for commodities supplied. We have ignored credit here, and it pertains to credit if the capitalist deposits the money that he accumulates in a bank, for example, on current account bearing interest. Chapter 5. Circulation Time 1. As we have seen, the movements of capital through the production sphere and the two phases of the circulation sphere are accomplished successively in time. The duration of its stay in the production sphere forms its production time, that in the circulation sphere its circulation time. The total amount of time it takes to describe its circuit is therefore equal to the sum of its production time and its circulation time. The production time includes, of course, the period of the labor process, but this is not all. We should first recall that a part of the constant capital exists in means of labor such as machines, buildings, etc., which serve for constant repetitions of the same labor process until they are worn out. The periodic interruption of the labor process, at night for example, may interrupt the function of these means of labor, but it does not affect their stay in the place of production. They belong to this not only when they function, but also when they do not function. What is more, the capitalist must hold in reserve a certain stock of raw and ancillary materials, so that the production process can keep going for shorter or longer intervals on the previously determined scale, without depending on the accidents of daily supply on the market. This reserve of raw materials etc. is only gradually consumed productively. There is therefore a difference between the capital's production time too and its functioning time. The production time of the means of production generally comprises 1. The time during which they function as means of production, and thus serve in the production process. 2. The pauses during which the production process, and thus also the functioning of the means of production incorporated in it, is interrupted. 3. The time during which they are held in reserve as conditions of the 1. From here onwards, manuscript IV. 2. The expression production time is to be taken here in the active sense. The production time of the means of production is not the time that it takes to produce them, but that for which they participate in the production process of a commodity product. FE. Circulation time 201 process, and thus already represent productive capital, but are not yet engaged in the production process. The difference so far considered is in each case a difference between the time that the productive capital remains in the production sphere and its time in the actual production process. But the production process may itself involve interruptions of the labor process and hence of working time, intervals in which the object of labor is exposed to the action of physical processes, without further addition of human labor. The production process, and hence the function of the means of production, continues in this case, even though the labor process, and hence the function of the means of production is means of labor, is interrupted. This is the case, for example, with calm that is sown, wine that ferments in the cellar, or material of labor that is exposed to chemical processes, as in many industries such as tanning. Here the production time is greater than the working time. The difference between the two consists in an excess of the production time over the working time. This excess is always based on the fact that the productive capital exists in a latent state in the production sphere, without functioning in the production process itself, or that it functions in the production process without being involved in the labor process. The part of the latent productive capital that is simply held in readiness as a condition for the production process, such as cotton, coal, etc. in the spinning mill, acts neither to form products nor values. It is idle capital, although its idleness forms a condition for the uninterrupted flow of the production process. The buildings, apparatus, etc. that are necessary for storing the productive reserve, the latent capital, are conditions of the production process and hence form components of the productive capital advanced. They fulfill their function by maintaining the productive components in the preliminary stage. They make the raw material, etc. dearer, but since a part of this labor, in the same way as a part of all other wage labor, is not paid for, it is productive labor and creates surplus value. The normal interruptions of the overall production process, the intervals in which the productive capital does not function, produce neither value nor surplus value. Hence the drive towards night work, Volume 1, Chapter 10, 4. The intervals in the working time that the object of labor has itself to undergo during the production process create neither value nor surplus value, but they further the product, form a part of its life, a process that it must pass through. The value of the apparatus, etc. is carried over to the product in proportion to the entire period during which it functions. The product 202. The metamorphosis of capital in their circuit is placed in this stage by labor itself, and the use of this apparatus is just as much a condition of production as the reduction to dust of a part of the cotton that does not go into the product, but still carries its value over to it. The other part of the latent capital, such as the buildings, machines, etc., the means of labor whose function is interrupted only by the regular pauses in the production process. Irregular interruptions as a result of a restriction of production, crises, etc. are pure loss. Adds value, without entering into the formation of the product. The total value that the means of labor add to the product is determined by the average length of their life. They lose value because they lose use value, not only in the time during which they are functioning, but also in the time during which they are not. Finally, the value of that part of the constant capital that continues in the production process even when the labor process is interrupted appears once again in the result of the production process. The means of production are here placed by labor itself in conditions in which they undergo by themselves certain specific natural processes, the result of which is a specific useful effect or a changed form of their use value. Labor always carries over the value of the means of production to the product, to the extent that it actually consumes these deliberately as means of production. Nothing is altered here by whether the labor must, through the means of labor, act continuously on the object of labor, in order to produce this effect, or whether it need only give the first impulse by placing the means of production in conditions in which they themselves undergo the intended alteration, without labor's further collaboration, as a result of natural processes. Whatever may be the reason for the excess of production time over working time. Whether it is because the means of production form only latent productive capital, still exist in a stage preliminary to the production process proper, or because their specific function is interrupted within the production process by the pauses in it, or because finally the production process itself requires interruptions in the labor process. In none of these cases do the means of production function to absorb labor. If they absorb no labor, then they absorb no surplus labor. Hence there is no valorization of the productive capital, as long as this finds itself in that part of its production time that is in excess of the working time, no matter how inseparable these pauses may be from the accomplishment of the valorization process. It is clear that the nearer production time and working time approach to equality, the greater the productivity and valorization of a given productive capital in a given space of time. The tendency of capitalist production is there. Circulation time 203-4 to shorten as much as possible the excess of production time over working time. But although the production time of capital may diverge from its working time, it always includes the latter, and the excess itself is a condition of the production process. Thus the production time is always the time that the capital takes to produce use values and valorize itself, hence to function as productive capital, although it includes time in which it is either latent or produces without being valorized. Within the circulation sphere, capital exists as commodity capital and money capital. Its two circulation processes consist in transforming itself from the commodity form into the money form, and from the money form into the commodity form. The circumstance that the transformation of the commodity into money is here at the same time the realization of the surplus value embodied in the commodity, and that the transformation of money into commodity is at the same time the transformation of capital value into, or back into, the form of its elements of production, in no way changes the fact that these processes, as processes of circulation, are processes of simple commodity metamorphosis. Circulation time and production time are mutually exclusive. During its circulation time, capital does not function as productive capital, and therefore produces neither commodities nor surplus value. If we consider the circuit in its simplest form, so that the entire capital value always moves at one stroke from one phase to the other, then it is obvious that the production process is interrupted, and with it therefore the self-valorization of capital, so long as its circulation time lasts, and that according to the duration of the latter, the production process will be repeated sooner or later. If the various parts of the capital pass through the circuit in succession, so that the circuit of the total capital value is successively accomplished in the circuit of its various portions, then it is clear that the longer its aliquot parts remain in the circulation sphere, the smaller must be the part that functions at any time in the production sphere. The expansion and contraction of the circulation time hence acts as a negative limit on the contraction or expansion of the production time, or of the scale on which a capital of a given magnitude can function. The more that the circulation metamorphoses of capital are only ideal, the closer the circulation time comes to zero, the more the capital functions, and the greater is its productivity and self-valorization. If a capitalist works to order, receives payment on the delivery of his product, and is paid in his own means of production, then his time of circulation approaches zero. Capital's circulation time generally restricts its production time, and 204 the metamorphoses of capital in their circuit hence its valorization process. Moreover, it restricts this in proportion to its duration. This can increase or decrease very considerably, and hence restrict the production time of capital to a very different degree. But what political economy sees as only the appearance, i.e. the effect of the circulation time on the valorization process of capital in general. It conceives this negative effect as positive, because its results are positive. It sticks all the more firmly to this illusion, as it seems to provide it with the proof that capital possesses a mystical source of self-valorization that is independent of its production process and hence of the exploitation of labor, and derives rather from the sphere of circulation. We shall see later how even scientific economics let itself be taken in by this illusion, an illusion which, as we shall show, is confirmed by various phenomena. 1. The capitalist way of calculating profit, in which the negative reason appears as positive, in that with capitals in different spheres of investment, in which only the circulation times differ, longer circulation time is the basis for a higher price, in short, is one of the bases in the equalization of profits. 2. The circulation time forms only one moment of the turnover time, but the latter includes the production time or reproduction time. 3. The conversion of commodities into variable capital, wages, as conditioned by their previous transformation into money. In the case of capital accumulation, therefore, the conversion into additional variable capital takes place in the circulation sphere, or during the circulation time. Hence the accumulation arising therefrom appears to be due to the circulation time. Within the sphere of circulation, capital passes through the two opposing phases CM and MC, in whichever order. Thus its circulation time breaks down into two parts, the time needed for its transformation from commodity into money, and the time that it needs for its transformation from money into commodities. We already know from the analysis of simple commodity circulation, Volume 1, Chapter 3, that CM, the sale, is the most difficult part of its metamorphosis, and thus forms the greater part of the circulation time in normal circumstances. As money, value exists in its ever-convertible form. As commodity, it must first receive this form of direct exchangeability and hence constant readiness for action by being transformed into money. What is involved in the circulation process of capital in its phase MC is its transformation into those commodities which form the specific elements of productive capital in a given sphere of investment. The means of product by this Marx means classical political economy. See Volume 1, Chapter 1, 4, pp. 174-5, Note 34. Circulation time 205 tion may not be present on the market, needing first to be produced, or they may have to be drawn from distant markets, or there may be dislocations in their normal supply, changes of price, etc., in short, a mass of circumstances that are not recognizable in the simple change of form MC, but require for this part of the circulation phase either less time or more. Just as CM and MC are separated in time, so they may also be separated in space, the selling and the buying markets being in different places. In factories, for example, buyers and sellers are frequently even different persons. Circulation is just as necessary for commodity production as is production itself, and thus agents of circulation are just as necessary as agents of production. The reproduction process includes both functions of capital, and thus also the need for these functions to be represented, either by the capitalist himself, or by salaried workers, his agents. But this is just as little a reason for confusing the circulation agents with the production agents as it is a reason for confusing the functions of commodity capital and money capital with those of productive capital. The circulation agents must be paid by way of the production agents. But if capitalists who buy and sell among themselves create by this act neither products nor value, this situation is not altered when the scale of their business enables them to pass this function on to others, and indeed makes it necessary to do so. In many businesses, sellers and buyers are paid in the form of a percentage of the profit. The phrase that they are paid by the consumers is no help at all. The consumers can pay only in so far as they themselves produce, as agents of production, and equivalent in commodities, or alternatively appropriate this from the production agents, whether by a legal title, as their partners, etc., or through personal services. There is a distinction between CM and MC that has nothing to do with the difference in form between commodities and money, but derives from the capitalist character of production. In and for themselves, both CM and MC are mere translations of the given value from one form into the other. But CM is at the same time the realization of the surplus value contained in C. Not so MC, hence the sale is more important than the purchase. MC is in normal conditions a necessary act for the valorization of the value expressed in M, but it is not a realization of surplus value, It is a prelude to its production, not an appendix to it. The very form of existence of commodities, their existence as use values, sets certain limits to the circulation of the commodity capital C.M. If they do not enter into productive or individual consumption. 206 The metamorphoses of capital in their circuit within a certain interval of time, according to their particular characteristics. In other words, if they are not sold within a definite time, then they get spoiled, and lose, together with their use value, the property of being bearers of exchange value. Both the capital value contained in them and the surplus value added to it are lost. Use values remain the bearers of perennial and self-valorizing capital value only insofar as they are constantly renewed, are replaced by new use values of the same or another kind. Their sale in their finished commodity form, i.e. their entry, mediated through sale, into productive or individual consumption, is however the constantly repeated condition for their reproduction. They must change their old use form within a certain time, and continue their existence in a new one. It is only through this constant renewal of its body that the exchange value maintains itself. The use values of different commodities may decay at different speeds, thus a greater or lesser interval may elapse between their production and their consumption, and they may thus persist for a shorter or longer time in the circulation phase. CM is commodity capital, endure a shorter or longer circulation time as commodities. The limitation of the circulation time of commodity capital imposed by the spoiling of the commodity body itself is the absolute limit of this part of the circulation time, or of the time for which the commodity capital can circulate as commodity capital. The more perishable a commodity, the more directly after its production it must be consumed, and therefore sold. The smaller the distance it can move from its place of production, the narrower therefore is its sphere of spatial circulation, and the more local the character of its market. Hence, the more perishable a commodity, the greater are the absolute barriers to its circulation time that its physical properties impose, and the less appropriate it is as an object of capitalist production. Capitalism can only deal in commodities of this kind in populous places, or to the extent that distances are reduced by the development of means of transport. The concentration of the production of an article in a few hands, however, and in a populous place, can create a relatively large market even for an article of this kind, as is the case with the big breweries, dairies, etc. Chapter 6. The costs of circulation. Pure circulation costs. Buying and selling time capital's changes of form from commodity into money and from money into commodity are at the same time business transactions for the capitalist, acts of buying and selling. The time which these changes of form take for their completion exists subjectively, from the standpoint of the capitalist, as selling time and buying time, the time during which he functions as seller and buyer on the market. Just as the circulation time of capital forms a necessary part of its reproduction time, so the time during which the capitalist buys and sells, prowls around the market, forms a necessary part of the time in which he functions as a capitalist, i.e. as personified capital. It forms a part of his business hours. Since it was assumed that commodities are bought and sold at their values, all that is involved in these acts is the conversion of the same value from one form into another. From the commodity form into the money form, and from the money form into the commodity form. A change of state. If the commodities are sold at their values, then the amounts of value in the hands of both buyer and seller remain unchanged. It is only the form of existence that has altered. If the commodities are not sold at their values, then the sum of converted values remains unaffected. What is a plus for one side is a minus for the other. But the metamorphoses CM and MC are business transactions between buyer and seller. They need time to come to terms, the more so insofar as a struggle is involved here, in which each side seeks to get the better of the other. It is businessmen who face each other here, and, when Greek meets Greek, then comes the tug of war. The change of Nathaniel Lee, Rival Queens, in the Dramatic Works, Volume 3, London, 1734, page 266. 208 The metamorphoses of capital and their circuit state costs time and labor power, not to create value, but rather to bring about the conversion of the value from one form into the other, and so the reciprocal attempt to use this opportunity to appropriate an excess quantity of value does not change anything. This labor, increased by evil intent on either side, no more creates value than the labor that takes place in legal proceedings increases the value of the object in dispute. This labor, which is a necessary moment of the capitalist production process in its totality, and also includes circulation, or is included by it, behaves somewhat like the work of combustion, involved in setting light to a material that is used to produce heat. This work does not itself produce any heat, although it is a necessary moment of the combustion process. For example, in order to use coal as a fuel, I must combine it with oxygen, and for this purpose transform it from the solid into the gaseous state, for carbon dioxide, the result of the combustion, as coal in this state, Fe, i.e. effect a change in its physical form of existence or physical state. The separation of the carbon molecules that were combined into a solid whole, and the breaking down of the carbon molecule itself into its individual atoms, must precede the new combination, and this costs a certain expenditure of energy which it not transformed into heat, but rather detracts from the heat. When the commodity owners are not capitalists, but rather independent direct producers, the time they spend on buying and selling is a deduction from their labor time, and they therefore always seek, in antiquity, as also in the Middle Ages, Fe, to defer such operations to feast days. The dimensions assumed by the conversion of commodities in the hands of capitalists can naturally not transform this labor, which does not create value, but only mediates a change in the form of value, into value-creating labor. Just as little can such a miracle of transubstantiation proceed by a transposition, if the industrial capitalists, instead of themselves performing the work of combustion, make this into the exclusive business of third parties paid by them. These third parties will certainly not put their labor power at the disposal of the capitalists for the sake of their blue eyes. It is similarly immaterial for the rent collector of a landlord or the porter at a bank that their labor does not add one iota to the magnitude of the value of the rent, nor to the gold pieces carried to another bank by the sackful. For the capitalist who has others to work for him, buying and selling one. The above 3 paragraphs are taken from a note at the end of manuscript 8. The costs of circulation 209 is a major function. Since he appropriates the product of many people, on a larger social scale, so he has also to sell on such a scale, and later to transform money back again into the elements of production. Now, as before, the time taken up with buying and selling creates no value. An illusion is introduced here by the function of merchant's capital. But, without going into further detail, this much is clear from the start. If we have a function which, although in and for itself unproductive, is nevertheless a necessary moment of reproduction, then when this is transformed, through the division of labor, from the secondary activity of many into the exclusive activity of a few, into their special business, this does not change the character of the function itself. One merchant, considered here merely as the agent of the formal transformation of commodities, as mere buyer and seller, may, by way of his operations, shorten the buying and selling time for many producers. He should then be considered as a machine that reduces the expenditure of useless energy, or helps to set free production time. 2. In order to simplify the matter, since we shall only be considering the merchant as capitalist and merchant's capital, later on, let us assume that this buying and selling agent is a man who sells his labor. He expends his labor power and his labor time in the operations CM and MC, and hence he lives off this in the same way as someone else might live from spinning or making pills. He performs a necessary function, because the reproduction process itself includes unproductive functions. He works as well as the next man, but the content of his labor creates neither value nor products. He is himself part of the faux phrase, a production. His usefulness does not lie in his transforming into. The costs of trade, though necessary, must be viewed as a burdensome expenditure. Keynes, Analyse du tableau économique, Indira, Physiocrates, Part 1, Paris, 1846, page 71. According to Keynes, the profit that arises from competition among the merchants, insofar as this compels them to reduce their reward or gain, is strictly speaking only a loss avoided for the original seller and for the pure chasing consumer. That this prevention of loss on the costs of trade is not a real product or an addition to wealth effected by trade, whether we consider trade in itself, simply as exchange, independently of transport costs, or envisage it in conjunction with these costs, pp. 145-6. The costs of trade are always borne by the sellers of products, who would receive the full 11 price that the buyers pay, if there were no intermediate costs, page 163. Proprietaires and productors are salariants, merchants are salaries, landlords and capitalist producers are payers of wages, merchants are recipients of wages, page 164, Keynes, Dialogues sur e-commerce et sur les travaux des artisans, Indira, Physiocrates, Part 1, Paris, 1846. Marx's emphasis. Overhead costs. 210 The metamorphoses of capital in their circuit unproductive function into a productive one, are unproductive labor into productive. It would be a miracle if a transformation of this kind could be brought about by such a transference of functions. He is useful rather because a smaller part of society's labor power and labor time is now tied up in these unproductive functions. Still more, let us assume that he is simply a wage laborer, even if one of the better paid. Whatever his payment, as a wage laborer he works part of the day for nothing. He may receive every day the value product of 8 hours labor and function for 10. The 2 hours surplus labor that he performs no more produce value than do his 8 hours of necessary labor, although it is by means of the latter that a part of the social product is transferred to him. In the first place, both before and after, from the social point of view, a person's labor power is used up for 10 hours in this mere circulation function. It is not available for anything else, including productive labor. Secondly, however, society does not count these 2 hours of surplus labor, although they are spent by the individual who performs them. Society does not appropriate by this means any additional product or value. But the costs of circulation that he represents are reduced by a fifth, from 10 hours to 8. Society pays no equivalent for a fifth of this active circulation time whose agent he is. If it is the capitalist who employs these agents, then the circulation costs of his capital, which form a deduction from his receipts, are reduced by the non-payment of the 2 hours. For him, this is a positive profit, because the negative restriction on the valorization of his capital is reduced. As long as small independent commodity producers spend a part of their own time in buying and selling, this simply presents itself as time spent in the intervals between their productive function, or as a loss in their production time. In all circumstances, the time taken here is a cost of circulation, which does not add anything to the values converted. It is a necessary cost for transferring these from the commodity form into the money form. In so far as the capitalist commodity producer appears as the agent of circulation, he is distinguished from the direct commodity producer only in that he sells and buys on a larger scale, and hence functions as circulation agent to a higher degree. But if the scale of his business forces enables him to hire his own circulation agents as wage laborers, this does not affect the substance of the phenomenon. Labor power and labor time must be spent to a certain degree in the circulation process, insofar as this is a mere change of form. But this now appears as an additional outlay of capital, apart. The costs of circulation 211 of the variable capital must be deployed in acquiring these labor powers that function only in circulation. This capital advance creates neither products nor value. It proportionately reduces the scale on which the capital advanced functions productively. It is the same as if a part of the product was transformed into a machine that bought and sold the remaining part of the product. This machine means a deduction from the product. It is not involved in the production process, although it can reduce the labor power, etc. spent on circulation. It simply forms a part of the circulation costs. B. Bookkeeping. Besides the actual buying and selling, labor time is spent on bookkeeping, which requires pens, ink, paper, desks and other office equipment as well as objectified labor. Thus it is spent in this function both as labor power and as means of labor. In this connection, the same state of affairs obtains as with buying and selling time. As a unity within its circuits, as value in process, whether within the production sphere or the two phases of the circulation sphere, it is only ideally that capital exists in the shape of money of account, at first in the head of the commodity producer, capitalist or otherwise. By way of bookkeeping, which also includes the determination or reckoning of commodity prices, price calculation, the movement of capital is registered and controlled. The movement of production, and particularly of valorization, in which commodities figure only as bearers of value, as the names of things whose ideal value existence is set down in money of account, thus receives a symbolic reflection in the imagination. As long as the individual commodity producer either keeps his accounts merely in his head, as the peasant does, for example, only capitalist agriculture produces the bookkeeping farmer, or only keeps account of his expenses, receipts, dates of payment, etc. incidentally, outside his production time, it is obvious that this function of his, and the instruments of labor which he may use to perform it, such as paper, etc., represent an additional expenditure of labor time and instruments of labor, which, although necessary, constitutes a deduction both from the time that he can spend productively, and from the instruments of labor that function in the actual production process and enter into the formation of products and value. 3. The nature of the function itself is in 3. In the Middle Ages, agricultural bookkeeping was found only in the monasteries. We have seen, however, Volume 1, page 478, that a bookkeeper for agriculture 212 the metamorphoses of capital in their circuit no way changed by the scale that it assumes by being concentrated in the hands of the capitalist commodity producer, and by appearing, not as the function of many small commodity producers, but as that of one capitalist, as one function within a large-scale production process. Nor is it changed by being torn loose from the productive functions to which it is an adjunct and becoming the independent function of special agents who are exclusively entrusted with it. The division of labor, with one function becoming independent in this way, does not make this into a product or value-forming function if it is not so in itself, and thus was already so before it became independent. If a capitalist invests his capital for the first time, then he must invest one part in acquiring a bookkeeper, etc., and in means of bookkeeping. If his capital is already functioning, in its continuous reproduction process, then he must constantly transform a part of the commodity product, by way of money, into a bookkeeper, clerks, and so on. This part of the capital is withdrawn from the production process and belongs to the costs of circulation, as a deduction from the total yield, including the actual labor power which is exclusively devoted to this function. There is nevertheless a certain distinction between the costs arising from bookkeeping or unproductive expenditure of labor time on the one hand, and those of mere buying and selling time on the other. The latter arise simply from the particular social form of the production process, from the fact that it is a process of production of commodities. Bookkeeping, however, as the supervision and the ideal recapitulation of the process, becomes ever more necessary the more the process takes place on a social scale and loses its purely individual character. It is thus more necessary in capitalist production than in the fragmented production of handicraftsmen and peasants, more necessary in communal production than in capitalist. The costs of bookkeeping are however reduced with the concentration of production and in proportion to its increasing transformation into social bookkeeping. Already figured in the primitive Indian communities. Here bookkeeping gained an independent position as the exclusive function of a communal official. This division of labor saves time, energy and expense, but production and bookkeeping of production remain as separate as the cargo of a ship in the bill of lading. In the person of the bookkeeper, a portion of the communal labor power is withdrawn from production, and the costs of its function are replaced, not by his own labor, but by a deduction from the common product. Just as with the bookkeeper of the Indian community, so the same applies, mutatis mutandis, to the capitalist's bookkeeper. From Manuscript II. The costs of circulation 213. We are concerned here simply with the general character of those circulation costs that arise from the merely formal metamorphosis. It would be superfluous to go into all their detailed forms. But how forms pertaining to the merely formal transformation of value, thus arising from the specific social form of the production process, forms which in the case of the individual commodity producer are only evanescent and scarcely noticeable moments that run alongside his production or are dovetailed in with it. How these may strike the eye as massive circulation costs is seen in the simple case of the receipt and dispensing of money, Once this has become independent as an exclusive function of banks, etc., or of cashiers in individual businesses, and is concentrated on a large scale. What must be emphasized is that these circulation costs do not change their character with their altered form. See, money, whether a product is produced as a commodity or not, it is always a material form of wealth, a use value, destined for individual or product type consumption. As a commodity, its value exists only ideally in the price, which does not affect its actual use form. But the fact that certain commodities, such as gold and silver, function as money and, as such, dwell exclusively in the circulation process, for they also remain in the circulation sphere as hoard, reserve, etc., even if only latently, as purely a product of the particular social form of the production process, as a process of commodity production. Since, on the basis of capitalist production, the commodity is the general form of the product, the great mass of products are produced as commodities and must hence assume the money form. And since the mass of commodities, the part of the social wealth functioning as commodities, is constantly growing, so the quantity of the gold and silver that functions as a means of circulation, means of payment, reserve, etc. also increases. The commodities that function as money go neither into individual nor into productive consumption. They represent social labor fixed in a form in which it serves merely as a machine for circulation. Apart from the fact that a part of the social wealth is confined to this unproductive form, the wear and tear of money requires its steady replacement, or the transformation of more social labor. In the product form, into more gold and silver. These replacement costs are significant in nations where there is a developed capitalism, because the part of the wealth that is confined to 214 the metamorphoses of capital in their circuit the form of money is considerable. Gold and silver, as the money commodities, constitute for society costs of circulation that arise simply from the social form of production. They are faux frays of commodity production in general, which grow with the development of this production, and with capitalist production in particular. This is a part of the social wealth which has to be sacrificed to the circulation process. 4. 2. Costs of storage. Those circulation costs that proceed from the mere change in form of value, from circulation in its ideal sense, do not enter into the value of commodities. The portions of capital spent on them constitute mere deductions from the capital productively spent, as far as the capitalist is concerned. The circulation costs that we shall deal with now are different in nature. They can arise from production processes that are simply continued in the circulation sphere, and whose productive character is thus merely hidden by the circulation form. They may also be nothing but costs from the social point of view, unproductive expenditure of labor, either living or objectified, but precisely because of this they still have a value-forming effect for the individual capitalist, and form an addition to the selling price of his commodities. This follows from the simple fact that these costs differ between different individual capitals within the same production sphere. The act of adding them to the price of the commodity means that they become distributed in proportion to the degree to which they occur for the individual capitalist. But all labor that adds value can also add surplus value and will always add surplus value on the basis of capitalism, since the value that it forms is dependent on its own extent, and the surplus value that it forms is dependent on the extent to which the capitalist pays for it. Thus, while costs that make commodities dearer without increasing their use value are faux frays of production from the social point of view, for the individual capitalist they can constitute sources of enrichment. On the other hand, insofar as what they add to the price of the commodity merely distributes these circulation costs equally, they do not thereby for. The money circulating in a country is a certain portion of the capital of the country, absolutely withdrawn from productive purposes, in order to facilitate or increase the productiveness of the remainder. A certain amount of wealth is, therefore, as necessary in order to adopt gold as a circulating medium, as it is to make a machine, in order to facilitate any other production. Economist, Volume V. Page 520, the 8th of May 1847. The costs of circulation 215 cease to be unproductive in character. Insurance companies, for example, divide the losses of individual capitalists among the capitalist class. But this does not prevent the losses thus adjusted from being losses as before, from the standpoint of the total social capital. A stock formation in general during its existence is commodity capital, or its stay on the market, as long as it finds itself in the interval between the production process from which it emerges and the consumption process which it enters into, the product forms a commodity stock. As a commodity on the market, and hence in the form of a stock, commodity capital figures twice in each circuit. Once as the commodity product of the actual capital in process whose circuit is under consideration. The other time is the commodity product of another capital that must be present on the market in order to be sold and transformed into productive capital. It is possible, of course, that this latter commodity capital is produced only to order. There is then an interruption until it has been produced. The flow of the production and reproduction process, however, requires that a mass of commodities, means of production, is constantly present on the market, i.e. forms a stock. Productive capital similarly includes the purchase of labor power, and the money form is here only the value form of the means of subsistence that the worker must find for the greater part on the market. In the course of this subsection we shall go into this in more detail. The point, however, is already established. Let us take up the standpoint of the capital value in process, which has been transformed into commodity product and must now be sold or transformed back into money, and which therefore functions for the time being as commodity capital on the market. The state in which it forms a stock is therefore an inexpedient and involuntary stay on the market. The more quickly it is sold, the more fluid the reproduction process. The delay in the formal transformation hinders the material change that must occur in the circuit of capital, and thus its further functioning as productive capital. On the other hand, the constant presence of commodities on the market, the commodity stock, appears for MC as the condition for the flow of the reproduction process and for the investment of new or additional capital. The persistence of commodity capital as a commodity stock requires buildings, stores, containers, warehouses, i.e. an outlay of constant 216 the metamorphoses of capital in their circuit capital. It equally requires that payment be made for the labor power employed in placing the commodities in their containers. Furthermore, commodities decay and are subject to the damaging influence of the elements. Additional capital must thus be expended to protect the 111 from this, part IY in objective form as means of labor, and partly in labor power. 5. The existence of capital in its form as commodity capital, and hence as a commodity stock, gives rise to costs that, since they do not pertain to the production sphere, count as costs of circulation. These circulation costs are distinguished from those mentioned under heading 1 in as much as they do enter into the value of commodities to a certain extent, and thus make the commodities dearer. Under all circumstances, capital and labor power which serve to maintain and store the commodity stock are withdrawn from the direct production process. On the other hand, the capital employed here, including labor power as a component of the capital, must be replaced out of the social product. Hence this outlay has the same effect as a reduction in the productivity of labor, so that a greater quantity of capital and labor is required to obtain a specific useful effect. These are simply expenses. In so far as the costs of circulation made necessary by the formation of the commodity stock arise solely from the time taken to transform existing values from the commodity form into the money form, only from the specific social form of the production process, only from the fact that the product is produced as a commodity and must therefore also pass through a transformation into money, they share exactly the same character as the circulation costs enumerated under heading 1. On the other hand, however, the value of the commodities is conserved, or increased, only because the use value, the product itself, is transferred under certain objective conditions that cost an outlay of capital, and subjected to operations in which additional labor works on the use values. The calculation of the commodity values, the bookkeeping for this process, and the buying and selling, on the contrary, do not operate on the use value in which the commodity value exists. They are 5. Corbett calculated the costs of storing wheat for a 9-month period in 1841 as T% loss in quantity, 3% interest on the price, 2% warehouse rental, 1% sifting and drayage, % delivery, making a total of 7%, or 3s. 6d. per quarter on a wheat price of 50s. T. Corbett, An Inquiry into the Causes and Modes of the Wealth of Individuals, etc. London, 1841, p.140. According to the evidence given to the Railway Commission by the Liverpool merchants, the pure costs of grain storage in 1865 amounted to 2d. per quarter per month, or 9s. 10d. per ton. Royal Commission on Railways, 1867, evidence, page 19, number 331. The costs of circulation 217 only concerned with its form. Thus, although in the case assumed here these expenses of stock formation, which is here involuntary, arise purely from a delay in the change of form and from the necessity for this change, they are nevertheless distinguished from the expenses under heading 1 in that their actual object is not the formal transformation of value, but the conservation of the value which exists in the commodity as a product, a use value, and hence can be conserved only by conserving the product, the use value itself. The use value is not increased or raised, on the contrary, it declines. But its decline is restricted, and it itself is conserved. The value that is advanced and exists in the commodity is also not increased here. But new labor, both objectified and living, is added to it. We must now investigate how far these expenses proceed from the particular character of commodity production in general, and how far from commodity production in its universal, absolute form, i.e. capitalist commodity production. How far, too, they are common to all social production and simply assume a particular shape, a specific form of appearance, within capitalist production. Adam Smith put forward the incredible opinion that the formation of a stock is a phenomenon peculiar to capitalist production. 6. Later economists, e.g. Lalor, stressed on the contrary that with the development of capitalist production, stock formation declines. Sismondi even regarded this as one of the negative features of capitalist production. Asterisk. In point of fact, stock exists in 3 forms: in the form of productive capital, in the form of the individual consumption fund, and in the form of the commodity stock or commodity capital. Stock declines relatively in the one form when it increases in the other, although its absolute size may grow simultaneously in all 3 forms. It is clear from the start that, where production is oriented directly towards the satisfaction of the producer's own requirements, and only a small portion of goods are produced for exchange or sale, i.e. where the social product does not assume the commodity form, or does so only to a small extent, the stock in the form of commodity, the commodity stock, forms only a small and evanescent part of wealth. Here, however, the consumption fund, i.e. the fund of means of subsistence, is relatively large. One has only to consider the peasant economy of 6. The Wealthful Nations, Book 2, Introduction. 3. Lalor, Money and Morals, a book for the Times, London, 1852, pp. 43-4. Sismondi, Études sur Économie politique, 3rd eden, Volume 2, Paris, 1817, page 433. 218. The Metamorphoses of Capital and their Circuit Antiquity. Here an overwhelming part of the product was transformed directly, without forming a commodity stock, into a stock of means of production or means of subsistence, precisely because it remained in the hands of its possessor. Because it did not assume the form of a commodity stock, Adam Smith held that no stock existed in societies based on this mode of production. Adam Smith thus confused the form of stock with the stock itself, and believed that society previously lived from hand to mouth, abandoning itself to the hazards of the next day. 7. This is a childish misunderstanding. Stock in the form of productive capital exists as means of production that are already engaged in the production process, or at least in the hands of the producer, latently already in the production process. We have seen above that as the productivity of labor develops, and thus with the development of the capitalist mode of production, which develops the social productivity of labor more than all previous modes of production, the mass of means of production that are incorporated once and for all in the process in the form of means of labor, and function repeatedly in it over a longer or shorter period, buildings, machines, etc., constantly grows, and that its growth is both premise and effect of the development of the social productive power of labor. The growth of wealth in this form, which is not only absolute but also relative, cf. Volume 1, Chapter 25, 2, is particularly characteristic of the capitalist mode of production. The material forms of existence of the constant capital, however, the means of production, do not consist only of such means of labor, but also of material for labor at the most varied stages of elaboration, as well as ancillary materials. As the scale 7. Adam Smith believed that the formation of a stock arises only with the transformation of the product into a commodity, and the consumption stock into a commodity stock. The reverse is actually the case. This change of form in the course of the transition from production for the producer's own needs to commodity production gives rise to the most violent crises in the producer's economy. In India, for example, the disposition to hoard largely the grain for which little could be got in years of abundance has been observed right up to this day. Return. Bengal and Orissa Famine, House of Commons, 1867, pp.230. 231, number 74. The sudden increase in demand for cotton, jute, etc. as a result of the American Civil War led to a great limitation of rice cultivation in India, a rise in the price of rice, and the sale of old stocks of rice by the producers. On top of this, there was the unparalleled export of rice to Australia, Madagascar, etc. in 1864-6. Hence the acute character of the famine of 1866, which carried off 1 million people in Orissa alone, Op. Cit. pp. 174. 175,213,214, and 3. Papers relating to the famine in Bihar, pp. 32, 33, in which the drain of old stock is stressed as one of the causes of the famine. From manuscript 2. The costs of circulation 219 of production grows, and the productive power of labor grows through cooperation, division of labor, machinery, etc., so does the mass of raw material, ancillaries, etc. that go into the daily reproduction process. These elements must be ready to hand at the place of production. The extent of this stock in the form of productive capital thus grows absolutely. In order for the process to keep flowing, quite apart from whether this stock can be renewed daily or only at definite intervals, there must always be a greater store of raw material, etc. at the place of production than is used up daily or weekly, for example. The continuity of the process requires that the existence of its preconditions should depend neither on the possible interruption of daily purchases, nor on whether the commodity product is sold daily or weekly, and can therefore only irregularly be transformed back into its elements of production. But it is clear that the degree to which productive capital is latent or forms a stock can differ very greatly. It makes a great difference, for example, whether the mill owner has to have sufficient cotton or coal on hand for 3 months, or only for 1. We can see that this stock can decrease relatively even though it increases in absolute terms. This depends on various conditions which essentially all derive from the greater speed, regularity and certainty with which the necessary mass of raw material can be constantly supplied in such a way that no interruption arises. The less these conditions are fulfilled, and the less therefore the certainty, regularity and speed of the supply, the greater must be the latent part of the productive capital, i.e. the stock of raw materials, etc. in the hands of the producer and still waiting to be worked up. These conditions stand in inverse proportion to the level of development of capitalist production, and thus of the productive power of social labor. And so too, therefore, does the stock in this form. But what appears here as a decline in the stock, e.g. with Lalor, is in part only a decline of stock in the form of commodity capital or of commodity stock proper, i.e. a mere change of form of the same stock. For example, if a great mass of coal is produced every day in the country in question, i.e. if the scale and intensity of coal production is large, then the mill owner does not need a great store of coal in order to secure the continuity of his production. The constant and certain renewal of the coal supply makes this superfluous. Secondly, the speed with which the product of one process can be transferred to another process as means of production depends on the development of the means of transport and communication. The cheapness of transport plays a great role in this connection. The constantly repeated transport of 220 the metamorphoses of capital in their circuit of coal, for example, from the mine to the spinning mill will be dearer than the storage of a larger amount of coal for a longer period, if transport is relatively cheap. The two circumstances considered here proceed from the production process itself. The less dependent the mill owner is toward the renewal of his stocks of cotton, coal, etc. on the direct sale of his yarn. And the more developed the credit system, the smaller this direct dependence, the smaller the relative size of these stocks need be, in order to secure a continuous production of yam independent of the accidents of its sale. Fourthly, however, many raw materials, semi-finished goods, etc. require lengthy periods of time for their production, and this holds in particular for all raw materials provided by agriculture. If there is to be no interruption of the production process, then a definite stock of these must be present for the whole period of time in which new products cannot replace old. If this stock in the hands of the industrial capitalist declines, this only means that it increases in the form of a commodity stock in the hands of the merchant. The development of the means of transport, for example, permits cotton lying in the import docks to be quickly delivered from Liverpool to Manchester, so that the manufacturer can renew his stocks of cotton in relatively small portions according to his needs. But then the same cotton exists in even greater amounts as a commodity stock in the hands of the Liverpool merchants. There is thus simply a change in the form of the stock, which Lalor and others have overlooked. If we consider the social capital, there is the same quantity of products as before in the form of stock. For an individual country, the scale on which the quantity needed for the year, for example, must be held ready, declines with the development of the means of transport. If there are many steamships and sailing ships plying between America and Britain, then the opportunities for Britain to renew its cotton stock are increased, and thus the average volume of the cotton stock that Britain must keep in store declines. The development of the world market and the consequent multiplication of sources of supply for the same article has the same effect. The article is supplied bit by bit from different countries and at different points in time. b. The commodity stock proper. We have already seen how, on the basis of capitalist production, the commodity becomes the general form of the product, and the more so, the more this production develops in scale and depth. Thus a far greater. The costs of circulation 221 part of the product exists as a commodity, even at the same scale of production, in comparison either with earlier modes of production, or with the capitalist mode of production itself at a less developed stage. But every commodity, and thus also every commodity capital, which is simply a commodity, even if a commodity is the form of existence of capital value, insofar as it does not directly pass from the sphere of its production into productive or individual consumption, and finds itself on the market during the interval, forms an element of the commodity stock. In and for itself. Assuming the scale of product Tion is constant, the commodity stock therefore grows with capitalist production. We have already seen that this is only a change of form for the stock, that the stock increases in commodity form because it decreases in the form of direct production or consumption stock. There is simply a changed social form of the stock. If at the same time there is an increase not only in the relative size of the commodity stock, in relation to the total social product, but also in its absolute size, this is because the volume of the total product increases with capitalist production. As capitalist production develops, the scale of production is determined to an ever lesser degree by the immediate demand for the product, and to an ever greater degree by the scale of the capital which the individual capitalist has at his disposal, by his capital's drive for valorization and the need of his production process for continuity and extension. The mass of products from every particular branch of production that are on the market as commodities, or seek an outlet, necessarily grows together with this. The mass of capital tied up for a shorter or longer time in the form of commodity capital grows, and hence the commodity stock grows as well. Ultimately, most members of the society are transformed into wage laborers, people who live from hand to mouth, who receive their wages by the week and spend them by the day, and must thus find their means of subsistence available as a stock. However rapidly the particular elements of this stock may flow, a part of them must always stand still in order for the stock to remain in motion. All these moments arise out of the form of production, and the changes of form which are included in it, and which the product must pass through in the circulation process. Whatever the social form of the stock of products, its storage involves costs, buildings, containers, etc. which form receptacles for the product, similarly means of production and labor. More or less according to the 222 the metamorphoses of capital and their circuit nature of the product, which must be spent to ward off damaging influences. The more these stocks are socially concentrated, the smaller, relatively speaking, are the costs. These outlays always form part of social labor, whether in objectified or living form. Thus in the capitalist form they are outlays of capital, which do not go towards the formation of the product itself, and are thus deductions from it. They are necessary expenditures of social wealth, for they are the costs of conserving the social product, whether its existence as an element of the commodity stock arises merely from the social form of production, i.e. from the commodity form and its necessary transformations, or whether we consider the commodity stock simply as a special form of the stock of products common to all societies, even if not in the form of a commodity stock, this particular form of stock pertaining to the circulation process. The question now arises as to what extent these expenses enter into the value of commodities. If the capitalist has transformed the capital he advanced in means of production and labor power into products, into a certain mass of commodities ready for sale, and these remain in store unsold, then it is not only the valorization process of his capital that is held up during this time. The expenditures that the conservation of this stock requires in buildings, additional labor. etc. form a positive loss. The eventual purchaser would laugh at the capitalist if he said, I could not sell my commodity for 6 months, and it not only cost me so and so much in idle capital to maintain it for these 6 months, but also caused expenses X. So much the worse for you, the buyer will say, for next to you there is another seller whose commodity was finished only yesterday. Your commodity is evidently a white elephant, and probably more or less damaged by the ravages of time. You must therefore sell cheaper than your rival. Whether the commodity producer is the real producer of his commodity, or its capitalist producer, and therefore merely the representative of the real producer, in no way affects the conditions of life of the commodity. He has to transform his article into money. The expenses it cost him to maintain it in its commodity form pertain to his own individual experience, and do not interest the buyer of the commodity. The latter does not pay him for the circulation time of his commodity. Even if the capitalist deliberately keeps his commodity off the market, in times of a real or anticipated revolution in values, it depends on whether this revolution actually comes about, on the correctness or incorrectness of his speculation, whether he realizes his. The costs of circulation 223 additional expenses. The revolution in values is not the result of his expenses. Thus, in so far as the formation of a stock is a hold-up in circulation, the expenses occasioned by it add no value to the commodity. On the other hand, there can be no stock without a delay in the circulation sphere, without the capital persisting for a longer or shorter period in its commodity form. Thus there can be no stock without a hold-up in circulation, just as no money can circulate without the formation of a money reserve. That is to say, without the commodity stock, no commodity circulation. If the capitalist does not encounter this necessity in CM, then he encounters it in MC, not for his own commodity capital, but for the commodity capital of other capitalists, who produce means of production for him and means of subsistence for his workers. Whether the formation of a stock is voluntary or involuntary, whether the commodity producer deliberately builds up a stock or whether his commodities form a stock as a result of the resistance that the circumstances of the circulation process itself oppose to their sale, makes no essential difference to the matter. Yet it is useful to know, as a contribution toward solving this question, what it is that distinguishes voluntary from involuntary stock formation. The involuntary formation of a stock arises from, or is identical with, a hold-up in circulation that is independent of the knowledge of the commodity producer and goes against his intentions. What characterizes voluntary stock formation? Here the seller still attempts to get rid of his commodities as fast as possible. He still offers his product for sale as a commodity. If he were to withdraw it from sale, it would form only a potential, 8UV and E.L. element of the commodity stock, and not an actual, EV, pi sad face 1. The commodity as such is still for him simply the bearer of its exchange value, and as such it can only have its effect by and through shedding its commodity form and assuming the money form. The commodity stock must have a certain volume in order to satisfy the scale of demand over a given period. The continual extension of the circle of buyers is taken into account in this connection. In order to last for one day, for example, one part of the commodities on the market must persist in the commodity form, while the other part flows and is transformed into money. Of course, the part that stands still in this way steadily declines, as the scale of the stock itself declines, until it is finally all sold. This stagnation of commodities is thus taken into account here as a necessary condition for their sale. Moreover, it must be greater in scale than the average sale or the average demand, otherwise excesses. 224 The metamorphoses of capital and their circuit above this average could not be satisfied. On the other hand, the stock must be constantly renewed, because it is constantly disappearing. In the last instance, this renewal can derive only from production, from a supply of the commodity. It is immaterial whether this comes from abroad or not. The renewal depends on the periods that the commodities need for their reproduction. The stock of commodities must be adequate for this length of time. The fact that this stock does not remain in the hands of the original producers, but runs through various reservoirs, from the large-scale merchant to the retail trader, changes only the appearance, and not the thing itself. From the social point of view, a part of the capital still exists in the form of commodity stock, as long as the commodity has not entered into productive or individual consumption. The producer himself attempts to have an inventory adequate for his average demand, in order not to be directly dependent on production, and to secure himself a constant circle of customers. The production periods give rise to dates of purchase, and the commodity forms a stock for a longer or shorter period of time before it can be replaced by new items of the same kind. It is only by way of this stock formation that the permanence and continuity of the circulation process is ensured, and hence that of the reproduction process, which includes the circulation process. We must remember that CM can be completed for the producer of C even though C is still on the market. If the producer himself intended to keep his own commodity in store until it was sold to the final consumer, he would have to set in motion a double capital, once as producer of the commodity, the other time as merchant. As far as the commodity itself is concerned, whether it is considered as an individual commodity or as a component part of the social capital, it makes no difference to the situation whether the expenses of stock formation fall onto its producers or onto a series of merchants from a to Z, in as much as the commodity stock is nothing more than the commodity form of the stock that would still exist on the given scale of social production, either as productive stock, latent production fund, or as a consumption fund, reserve of means of consumption. If it did not exist as a commodity stock, the expenses required to maintain the stock, that is the expenses of stock formation. The objectified or living labor spent on this are merely the transposed expenses of maintaining the social production fund and the social consumption fund. The increase in the value of the commodity to which they give rise simply distributes these expenses proportionately between the various commodities, as they are different for different sorts of commodity. The costs of circulation 225 expenses of stock formation continue to be deductions from the social wealth, even though they are a condition of its existence. It is only in so far as the commodity stock is a condition of commodity circulation in itself a fund that has necessarily arisen in commodity circulation, in so far therefore as this apparent stagnation is a form of the flow itself, that it is nominal. But once the commodities lingering in their circulation stores fail to make room for the incoming wave of production, and the stores are overfilled, the commodity stock expands as a result of the stagnation of circulation, just as hoards grow if the money circulation stagnates. It is quite immaterial here whether this stagnation takes place in the storeroom of the industrial capitalist or the warehouse of the merchant. The commodity stock is then not a condition of uninterrupted sale, but a consequence of the unsaleability of the commodities. The expenses remain the same, but as they arise purely from the form, from the necessity of transforming the commodities into money, and the difficulty of this metamorphosis, they do not enter into the value of the commodities, but form deductions, a loss of value in the realization of value. Since the normal and the abnormal forms of the stock are not distinguished in their form, and both are stagnations of circulation, the phenomena can be confused, and may deceive the agents of production themselves all the more, in that it is possible for the producer to feel that the circulation process of his capital is occurring, that it is in flux, even though the circulation of his commodities, which have passed into the hands of the merchants, is stagnating. If the extent of production increases, then, other circumstances remaining the same, so does the volume of the commodity stock. It is then renewed and absorbed just as quickly, but on a greater scale. The rise in the volume of the commodity stock as a result of a stagnation in circulation can thus be mistaken for a symptom of an expansion in the reproduction process, particularly if the real movement is mystified by the development of the credit system. The expenses of stock formation consist of 1. A quantitative reduction in the mass of the product, e.g. with stocks of flour, 2. A deterioration in quality, 3. The objectified and living labor required to conserve the stock, 3. Transport costs. It is not necessary to go into all the details of the costs of circulation here, such as packing, sorting, etc. The general law is that all circulation costs that arise simply from a change in form of the commodity cannot 226 the metamorphoses of capital in their circuit add any value to it. They are simply costs involved in realizing the value or transferring it from one fund into another. The capital expended in these costs, including the labor it commands, belongs to the faux-frais of capitalist production. The replacement of these costs must come from the surplus product, and from the standpoint of the capitalist class as a whole it forms a deduction of surplus value or surplus product, in just the same way as the time that a worker needs to buy his means of subsistence is lost time for him. Transport costs, however, play too important a role not to be briefly considered here. Within the circuit of capital and the commodity metamorphoses that form a section of it, the metabolism of social labor takes place. This metabolism may require a motion of the products in space, their real movement from one location to another. But circulation of commodities can also take place without their physical movement, as can the transport of products without commodity circulation, even without direct exchange of products. A house that is sold by a to-be circulates as a commodity, but it does not get up and walk. Movable commodity values, such as cotton or pig iron, can remain in the same warehouse while they undergo dozens of circulation processes, and are bought and resold by speculators. 8. What actually moves here is the property title to the thing and the thing itself. In the realm of the Incas, on the other hand, the transport industry played a major role, although the social product neither circulated as a commodity nor was distributed by means of exchange. If the transport industry therefore appears as a cause of circulation costs on the basis of capitalist production, this particular form of appearance in no way alters the substance of the matter. The quantity of products is not increased by their transport. The change in their natural properties that may be effected by transport is also, certain exceptions apart, not an intended useful effect, but rather an unavoidable evil. But the use value of things is realized only in their consumption, and their consumption may make a change of location necessary, and thus also the additional production process of the transport industry. The productive capital invested in this industry thus adds 8. Stork. Cabs this circulation, actus, artificial circulation. Henri Stork was a Russian vulgarizer of classical political economy, though he wrote in French and his principal work, the Cours d'économie politique, was published in Paris in 1823. By Stoffwechsel or metabolism, Marx means the exchange of matter between man and nature effected by labor. See Volume 1, Chapter 7, page 283. The costs of circulation 227 value to the products transported, partly through the value carried over from the means of transport, partly through the value added by the work of transport. This latter addition of value can be divided, as with all capitalist production, into replacement of wages and surplus value. Within every production process, the change of location of the object of labor and the means of labor and labor power needed for this plays a major role. For instance, cotton that is moved from the carding shop into the spinning shed, coal lifted from the pit to the surface. The transfer of the finished product as a finished commodity from one separate place of production to another a certain distance away shows the same phenomenon, only on a larger scale. The transport of products from one place of production to another is followed by that of the finished products from the sphere of production to the sphere of consumption. The product is ready for consumption only when it has completed this movement. As we have already seen, it is a general law of commodity production that the productivity of labor and the value it creates stand in inverse proportion. This holds for the transport industry as much as any other. The smaller the quantity of labor, dead and living, that is required to transport a commodity for a given distance, the greater the productive power of the labor, and vice versa. 9. Ricardo quotes Say. Who saw it as one of the blessings of trade that it increased the transport costs of the products, or raised their value. Commerce, says Say, enables us to obtain a commodity in the place where it is to be found, and to convey it to another where it is to be consumed. It therefore gives us the power of increasing the value of the commodity, by the whole difference between its price in the first of these places, and its price in the second. Ricardo remarks on this. True, but how is this additional value given to it? By adding to the cost of production, first, the expenses of conveyance, secondly, the profit on the advances of capital made by the merchant. The commodity is only more valuable, because more labor is expended on its production and conveyance, before it is purchased by the consumer. This must not be mentioned as one of the advantages of commerce. Ricardo, Principles of Political Economy, 3rd edition, London, 1821, pp. 309, 310, Pelican edition, page 270 ND. Jean-Baptiste Say, the French economist, took advantage of the confusion in Adam Smith's theory of the revenues of the three major classes, see below, pp. 454 Father, to found the vulgar economic doctrine of the factors of production, presenting land, capital and labor as independent sources of rent, profit and wages. This is referred to by Marx as the Trinity Formula, cf. Capital Volume 3, Chapter 48, and the important but seldom read addendum to Theories of Surplus Value on Revenue and its Sources. Vulgar Political Economy, Part 1 II, pp. 453 ff. Say's law, to the effect that supply creates its own demand, and that there can therefore never be general overproduction, reigns supreme in bourgeois economics. 228 The metamorphoses of capital in their circuit. The absolute magnitude of value added by the transport of commodities stands in inverse proportion to the productive power of the transport industry and in direct proportion to the distance to be covered, other circumstances remaining the same. The relative part of value that transport costs add to the price of the commodity, under otherwise equal circumstances, stands in direct proportion to their size and weight. The modifying circumstances are numerous. Transport requires, for example, greater or lesser measures of precaution, hence more or less expenditure of labor and means of labor, according to the relative fragility, perishability and explosiveness of the article. The railway magnates have shown greater genius in inventing fantastic species than have botanists or zoologists. The classification of goods on the British railways, for example, fills volumes, and rests for its general principle on the tendency to transform the variegated natural properties of goods into an equal number of transportation ailments and pretexts for obligatory impositions. Glass, which was formerly worth £11 per crate, is now worth only £2 since the improvements which have taken place in manufactures, and since the abolition of the duty. But the rate for carriage is the same as it was formerly, and higher than it was previously, when carried by canal. Formerly, manufacturers informed me that they had glass and glasswares for the plumber's trad, carried at about IDs per ton, within 50 miles of Birmingham. At the present time, the rate to cover risk of breakage, which we can very rarely get allowed, is 3 times that amount. The companies always resist any claim that is made for breakages. 1.0 Moreover, the fact that the relative share that transport costs add to the value of an article stands in inverse proportion to its value is made by the railway magnates into a special reason for taxing an article in direct proportion to its value. The complaints of the industrialists and merchants on this score are repeated on every page of the evidence in the above quoted report. The capitalist mode of production reduces the transport costs for the individual commodity by developing the means of transport and communication, as well as by concentrating transport, i.e. by increasing its from its formulation in 1817 through to the Keynesian Revolution. Though even Keynes's theory is itself simply one of underconsumption, teaching that the problem of overproduction, i.e. the inability of the working class to buy sufficient of the goods produced, can be solved by an increase in the supply of money. 10. Royal Commission on Railways, Evidence, Op. Cit. Page 31, number 630. The costs of circulation 229 scale. It increases the part of social labor, both living and objectified, that is spent on commodity transport, firstly by transforming the great majority of all products into commodities, and then by replacing local by distant markets. The circulating of commodities, their actual course in space, can be resolved into the transport of commodities. The transport industry forms on the one hand an independent branch of production, and hence a particular sphere for the investment of productive capital. On the other hand, it is distinguished by its appearance as the continuation of a production process within the circulation process and for the circulation process. Part 2. The turnover of capital. Chapter 7. Turnover time and number of turnovers. As we have seen, the overall time of circulation of a given capital is the sum of its circulation time proper and its production time. It is the period of time that elapses from the moment that the capital value is advanced in a particular form until the return of the capital value in process in the same form. The specific purpose of capitalist production is always the valorization of the value advanced, whether this value is advanced in its independent form, i.e. the money form, or in commodities, in which case its value form only possesses an ideal independence in the price of the commodities advanced. In both cases, this capital value passes through different forms of existence in the course of its circuit. Its identity with itself is established in the capitalist's ledger, or in the form of money of account. Whether we take the form M, or the form P, both these forms include the following facts. 1. The value advanced functions as capital value and is valorized. 2. After describing its process, it returns to the form in which this process began. In M, both the valorization of M, the value advanced, and the return of the capital to this form, the money form, are readily apparent. But the same thing also takes place in the second form. For the starting point of P is the presence of the elements of production, commodities of a given value. This form includes the valorization of this value, C and M, and its return to its original form, since in the second P the value advanced once again possesses the form of the elements of production in which it was originally advanced. As we saw in the previous volume, if production has a capitalist form, so too will reproduction. Just as in the capitalist mode of production the labor process appears only as a means towards the process of valorization, so in the case of Reproduct 234 the turnover of capital tion it appears only as a means of reproducing the value advanced as capital, as self-valorizing value, Volume 1, Chapter 23, page 711. The three forms, M, 2, P, and 3, C, C, are distinguished in the following ways. In form 2, P, the repetition of the process of reproduction, is expressed as a reality, whereas in form I it is only a possibility. Both of these, however, are distinguished from form 3 insofar as the capital value advanced, whether as money or in the shape of the material elements of production, forms the starting point and hence also the point of return. In M, the return is M equals M plus M. If the process is repeated on the same scale, then M again forms the starting point. M does not enter into it, but simply shows us that although M has been valorized as capital and thus created a surplus value, it has cast this surplus value off. In the form P, the capital value P advanced in the form of the elements of production forms the point of departure. The form includes its valorization. In the case of simple reproduction, it is the same capital value that begins its process again in the same form. In the case of accumulation, P, possessing a value of M, or C, now starts the process as an increased capital value. But the process still begins with capital value advanced in the original form, even if with a greater value than previously. In form 3, however, the capital value does not begin the process as capital value advanced, but as capital value already valorized, as the total wealth existing in the form of commodities, of which the capital value advanced forms only a part. This latter form is important for part 3 of the present volume, where the movement of individual capitals will be dealt with in its relationship with the movement of the total social capital. But it cannot be used for the turnover of capital, which always begins with the advance of capital value, in the form either of money or of commodities, and always requires the return of the circling capital value in the form in which it was advanced. Out of circuits I and II, the former will be adhered to insofar as the influence of the turnover on the formation of surplus value is the main thing under consideration, the latter insofar as its influence on the formation of the product is concerned. Just as the economists have rarely distinguished between the different forms of the circuit, so too they have rarely considered these separately in connection with the turnover of capital. They have generally concentrated on the form M, because it is this that dominates the individual capitalist and is used by him in his calculations, even if money forms the starting point only in the shape of money of account. Certain turnover time and number of turnovers 235 others proceed from outlays in the form of elements of production, finishing with the receipt of returns, without even mentioning the form of these returns, whether they are in commodities or money. For example, the economic cycle, as the whole course of production, from the time that outlays are made till returns are received. In agriculture, seed time is its commencement, and harvesting its ending. S.P. Newman, Elements of Political Economy, Andover and New York, page 81. Others begin with C, Form 3. The world of trade may be conceived to revolve in what we shall call an economic cycle, which accomplishes one revolution by business, coming round again, through its successive transactions, to the point from which it set out. Its commencement may be dated from the point at which the capitalist has obtained those returns by which his capital is replaced to him, whence he proceeds anew to engage his workmen, to distribute among them, in wages, their maintenance, or rather, the power of lifting it, to obtain from them, in finished work, the articles in which he specially deals, to bring these articles to market and there terminate the orbit of one set of movements, by effecting a sale, and receiving, in its proceeds, a return for the whole outlays of the period. T. Chalmers, on Political Economy, 2nd ed., Glasgow, 1832, page 85. When the entire capital value that the individual capitalist invests in one branch of production or other has described its cyclical movement, it exists once again in its original form and can then repeat the same process. It has to repeat it if the value is to be perpetuated and valorized as capital value. In the life of the capital, the individual circuit forms only a section that is constantly repeated, a period. At the close of the period m, the capital exists again in the form of money capital and passes once more through the series of changes of form that constitute its process of reproduction and valorization. At the close of the period p, the capital exists again in the form of the elements of production which constitute the premise of its repeated circuit. The circuit of capital, when this is taken not as an isolated act but as a periodic process, is called its turnover. The duration of this turnover is given by the sum of its production time and its circulation time. This period of time forms the capital's turnover time. It thus measures the interval between one cyclical period of the total capital value and the Thomas Chalmers, 1780 to 1847, as described by Marx in Theories of Surplus Value, Part 1, page 290, as one of the most fanatical Malthusians. Like Malthus, he was himself a cleric, and in fact professor of divinity at Glasgow University. 236 The turnover of capital. Next, the periodicity in the capital's life process, or, if you like, the time required for the renewal and repetition of the valorization and production process of the same capital value. If we disregard the individual occurrences that may accelerate or shorten the turnover time of an individual capital, the turnover times of capitals differ according to their different spheres of investment. As the working day forms the natural measuring unit for the function of labor power, so the year forms the natural measuring unit for the turnovers of capital in process. The natural basis for this measurement is that the most important food crops in the temperate zone, the native ground of capitalist production, are annual products. If we call the year, as measurement unit of the turnover time, U, the turnover time of a particular capital U, and the number of its turnovers N, then N equals U if the turnover time U is 3 months, for example, then UN equals 2 equals 4. The capital completes 4 turnovers in a year, or turns over 4 times. If U equals 18 months, then N equals T, equals I. The capital only gets through 2/3 of its turnover time in 1 year. If the turnover time amounts to several years, then it is reckoned in terms of multiples of a year. For the capitalist, the turnover time of his capital is the time for which he has to advance his capital in order for this to be valorized and for him to receive it back in its original shape. Before we investigate more closely the influence of turnover on the production and valorization process, we have to consider 2 new forms which capital obtains as a result of the circulation process, and which affect the form of its turnover. Chapter 8. Fixed capital and circulating capital. The formal distinctions we saw in Volume 1, Chapter 8, that one part of the constant capital maintains the specific use form in which it enters the production process, over and against the products that it helps to fashion. It continues to perform the same functions over a shorter or longer period, in a series of repeated labor processes. Examples of this are factory buildings, machines, etc. In short, everything that we collect together under the description means of labor. This part of the constant capital gives up value to the product in proportion to the exchange value that it loses together with its use value. The extent to which the value of such a means of production is given up or transferred to the product that it helps to fashion is determined by an average calculation. It is measured by the average duration of its function, from the time that it enters the production process as means of production to the time it is completely used up, is dead, and has to be replaced or reproduced by a new item of the same kind. The peculiarity of this part of the constant capital, the means of labor in the strict sense, is this. A part of the capital has been advanced in a form of constant capital, i.e. means of production, which then function as factors of the labor process so long as they maintain the independent use shape with which they entered it. The finished product, and thus also the elements of its formation, insofar as they are transformed into the product, is ejected from the production process, and passes as a commodity from the sphere of production into that of circulation. The means of labor, on the other hand, never leave the production sphere once they have stepped into it. Their function confines them firmly within it. A part of the capital value advanced is fixed in this form, which is determined by the function of the means of labor in the process. As a means of labor functions and is used up, one part of its value passes over to the product, p.311. 238 The turnover of capital while another part remains fixed in the means of labor and hence in the production process. The value fixed in this way steadily declines, until the means of labor is worn out and has therefore distributed its value, in a longer or shorter period, over the volume of products that has emerged from a series of continually repeated labor processes. As long as a means of labor still remains effective, and does not yet have to be replaced by a new item of the same kind, some constant capital value remains fixed in it, while another part of the value originally fixed in it passes over to the product and thus circulates as a component of the commodity stock. The longer the means of labor lasts and the more slowly it wears out, the longer the constant capital value remains fixed in this use form. But whatever its degree of durability, the proportion in which it gives up value is always in inverse ratio to the overall duration of its function. If 2 machines are of equal value, but one of them wears out in 5 years and the other in 10, then the first gives up twice as much value in the same space of time as the second does. The part of the capital value that is fixed in the means of labor circulates, just like any other part. As we have seen, the whole of the capital value is in constant circulation, and in this sense, therefore, all capital is circulating capital. But the circulation of the part of the capital considered here is a peculiar one. In the first place, it does not circulate in its use form. It is rather its value that circulates, and this does so gradually, bit by bit, in the degree to which it is transferred to the product that circulates as a commodity. A part of its value always remains fixed in it as long as it continues to function, and remains distinct from the commodities that it helps to produce. This peculiarity is what gives this part of the constant capital the form of fixed capital. All other material components of the capital advanced in the production process, on the other hand, form, by contrast to it, circulating or fluid capital. There is a further part of the means of production, those ancillaries that are consumed by the means of labor proper as they function, such as coal by the steam engine, or which only support the action, such as gas for lighting, etc., which also do not enter the product in their material form. It is only their value that constitutes part of the value of the product. The product circulates their value in its own circulation, and they have this in common with fixed capital. But they are completely consumed in every labor process that they enter into, and therefore, with each new labor process, they must be completely replaced by new items of the same kind. They do not preserve their independent use. Fixed capital and circulating capital 239 shape as they function. And so no part of the capital value, either, remains fixed in their old use shape, their natural form. The fact that this part of the ancillaries does not materially enter into the product, but enters the value of the product only according to its own value, and the related fact that the function of these materials is confined within the sphere of production, has misled economists such as Ramsey, who at the same time confuses fixed and constant capital, into applying to them the category of fixed capital. Asterisk. The part of the means of production that enters the product materially, raw materials, etc., thereby receives, to some extent, a form in which it can later enter individual consumption as a means of enjoyment. Means of labor, for their part, the material bearers of fixed capital, are consumed only productively, and cannot enter individual consumption, since they do not enter the product or use value which they help to fashion, but rather maintain their independent shape vis it until they are completely worn out. An exception to this is provided by the means of transport. The use effect that these produce in their productive function, during their stay in the sphere of production. The change of location simultaneously enters individual consumption, e.g. that of the traveler. The latter then pays for their use just as he pays for the use of other means of consumption. As we have seen, the distinction between raw material and ancillaries can become blurred, as in the manufacture of chemicals, for example. The same is true with the distinction between means of labor on the one hand, and ancillaries and raw materials on the other. In agriculture, for instance, the materials added to improve the soil partly enter the plant product as formative elements. Their effect, however, is spread over a fairly long period, e.g. 4 to 5 years. One part of these, therefore, enters the product materially, and thus immediately transfers its value to it, while another part remains fixed in its old use form, so that its value does too. It continues to exist as means of production and hence receives the form of fixed capital. An ox, as a draft animal, is fixed capital. If it is eaten, however, it no longer functions either as a means of labor or as fixed capital. The quality that gives a part of the capital value spent on means of production the character of fixed capital lies exclusively in the specific. Asterisk. See Theories of Surplus Value, Part 1 II, pp. 326-8. Marx considered Sir George Ramsay, 1871, to be one of the last representatives of classical, bourgeois, political economy. An essay on the distribution of wealth was published in Edinburgh in 1836. TC Volume 1, page 288. 240. The turnover of capital manner in which this value circulates. This particular manner of circulation arises from the particular way in which the means of labor gives up its value to the product, or acts to form value during the production process. This in turn arises from the special way in which the means of labor function in the labor process. We know that the same use value that emerges from one labor process in the shape of a product can enter another labor process as means of production. It is only the function of a product as a means of labor in the production process that makes it fixed capital. It is in no way fixed capital in itself, just as it emerges from a process. A machine that is the product and thus the commodity of a machine builder is part of his commodity capital. It only becomes fixed capital in the hands of its buyer, the capitalist who employs it productively. Assuming that all other circumstances remain the same, the degree of fixedness grows with the durability of the means of labor. On this durability depends the size of the difference between the capital value fixed in means of labor, and the part of this value that is given up to the product in repeated labor processes. The more slowly this value is given up, and the means of labor gives up value with each repetition of the same labor process, the greater is the capital still fixed, and the greater the difference between the capital employed in the production process and the capital consumed in it. Once this difference has disappeared, the means of labor has lived out its time, and lost its value together with its use value. It has ceased to be a bearer of value. Since the means of labor, like every other material bearer of constant capital, gives up value to the product only to the extent that it loses its value together with its use value, then the longer it lasts out in the production process, the longer is the period for which constant capital remains fixed in it. If a means of production which is not a means of labor in the strict sense, e.g. ancillaries, raw material, semi-finished goods, etc., behaves with respect to the way it gives up value and hence to the mode of circulation of its value in the same way as the means of labor, then it is also a material bearer, a form of existence, of fixed capital. This is the case with the already mentioned improvements to the soil, which put into it chemical components whose effect extends over several periods of production or several years. Here, one part of the value continues to exist alongside the product in its independent shape, or in the shape of fixed capital, while another portion of value is given up to the product and hence circulates with it. In a case like this, it is not only a part of the fixed capital and circulating capital 241 value of the fixed capital that enters the product, but also the use value, the substance, in which this portion of value exists. Besides their basic error, their confusion of the categories of fixed and circulating capital with the categories of constant and variable capital, the confusion in the demarcation of concepts made by previous economists rests primarily on the following points. Firstly, certain properties that characterize the means of labor materially are made into direct properties of fixed capital, e.g. physical immobility, such as that of a house. But it is always easy to show that other means of labor, which are also as such fixed capital, ships for example, have the opposite property, physical mobility. Alternatively, the formal economic characteristic that arises from the circulation of value is confused with a concrete, Dinglich, property, as if things, which are never capital at all in themselves, could already in themselves and by nature be capital in a definite form, fixed or circulating. We saw in Chapter 7 of Volume 1 * that the means of production in any labor process, irrespective of the social conditions under which it is pursued, are divisible into means of labor and object of labor. It is only within the capitalist mode of production, however, that the two become capital, in fact, productive capital, as defined in Part 1. Here the distinction between means of labor and object of labor which is based in the nature of the labor process itself is reflected in the new form of the distinction between fixed capital and circulating capital. It is only in this way that a thing that functions as means of labor becomes fixed capital. If its material properties also allow it to serve for other functions than that of means of labor, then whether it is fixed capital or not depends on these various functions. Cattle as draft animals are fixed capital. When being fattened for slaughter they are raw material that eventually passes into circulation as a product, and so not fixed but circulating capital. The mere length of time for which a mean of production is fixed in repeated labor processes which are related and continuous, and hence form a production period, the total production time that is needed in order to complete the product, already involves a longer or shorter advance for the capitalist, just as is the case with fixed capital, but this alone does not make his capital fixed capital. Seed, for example, is not fixed capital, but simply raw material that is fixed in the production process for approximately a year. All capital that functions as productive capital is fixed in the production process, and thus so are all the elements pp. 283-8. 242 The turnover of capital of that productive capital, whatever may be their material shape, their function, or the mode of circulation of their value. Whether they are fixed in this way for a longer or shorter time, according to the kind of production process or the intended useful effect, is not what makes the distinction between fixed and circulating capital. Some of the means of labor, including the general conditions of labor, are held fast in their place once they enter the production process as means of labor and are made ready for their productive function, machines for example. Other means of labor, however, are product from the start in this static form, tied to the spot, such as improvements to the soil, factory buildings, blast furnaces, canals, railways, etc. The continued attachment of the means of labor to the production process in which it is to function is here simultaneously conditioned by its sensuous mode of existence. On the other hand, a means of labor may constantly change its physical place, move, and yet be engaged throughout in the production process, as with a locomotive, a ship, draft cattle, etc. Immobility does not give it the character of fixed capital in the one case, nor does mobility remove this character in the other. But the circumstance that some means of labor are fixed in location, with their roots in the soil, gives this part of the fixed capital a particular role in a nation's economy. They cannot be sent abroad or circulate as commodities on the world market. It is quite possible for the property titles to this fixed capital to change. They can be bought and sold, and in this respect circulate ideally. These property titles can even circulate on foreign markets, in the form of shares, for example. But a change in the persons who are the owners of this kind of fixed capital does not change the relationship between the static and materially fixed part of the wealth of a country and the movable part of it. 2. The peculiar circulation of fixed capital gives rise to a peculiar turnover. The portion of value that it loses in its natural form by wear and tear circulates as a value portion of the product. Through its circulation, 1. The difficulty involved in defining fixed and circulating capital leads Herr Lorenz Stein to believe that this distinction is made purely for ease of presentation. Lorenz von Stein was a right Hegelian in the 1840s, later an economist and also professor of public law at Kiel University. His book The Socialism and Communism of Contemporary France, published in 1842, gave a major impetus to the radical movement among the disaffected German intellectuals of the time, but despite occasional claims to the contrary it had no influence on Marx's own development. 2. Up to here, manuscript IV. From here on, manuscript 2. Fixed capital and circulating capital 243. The product is transformed from a commodity into money, and so is the portion of the value of the means of labor that is circulated by the product. Its value trickles from the circulation process as money in the same proportion that this means of labor ceases to be a bearer of value in the production process. Its value thus acquires a dual existence. A part of it remains tied to its use form or natural form, which pertains to the production process, while another part separates off from this form as money. In the course of its function, the part of the value of the means of labor that exists in the natural form steadily declines, while the part of its value converted into the money form steadily increases, until the means of labor eventually expires and its entire value has separated off from its dead body and been transformed into money. Here we can see the peculiarity that this element of the productive capital displays in its turnover. The transformation of its value into money accompanies, step by step, the transmutation into money of the commodity that bears its value. That its transformation back from the money form into the use form is separate from the transformation of the commodity back into its former elements of production, and is rather determined by its own reproduction period, by the time for which the means of labor serves until it has to be replaced by another item of the same kind. If a machine with a value of £10,000, say, lasts for 10 years, then the turnover time of the value originally advanced in it is 10 years. Until this time has elapsed, it does not need to be renewed, but continues to function in its natural form. In the meantime, its value circulates bit by bit as a portion of the value of the commodities that it steadily serves to produce, and is thus gradually converted into money, until finally, at the end of the 10 years, it has been completely transformed into money and from money back into a machine, has completed its turnover. Until this reproduction time arrives, its value is accumulated gradually, in the first instance in the form of a money reserve fund. The remaining elements of productive capital consist in part of the elements of constant capital existing in the ancillaries and raw materials and in part of variable capital, laid out in labor power. In analyzing the processes of labor and valorization, Volume 1, Chapter 7, we showed how these different components behave quite differently in the formation of products and value. The value of the part of constant capital that consists of ancillaries and raw materials, just like the value of the part that consists of means of labor, reappears in the value of the product simply as transferred value, while labor 244, the turnover of capital power, through the labor process, adds to the product an equivalent of its value or actually reproduces its value. Furthermore, one part of the ancillary material, coal for heating, gas for lighting, etc., is consumed in the labor process without physically entering the product, while another part does enter the product bodily and forms the material of its substance. All these differences are irrelevant, however, as far as circulation and hence the mode of turnover are concerned. In so far as ancillary and raw materials are completely consumed in the formation of their product, they transfer their entire value to the product. This value is thus completely circulated via the product, transformed into money 3JLD from money back into the elements of production of the commodity. Its turnover is not interrupted, like that of the fixed capital, but passes continuously through the entire circuit of its forms, so that these elements of the productive capital are constantly renewed in kind. In so far as the variable capital is concerned, the component part of the productive capital that is spent on labor power, this labor power is bought for a definite period of time. Once the capitalist has bought it and incorporated it into the production process, it forms a component of his capital, and in fact precisely its variable component. It functions daily for a certain space of time in which it adds to the product not only its entire daily value, but also an additional surplus value, which we shall in the first instance ignore. When the labor power has been bought for 1 week, for example, and functioned for this time, the purchase must continually be repeated at the customary intervals. The equivalent of its value, which labor power adds to the product during its function, and which is transformed into money as the product circulates, must constantly be transformed back from money into labor power, are constantly describe the complete circuit of its forms, i.e. turnover, if the cycle of continuous production is not to be interrupted. The part of the value of the productive capital that is advanced for labor power thus completely passes over to the product. We are still ignoring the surplus value, describes together with it the two metamorphoses pertaining to the circulation sphere, and remains permanently incorporated in the production process by way of this constant renewal. No matter how differently labor power acts with respect to value formation from the components of constant capital that do not form fixed capital, this manner of turnover of its value is something that it has in common with the latter, in contrast to the fixed capital. Because of this common characteristic in their turnover, these components of fixed capital and circulating capital 245 productive capital, the portions of value spent on labor power and on means of production that do not form fixed capital, confront fixed capital as circulating or fluid capital. We saw previously how the money that the capitalist pays the worker for the use of his labor power is in fact only the general equivalent form of the worker's necessary means of subsistence. In this respect, the variable capital consists materially of means of subsistence. Here, however, in considering the turnover, we are dealing with the form. What the capitalist buys is not the worker's means of subsistence, but his actual labor power. It is not the worker's means of subsistence that form the variable part of the capitalist's capital, but his active labor power. What the capitalist consumes productively in the labor process is labor power and not the worker's means of subsistence. It is the worker himself who converts the money he receives for his labor power into means of subsistence, so as to transform these back into labor power and keep alive, just as the capitalist, for example, converts a part of the surplus value of the commodities that he sells for money into means of subsistence for himself, although no one would be led to say that the buyer of his commodities therefore pays him in means of subsistence. Even if the worker is paid a part of his wages in means of subsistence, in kind, this nowadays forms a second transaction. He sells his labor power for a definite price, and it is then agreed that he should receive a part of this price in means of subsistence. This only alters the form of the payment, it does not alter the fact that what he actually sells is labor power. This second transaction is no longer between worker and capitalist as such, but between the worker as buyer of commodities and the capitalist as their seller. Whereas in the first transaction it was the worker who was the seller of a commodity, his own labor power, and the capitalist its buyer. It is just as if the capitalist had had his commodity replaced by another commodity, e.g. as if he replaced the machine that he sells to an ironworks by iron. Thus it is not the worker's means of subsistence that acquire the characteristic of fluid capital in contrast to fixed capital. And it is also not his labor power, but rather the portion of the value of the productive capital that is spent on it, that has this characteristic and the turnover in common with some components of the constant part of the capital, and in contrast with other parts. The value of the fluid capital, both in labor power and means of production, is advanced only for the time that it takes to produce the. Volume 1, pp. 270-80. 246 The turnover of capital product, according to the scale of production which is given by the volume of the fixed capital 1. This value enters in its entirety into the product, and thus returns again completely from circulation with the sale of the product and can be advanced afresh. The labor, power and means of production in which the fluid component of the capital exists are withdrawn from the circulation sphere in the quantity needed for the formation and sale of the finished product, but they must constantly be replaced and renewed by new purchases, by the transformation from the money form back into the elements of production. They are withdrawn from the market at any one time in smaller quantities than are the elements of fixed capital, but they must be withdrawn again all the more frequently, and the advance of the capital spent on them is repeated at shorter intervals. This regular repetition is mediated by the regular conversion of the product, which circulates their entire value. It is not only their value that continuously describes the whole circuit of metamorphosis, but also their material form. They are constantly transformed back from commodities into the elements of production of those commodities. Together with its own value, labor power constantly adds to the product surplus value, LE, the embodiment of unpaid labor. This surplus value is then just as constantly circulated by the finished product and transformed into money as are its other value elements. Here, however, where what we are concerned with in the first instance is the turnover of the capital value, and not that of the surplus value that is turned over together with it, we shall disregard the latter for the time being. Our argument so far leads to the following conclusions. 1. The formal characteristics of fixed and fluid capital arise only from the different turnovers of the capital value or productive capital that functions in the production process. This difference in turnover arises for its part from the different ways in which the various components of the productive capital transfer their value to the product, though not from their different share in the production of the product's value or from their characteristic behavior in the valorization process. The different ways in which value is given up to the product, and hence also the different ways in which this value is circulated by the product and replaced in its original natural form as a result of its metamorphoses, ultimately arise from the different material shapes in which productive capital exists, one part of it being consumed entirely in the course of forming the particular product, while another is used up only gradually. Thus it is only productive capital that can be divided up into fixed capital and circulating capital. 247 Fixed and fluid capital. This antithesis does not exist for the two other modes of existence of industrial capital, neither for commodity capital nor for money capital, nor yet as an antithesis between these two and productive capital. It exists only for productive capital and only within it. No matter how much money capital and commodity capital function as capital, and how fluidly they circulate, they can become fluid capital in contrast to fixed only when they have been transformed into the fluid components of productive capital. But because these two forms of capital inhabit the circulation sphere, economists have been misled ever since Adam Smith, as we so all see, into classing them together with the fluid part of productive capital under the heading of circulating capital. They are certainly capital of circulation in contrast to productive capital, but they are not circulating capital in contrast to fixed capital. 2. The turnover of the fixed component of capital, and thus also the turnover time needed by it, encompasses several turnovers of the fluid components of capital. In the same time that it takes for the fixed capital to turn over once, the fluid capital turns over several times. The one component of the value of productive capital receives the formal characteristic of fixed capital only in so far as the means of production in which it exists are not used up in the space of time that it takes to produce the product and eject it from the production process as a commodity. A part of its value must remain tied up in the old and persisting use form, while another part is circulated by the finished product. In its circulation, however, the product circulates at the same time the total value of the fluid components of capital. 3. That part of the value of productive capital that is laid out on fixed capital is advanced all at once in its entirety, for the whole period of functioning of that part of the means of production of which the fixed capital consists. The capitalist thus casts this value into the circulation sphere all at once, but it is withdrawn from circulation again only gradually and bit by the realization of the value portions that the fixed capital adds bit by bit to the commodities. The actual means of production themselves, however, in which a part of the productive capital is fixed, are withdrawn from circulation all at once, to be incorporated into the production process for the whole of the period during which they function, though they do not need throughout this time to be replaced by new items of the same kind, i.e. to be reproduced. They continue to contribute for a longer or shorter time to the formation of the commodities thrown into circulation, without withdrawing from. See below, chapters 10 and 11. 248 The turnover of capital circulation, the elements of their own renewal. During this time, therefore, they do not require for their part any new advance on the part of the capitalist. Finally, while the effective life of the means of production in which it exists continues, the capital value laid out as fixed capital does not pass through the circuit of its forms materially, but only in its value, and this only partially and gradually. That is to say, a part of its value is continually circulated and transformed into money as a part of the value of the commodity, without being transformed back from money into its original natural form. This transformation of money back into the natural form of the instrument of production takes place only at the end of the latter's period of functioning, when the instrument of production has been completely used up. 4. The elements of fluid capital are just as permanently fixed in the production process, if this is to be continuous, as are the elements of fixed capital. But while the elements of the former that are fixed in this way are steadily renewed in kind, the means of production by new items of the same kind, labor power by ever-repeated purchases, the elements of fixed capital are neither themselves renewed as long as they last, nor does their purchase have to be repeated. Raw and ancillary materials are constantly present in the production process, but there are always new items of the same kind, the old ones having been consumed in the formation of the finished product. Just as constantly is there labor power in the production process, but only in association with a constant repetition of its purchase, and often with a change in persons. However, the very same buildings, machines, etc. carry on functioning in the same repeated production processes while the fluid capital turns over repeatedly. 2. COIPONENTS, replacement, representative heirs and ACCUMULATION of the fixed capital. The various elements of fixed capital in a particular investment have differing lifespans, and hence also different turnover times. In a railway, for example, the rails, sleepers, earthworks, station buildings, bridges, tunnels, locomotives and carriages all function for different periods and have different reaper R1 action times, and so the capital advanced in them has different turnover times. The buildings, platforms, water tanks, viaducts, tunnels, cuttings and embankments, in short, all those things which on the English railways are called works of art, do not need to. Fixed capital and circulating capital 249 be renewed for a whole series of years. The things that wear out most quickly are the permanent way and the rolling stock. When modern railways were first constructed, the general opinion, backed by the most eminent practical engineers, was that a railway would last for centuries, and that the wear and tear of the tracks would be so negligible that it could be ignored for all financial and practical purposes. 100 to 150 years was considered the lifetime of good rails. It soon transpired, however, that the life of a rail, which of course depends on the speed of the locomotives, the weight and number of trains, the thickness of the rails themselves and a number of secondary circumstances, is no more than 20 years on average. At certain particular stations and centers of heavy traffic, the rails actually wear out each year. Around 1867 steel rails began to be introduced, which, although they cost around twice as much as iron rails, last for more than twice as long. The lifespan of wooden sleepers was between 12 and 15 years. It also became evident, as far as the rolling stock was concerned, that goods wagons wore out significantly quicker than passenger carriages. In 1867, the life of a locomotive was estimated at between 10 and 12 years. Wear and tear is occasioned in the first place by actual use. As a general rule, the rails wear out in proportion to the number of trains, RC, number 17,645.3. The wear and tear also increases by more than the square of the speed, i.e. if the speed of the trains doubles, then the wear and tear increases more than fourfold, RC, number 17,046. A further item of wear and tear is that caused by natural forces. Sleepers, for example, do not just deteriorate as a result of actual use, but also suffer from rot. The cost of maintaining the road does not depend so much upon the wear and tear of the traffic passing over it, as upon the quality of wood, iron, bricks, and mortar exposed to the atmosphere. A month of severe winter would do more damage to the road of a railway than a year's traffic. R.P. Williams, on the maintenance and renewal of the permanent way. Pap R. read at the Institute of Civil Engineers, Autumn, 1866, *3. The quotations marked R.C. are taken from Royal Commission on Railways, minutes of evidence taken before the Commissioners. Presented to both Houses of Parliament, London, 1867. The questions and answers are numbered as here indicated. This paper was published in the Money Market Review on the 2nd of December 1867, and this is the source of the quotation. 250 The turnover of capital. Finally, as is the case throughout large-scale industry, moral deterioration also plays its part. After 10 years have elapsed, it is generally possible to buy the same quantity of carriages and locomotives for £30,000 as previously cost £40,000. A depreciation of 25% on the market price must thus be reckoned with on this material, even if there is no depreciation in the use value. Lardner, Railway Economy, Po 120. 2 Bridges will not be replaced in their present form. because there are now better forms for such bridges. Ordinary repairs, taking away gradually, and replacing, are not practicable. W. B. Adams, Roads and Rails, London, 1862, p. 136. The means of labor are for the most part constantly revolutionized by the progress of industry. Hence they are not replaced in their original form, but in the revolutionized form. On the one hand, the volume of fixed capital that is invested in a particular natural form, and has to last out for a definite average lifespan within this, is a reason why new machines, etc. are introduced only gradually, and hence forms an obstacle to the rapid general introduction of improved means of labor. On the other hand, competition forces the replacement of old means of labor by new ones before their natural demise, particularly when decisive revolutions have taken place. Catastrophes, crises, etc. are the principal causes that compel such premature renewals of equipment on a broad social scale. Depreciation, apart from moral depreciation, is the portion of value that the fixed capital gradually gives up to the product as it is used, according to the average degree of its loss of use value. This depreciation in part takes the form that the fixed capital has a certain average lifespan. It is completely advanced for this period of time, and after it has elapsed must be completely replaced. In the case of living means of labor, such as horses, for example, the reproduction time is prescribed by nature itself. Their average life as means of labor is determined by natural laws. Once this period has elapsed, the worn-out items must be replaced by new ones. A horse cannot be replaced bit by bit, but only by another horse. Other elements of the fixed capital permit periodic or partial renewal. This partial or periodic replacement should be distinguished from the gradual extension of a business. Fixed capital consists in part of components which are similar but do not all last equally long, and are rather renewed bit by bit at different intervals in time. The rails at a station, for example, had to be replaced. Fixed capital and circulating capital 251 more often than rails at other parts of the line. The same is the case with sleepers. Lardner states that in the 1850s, on the Belgian railways, these had to be replaced at the rate of 8% per year, the whole of the sleepers thus being replaced in the course of 12.5 years. Here the situation is as follows. A sum is advanced, for example, for 10 years on a particular kind of fixed capital. This outlay is made all at once. But a certain part of this fixed capital, the value of which has gone into the value of the product and has been converted along with this into money, is replaced each year in kind, while the remainder continues to exist in its original natural form. What distinguishes this fixed capital from fluid capital is precisely this outlay all at once and reproduction only bit by bit in the natural form. Other items of fixed capital consist of different types of component, which wear out and thus have to be replaced at different intervals of time. This is particularly the case with machines. The same applies here, in connection with the life of these different components of one and the same machine forming an item of fixed capital, as we previously noted with respect to the varying life of different components of a total fixed capital. The following should be noted in connection with the gradual extension of a business in the course of partial renewal. Even though, as we have seen, the fixed capital continues to function in its natural form in the production process, if a part of its value has circulated with the product, according to the average wear and tear, and been transformed into money, then this forms an element of the money reserve fund for the replacement of the capital when its reproduction in kind falls due. This part of the fixed capital value transformed into money can therefore serve to expand the business or to effect improvements in the machines which increase their effectiveness. Reproduction then occurs, in shorter or longer periods, and from the social point of view this is reproduction on an expanded scale. Extensively, if the field of production is extended; intensively, if the means of production are made more effective. This reproduction on an expanded scale does not arise from accumulation. The transformation of surplus value into capital, but from a retransformation of the value, which branches into two parts, and in its money form has separated itself off from the body of the fixed capital, into NW fixed capital of the same kind, either additional or more effective. Of course it depends in part on the specific nature of the business how far and in what dimensions it is susceptible to a gradual addition of this kind, and thus also in what dimensions a reserve fund 252 the turnover of capital has to be built up in order to be reinvested in this way, and in what periods of time this can take place. How far improvements of detail to existing machinery can be brought about, on the other hand, naturally depends on the nature of the improvements and on the construction of the machine itself. Adams shows that this point is borne in mind very strongly, and from the start, in railway investments. The whole structure should be set out on the principle which governs the beehive. Capacity for indefinite extension. Any fixed and decided symmetrical structure is to be deprecated, as needing subsequent pulling down in case of enlargement, page 123. This in turn depends to a large extent on the space available. In some buildings extra floors can be added, while others require horizontal extension, and thus more land. While capitalist production is marked by the waste of much material, there is also much inappropriate horizontal extension of this kind, partly involving a loss of labor power, in the course of the gradual extension of a business, since nothing is done according to a social plan, but rather depends on the infinitely varied circumstances, means, etc. with which the individual capitalist acts. This gives rise to a major wastage of productive forces. The progressive reinvestment of the money reserve fund, i.e. of the part of the fixed capital that is transformed back into money, is most easily effected in agriculture. Here a spatially given field of production is capable of the greatest gradual absorption of capital. The same is true when natural reproduction takes place, as in the case of cattle breeding. Fixed capital gives rise to special costs of maintenance. A part of the maintenance is effected by the labor process itself. Fixed capital spoils if it does not function in the labor process. See Volume 1, Chapter 8, page 315, and Chapter 15, page 528. Deterioration of machinery that arises from its non-use. The English law therefore expressly considers it as waste if land that is farmed out is not cultivated according to custom. W. A. Holdsworth, Barrister at Law, The Law of Landlord and Tenant, London, 1857, page 96. This maintenance that results from use in the labor process is a gift of nature provided gratis by living labor. In fact, the preserving power of labor is of a dual type. On the one hand, it preserves the value of the materials of labor, by transferring it to the product, while on the other hand it preserves the value of the means of labor, without transferring this value to the product, by preserving their use value through their action in the production process. But fixed capital also requires positive outlays of labor if it is to be. Fixed capital and circulating capital 253 kept in good condition. The machinery must be cleaned from time to time. This involves additional labor, without which it becomes unfit for use. This is merely a defense against the damaging influence of the elements that is inseparable from the production process, and is thus keeping it in working order in the most literal sense. The normal lifespan of fixed capital is naturally reckoned on the assumption that the conditions under which it can function normally during this time are fulfilled, just as it is assumed, if the average life of a man is taken as 30 years, that he washes himself. What is involved here is not the replacement of the labor contained in the machine, but additional labor that is constantly necessary for it to be used. This is not a matter of labor performed by the machine, but of labor performed on the machine. Here it is not an agent of production, but rather raw material. The capital spent on this labor is part of the fluid capital, even though it does not properly enter the actual labor process to which the product owes its origin. The labor must be constantly performed in the course of production, and so its value must also be constantly replaced by the value of the product. The capital spent on it belongs to that part of fluid capital that has to cover the general overheads, and is distributed over the value of the product according to an average annual calculation. As we have seen, in industry proper, this work of cleaning is performed by the workers for nothing during breaks, and for this reason it is often actually done during the production process itself, where it is the major source of accidents. This labor does not count in the price of the product. In this respect, the consumer receives it gratis. The capitalist, moreover, does not have to pay anything for the maintenance of his machine. The worker pays in his own person, and this forms one of the mysteries of capital's self-preservation, constituting in point of fact a legal claim of the worker on the machinery, and making him a co-owner of this even from the standpoint of bourgeois right. But in various branches of production where the machinery has to be removed from the production process for cleaning, and the cleaning can therefore not take place on the quiet, as with locomotives, for example, this maintenance work counts as running costs, i.e. as an element of fluid capital. A goods engine should not run more than 3 days without being kept 1 day in the shed. If. Volume 1, page 552, note 10. R. Burgerlich's Recti, but right, evidently in the philosophical sense of jurisprudence rather than that of positive law. Cf. Critique of the Gotha Program. In the First International and After, Pelican Marx Library, pp. 346-7. 254 The turnover of capital you attempt to wash out the boiler before it has cooled down, that is very injurious, R.C., number 17823. Repairs proper, the work of patching up, require an outlay of capital and labor which is not contained in the capital originally advanced, and thus cannot always be replaced and covered by the gradual replacement of the fixed capital. If the value of the fixed capital is £10,000, and its overall life is 10 years, then this £10,000, when after 10 years it is completely transformed into money, replaces only the value of the original capital investment, and does not replace the capital or labor newly added in between times for repairs. This is an additional component of value, which is not advanced all at once, but rather according to need, and its various times of advance are by the nature of the case accidenta 1. All fixed capital requires these later doses of additional capital outlay on means offlabuf and labor power. The damage to which particular parts of the machinery, etc. are exposed are by nature accidental, and hence so are also the repairs necessitated by such damage. However, 2 kinds of repair works can be singled out here, both having a more or less firm character and falling in different periods of the fixed capital's lifetime: childhood infirmities, and the far more numerous ailments of the years beyond middle age. No matter how perfectly constructed a machine may be when it enters the production process, faults become evident with actual use, and they have to be corrected by subsequent work. Moreover, the more it passes beyond its middle years, and thus the more that normal wear and tear mounts up, and the material it is made of becomes worn out and weak with age, the more frequent and serious becomes the repair work needed to keep the machine going until the end of its average life. Just as an old man has more medical expenses than a man in the prime of life, if he is not to die before his time. Despite its accidental character, therefore, the work of repair is distributed unevenly over the various periods of the fixed capital's life. It follows from this, as well as from the otherwise accidental character of the repair work on a machine, Firstly, that the actual expenditure on labor power and means of labor for repair work is accidental, as are the circumstances themselves that make these repairs necessary. The extent of the repairs needed is differentially distributed over the various periods of the fixed capital's life. It is however assumed in assessing the average life of the fixed capital that it is constantly maintained in working condition, partly by cleaning, which includes keeping clean its site, partly by repairs, as often as these. Fixed capital and circulating capital 255 are required. The transfer of value through the wear and tear of the fixed capital is calculated over its average period of life, but this average period is itself calculated on the assumption that the additional capital required to keep it in working order is continuously advanced. Secondly, it is equally clear that the value added by this additional expenditure of capital and labor cannot go into the price of the commodities in step with the actual expenditure itself. A cotton spinner, for instance, cannot sell his yam dearer this week than last week because he had a wheel broken or a belt snapped. The general costs of spinning are in no way affected by this accident in an individual factory. Experience shows the average extent of such accidents, and the work of maintenance and repair needed during the average life of a fixed capital invested in a certain line of business. This average expenditure is distributed over its average life and added in corresponding aliquot parts to the price of the product, and this is how it is replaced by the product's sale. The extra capital that is replaced in this way is part of the fluid capital, even though the expenditure is of an irregular kind. Since it is of the utmost importance to treat every ailment of the machinery immediately, every large factory has, in addition to the factory workers proper, a staff of engineer, carpenter, mechanic, fitter, etc. Their wages form part of the variable capital, and the value of their labor is distributed over the product. The expenditure that the means of production require is determined according to this average calculation and always forms a corresponding portion of the value of the product, even though it is in fact advanced at irregular intervals and so also enters the product, i.e. the fixed capital, irregularly. This capital spent on repairs in the strict sense forms in many respects a capital of a peculiar kind. It cannot be properly classed either as fluid or as fixed capital, but, since it is part of the running expenses, it tends more towards the first of the two forms. The way the books are kept does not of course affect the actual relationships of the things entered in the accounts. But it is important to note that in many lines of business it is customary to calculate the repair costs in conjunction with the actual wear and tear of the fixed capital, in the following way. If the fixed capital advanced is £10,000, its life 15 years, then the annual depreciation is £666 trillion. If the depreciation is now calculated over 10 years only, then instead of £666 trillion, £1,000 is added annually to the price of the goods produced to compensate for the wearing out of the fixed capital. £333 is reserved for repairs, etc. The figures 10 and 15 are taken 01. 11y for the sake 256 the turnover of capital of example. This, then, is the amount spent on repairs, on an average, so that the fixed capital may last for 15 years. The calculation does not of course prevent the fixed capital and the additional capital spent on repairs from forming different categories. On the basis of this way of calculating, it has been assumed, for example, that the lowest cost estimate for the maintenance and replacement of steamships would be 15% per year, i.e. a reproduction time of 60 years. In the 1860s, the British government compensated the Peninsular and Oriental Company at an annual rate of 16%, which assumes a reproduction time of 61 years. In the case of railways, the average life of a locomotive is 10 years, but if repairs are included, the depreciation is taken as 12%, which reduces the lifespan to 8 years. For passenger coaches and goods wagons, 9% is reckoned, i.e. a life of 11 years. In connection with contracts of rental for houses and other things that are fixed capital for their proprietors and are rented out as such, legislation has always recognized the distinction between normal deterioration, produced by time, the influence of the elements in normal wear and tear, and the occasional repairs that are necessary from time to time for maintenance in the course of the normal life of a house in its normal use. As a rule, the first fall on the landlord, the second on the tenant. Repairs are further divided into ordinary and substantial. The latter represent in part a renewal of fixed capital in its natural form, and also fall on the landlord, unless the contract expressly states the opposite. Thus in English law, for example, a tenant from year to year, on the other hand, is not bound to do more than keep the premises wind and water tight, when that can be done without substantial repairs, and generally to do repairs coming fairly under the head ordinary. Even with respect to those parts of the premises which are the subject of ordinary repairs, regard must be had to their age and general state and condition when he took possession, for he is not bound to replace old and worn-out materials with new ones, nor to make good the inevitable depreciation resulting from time and ordinary wear and tear. Holdsworth, Law of Landlord and Tenant, pp. 90 and 91. Something that is quite different both from the replacement of wear and tear and from the work of repair and maintenance is insurance, which relates to destruction by way of extraordinary natural events, fire, flood, etc. This must be made good out of surplus value, and forms a deduction from it. Considered from the standpoint of the whole society, there must be a constant overproduction, production on a fixed capital and circulating capital 257 greater scale than is needed for the simple replacement and reproduction of the existing wealth. Quite apart from any increase in population. For the society to have at its disposal the means of production needed to make good unusual destruction caused by accidents and natural forces. In actual fact, only a very small part of the capital needed for replacement exists in the money reserve fund. The most significant part exists in the extension of the scale of production itself, which is partly an actual expansion, and partly falls within the normal capacity of the branches of production that produce fixed capital. An engineering works, for example, is organized to take account of both an annual expansion of the factories of all its customers, and the need of part of them for reproduction, as a whole or in part. When wear and tear and repair costs are determined on a social average, great unevenness necessarily arises, even for equally large capital investments in the same branch of production which are under otherwise similar conditions. In practice, a machine, etc., will last one capitalist longer than the average period, and another capitalist not so long. The repair costs of the one are above the average, those of the other below it, etc. But the addition to the price determined by wear and tear and by repair costs is the same in both cases and is determined on the average. Thus, the increase in price brings the one more than he actually added, and the other less. This circumstance, like all others that lead the profit of different capitalists in the same line of business to differ, given the same exploitation of labor power, helps to make insight into the true nature of surplus value more difficult. The boundary between what is repair and what is replacement, between costs of maintenance and costs of renewal, is a more or less shifting one. This gives rise to a perpetual struggle, in the railways, for example, as to whether certain expenses are repairs or replacement, whether they are to be met from current expenditure or from the original capital. The transfer of repair costs to the capital account instead of the current account is a well-known device through which railway directors artificially rack up their dividends. Here, too, experience has already provided the most fundamental reference points. The subsequent works undertaken during the early life of a railway, for example, ought not to be denominated repairs, but should be considered as an essential part of the construction of the railway, and in the financial accounts should be debited to capital, and not to revenue, not being expenses due to wear and tear, or to the legitimate operation of the traffic, but to the original 258 the turnover of capital and inevitable incompleteness of the construction of the line. Lardner, Op. Cit. Page 40. The only sound way is to charge each year's revenue with the depreciation necessarily suffered to earn the revenue whether the amount is actually spent or not. Captain Fitzmaurice, Committee of Inquiry on Caledonian Railway, published in Money Market Review, the 25th of January, 1868. In agriculture it becomes in practice impossible and meaningless to separate the replacement of the fixed capital from its maintenance, at least in so far as steam power is not yet used. Where there is a full, though not excessive stock of implements, of agricultural and other implements and appliances of all kinds, the general rule is to estimate the annual wear and tear together with the maintenance of the implements, according to the different conditions obtaining, at 15 to 25% of the original capital. Kirchhoff, Handbuch der Landwirtschaftlichen Betriebslehre, Dessau, 1852, page 137, Marx's emphasis. In the case of railway rolling stock it is quite impossible to separate repairs from replacement. We maintain our stock by number. Whatever number of engines we have we maintain that. If one is destroyed by age, and it is better to build a new one, we build it at the expense of revenue, of course, taking credit for the materials of the old one as far as they go. There is a great deal left. There are the wheels, the axles, the boilers, and in fact a great deal of the old engine is left. T. Gooch, Chairman of the Great Western Railway Company, R.C. on Railways, page 858, numbers 17327, 17329. Repairing means renewing. I do not believe in the word replacement. Once a railway company has bought a vehicle or an engine, it ought to be repaired, and in that way admit of going on forever. No 17784. The engines are maintained forever out of this 8TD. We rebuild our engines. If you purchase an engine entirely it would be spending more money than is necessary. Yet there is always a pair of wheels or an axle or some portion of the engine which comes in, and bends it cheapens the cost of producing a practically new engine. No 17790. I am at this moment turning out a new engine every week, or practically a new engine, for it has a new boiler, cylinder, or framing. Number 17823. Archibald Storick, Locomotive Superintendent of the Great Northern Railway, in R.C. 1867. The same with carriages. In the course of time the stock of engines and vehicles is continually repaired. New wheels are put on at one time, and a new body at fixed capital and circulating capital 259 another. The different moving parts most subject to wear are gradually renewed, and the engines and vehicles may be conceived even to be subject to such a succession of repairs, that in many of them not a vestige of the original materials remains. Even in this case, however, the old materials of coaches or engines are more or less worked up into other vehicles or engines, and never totally disappear from the road. The movable capital therefore may be considered to be in a state of continual reproduction, and that which, in the case of the permanent way, must take place altogether at a future epoch, when the entire road will have to be relaid, takes place in the rolling stock gradually from year to year. Its existence is perennial, and it is in a constant state of rejuvenescence. Lardner, Op. Cit. pp. 115-16. The process depicted here by Lardner in the case of the railways does not apply to an individual factory, but it does provide a picture of the constant partial reproduction of the fixed capital, shot through with repairs, that takes place within an entire branch of industry, or generally WI-HIN production as a whole, considered on the social scale. Here is some evidence of the broad limits within which clever directors can manipulate the concepts of repairs and replacement in the interest of their dividends. According to the above-quoted paper by R.P. Williams, various English railway companies annually wrote off the following average sums over a number of years for repairs and maintenance of the permanent way and buildings, for each mile of track: London and North Western Midland, London and South Western Great Northern Lancashire and Yorkshire, South Eastern Brighton, Manchester and Sheffield. £370, £225, £257, £310, £377, £263, £266, £200. These differences arise only to a very slight degree from variations in actual expenditure. They are almost exclusively due to differing modes of calculation, according to whether items are debited to the capital account or the current account. Williams says in so many words that a lesser charge is put down when this is necessary for a good dividend, and a higher figure when there is a greater revenue able to bear it. In certain cases, the wear and tear, and thus replacement for it, is in 260 the turnover of capital practice of an infinitesimal magnitude, so that it is only repair costs that come into the balance. What Lardner says about works of art, in the case of the railways, holds good generally for all similarly durable works such as canals, docks, iron and stone bridges, etc. He refers to that wear and tear which, being due to the slow operation of time acting upon the more solid structures, produces an effect altogether insensible when observed through short periods, but which, after a long interval of time, such, for example, as centuries, must necessitate the reconstruction of some or all even of the most solid structures. These changes may not unaptly be assimilated to the periodical and secular inequalities which take place in the movements of the great bodies of the universe. The operation of time upon the more massive works of art upon the railway, such as the bridges, tunnels, viaducts, etc., afford examples of what may be called the secular wear and tear. The more rapid and visible deterioration, which is made good by repairs or reconstruction effected at shorter intervals, is analogous to the periodic inequalities. In the annual repairs is included the casual damage which the exterior of the more solid and durable works may from time to time sustain. But, independently of these repairs, age produces its effects even on these structures, and an epoch must arrive, however remote it be, at which they would be reduced to a state which will necessitate their reconstruction. For financial and economic purposes, such an epoch is perhaps too remote to render it necessary to bring it into practical calculation, and therefore it need here only be noticed in passing. Lardner, Op. Cit. pp. 38-39. This applies to all similar works with a long span of life, so that the capital advanced in them does not have to be gradually replaced in accordance with its wear and tear, but it is only the annual average costs of maintenance and repair that are transferred to the price of the product. Even though, as we have seen, a large part of the money that flows back to replace the wear and tear of the fixed capital is transformed back into its natural form annually, or even more frequently, each individual capitalist still needs an amortization fund for the part of the fixed capital that reaches its term of reproduction only after a period of years, and then has to be replaced entirely. A significant component of the fixed capital excludes piecemeal reproduction by its very nature. Apart from the case where reproduction takes place bit by bit in such a way that new stock is added to the depreciated old stock at short intervals, a prior accumulation of money is necessary, of a greater or lesser fixed capital and circulating capital 261 amount according to the specific character of the branch of production in question, before this replacement can occur. This cannot be just any sum of money whatever, an amount of a certain size is required. If we consider this exclusively on the assumption of simple money circulation, without any regard to the credit system, this will be brought in later asterisk. Then the mechanism of the movement is as follows. In the first volume, Chapter 3.3a, it was shown that although part of the money present in a society always lies fallow in the form of a hoard, while another part functions as means of circulation or as an immediate reserve fund of directly circulating money, the proportion in which the total quantity of money is divided between hoard and means of circulation constantly alters. In our present case, money that has to be accumulated on a large scale as a hoard in the hands of a big capitalist is thrown into circulation all at once on the purchase of fixed capital. It is then divided up again in the society between means of circulation and hoard. By way of the amortization fund in which the value of the fixed capital flows back to its starting point in proportion to the wear and tear, a part of the money in circulation again forms a hoard. For a longer or shorter period of time, in the hands of the same capitalist whose hoard was transformed into means of circulation and separated from him with his acquisition of fixed capital, there is a constantly changing distribution of the hoard existing in a fifth society, which alternately functions as means of circulation, and is then again divided off from the mass of circulating money as a hoard. With the development of the credit system, which necessarily runs parallel with the development of large-scale industry and capitalist production, this money no longer functions as a hoard but as capital, though not in the hands of its proprietor, but rather of other capitalists at whose disposal it is put. See Volume 3, Part 5. Chapter 9. The overall turnover of the capital advanced. Turnover cycles. We have seen already that the fixed and the fluid components of productive capital turn over differently and in different periods, just as the various components of fixed capital in the same business also have different turnover periods according to their different lifespans and reproduction times. On the actual or apparent variations in the turnover of different components of fluid capital in the same business, see heading 6 at the end of this chapter. 1. The overall turnover of the capital advanced is the average turnover of its different component parts. The mode of calculation is given below. Insofar as only different periods of time are involved, it is of course perfectly simple to take their average. However, 2. There are not only quantitative distinctions involved, but also qualitative ones. The fluid capital entering the production process transfers its whole value to the product, and must therefore be constantly replaced in kind by the sale of the product, if the production process is to continue without interruption. The fixed capital entering the production process transfers only part of its value, the wear and tear, to the product, and continues to function in the production process despite this wear and tear. Hence it only needs to be replaced in kind at shorter or longer intervals, in any case not as often as the fluid capital. This necessity of replacement, the reproduction period, does not just differ quantitatively for the different components of the fixed capital. As we have already seen, one part of the fixed capital, of longer durability and fixed for several years, can be replaced annually or at shorter intervals, e.g. the old fixed capital added to in kind, while with fixed capital of a different sort, the replacement can only be effected all at once at the end of its life. It is necessary therefore to reduce the separate turnovers of the various parts of the fixed capital to a similar fond of turnover, so that these differ only quantitatively, in the duration of their turnover. The overall turnover of the capital advanced 263. A qualitative homogeneity of this kind does not exist if we take as the starting point P. P, the form of the continuous production process. For some elements of P have to be constantly replaced in kind, while others do not. Let us take a machine with a value of £10,000, for example, which lasts for 10 years, so that 1/10 of it, or £1,000, is transformed back into money every year. In the course of 1 year, this £1,000 has been transformed from money capital into productive capital and commodity capital, and from this back into money capital. It has returned to its original money form, just like the fluid capital, if we consider the latter in this form, and it is immaterial here whether the money capital of £1,000 is transformed back again into the natural form of a machine at the end of the year, or not. In calculating the overall turnover of the productive capital advanced, we therefore take its elements in the money form, so that the return to the money form concludes the turnover. We always consider the value as advanced in money, even in the case of a continuous production process, where the money form of the value is only that of money of account. We can then take the average, 3. It follows that even if by far the greater part of the productive capital advanced consists of fixed capital whose reproduction time, and therefore turnover time, makes up a cycle of many years, the capital value turned over during the year by way of repeated turnovers of the fluid capital may be greater than the total value of the capital advanced. Let the fixed capital be £80,000 and its reproduction time 10 years, so that £8,000 of this annua Y returns to its money fund or completes 1/10 of its turnover. Let the fluid capital be £20,000, turning over 5 times in the year. The total capital is then £100,000. The fixed capital turned over as £8,000, and the fluid capital turned over as 5 times £20,000 equals £100,000. The capital turned over in the year is then £108,000, £8,000 greater than the capital advanced. 1. 2. 2/5 of the capital has turned over. 4. The value turnover of the capital advanced is thus separate from its actual reproduction time, or the real turnover time of its components. Say that a capital of £4,000 turns over 5 times in the year. The capital turned over is then 5 times £4,000 equals £20,000. But what returns at the ED of each turnover, to be advanced once again, is the originally advanced capital of £4,000. Its size is not affected by the number of turnover periods in which it functions anew as capital. We again disregard surplus value. In the example under heading 3, we have assumed that at the end of 264 the turnover of capital the year there returns to the CCL, Pitalist, a value sum of £20,000, which he lays out once again on the fluid components of capital, and b. a sum of £8,000, which has separated off from the fixed capital advanced as a result of wear and tear. The same fixed capital still continues to exist in the production process, but with the reduced value of £72,000 instead of £80,000. The production process must thus continue for 9 years before the fixed capital advanced has come to the end of its life, no longer functions to form products or value, and has to be replaced. The capital value advanced has thus to describe a cycle of turnovers, in the given case for example a cycle of 10 annual turnovers, and this cycle is in fact determined by the lifespan, and hence the reproduction time or turnover time, of the fixed capital applied. To the same extent as the value and durability of the fixed capital applied develops with the development of the capitalist mode of production, so also does the life of industry and industrial capital in each particular investment develop, extending to several years, say an average of 10 years. If the development of fixed capital extends this life, on the one hand, it is cut short on the other by the constant revolutionizing of the means of production, which also increases steadily with the development of the capitalist mode of production. This also leads to changes in the means of production. They constantly have to be replaced, because of their moral depreciation, long before they are physically exhausted. We can assume that, for the most important branches of large-scale industry, this life cycle is now on average a 10-year one. The precise figure is not important here. The result is that the cycle of related turnovers, extending over a number of years, within which the capital is confined by its fixed component, is one of the material foundations for the periodic cycle in which business passes through successive periods of stagnation, moderate activity, overexcitement, and crisis. The periods for which capital is invested toinly differ greatly, and do not coincide in time. But a crisis is always the starting point of a large volume of new investment. It is also, therefore, if we consider the society as a whole, more or less a new material basis for the next turnover cycle. 1. Urban production is tied to a cycle of days, rural production to one of years. Adam H. Muller, Die Elemente der Staatskunst, Berlin, 1809, 3, page 178. This is the naive conception of industry and agriculture held by the Romantic school. The German text here has the word crises. The overall turnover of the capital advanced 265.5. On the mode of calculation of the turnover we win, let an American economist have his say. In some trades the whole capital embarked is turned or circulated several times within the year. In others a part is turned oftener than once a year, another part less often. It is the average period which high entire capital takes in passing through his hands, or making one revolution, from which a capitalist must calculate his profits. Suppose for example that a person engaged in a particular business has one half of his capital invested in buildings and machinery, so as to be turned only once in 10 years, that 1/4 more, the cost of his tools, etc., is turned once in 2 years, and the remaining fourth, employed in paying wages and purchasing material, is turned twice in 1 year. Say that his entire capital is $50,000. Then his annual expenditure will be $25,000, 10 equals $2,500, $12,500, minus 2 equals $6,250, $12. 500 times 2 equals $25,000, $33,750. The mean term in which his capital is turned being about 18 months. Take another case. Say that 1/4 of the entire capital circulates in 10 years, 1/4 in 1 year, and 1/2 twice in the year. Then the annual expenditure will be $12,500. 10 equals $1,250, $12,500 equals $12,500, $25. 000 x 2 equals $50,000 turned over in 1 year, $63,750. Scrope, Political Economy, edited by Alonzo Potter, New York, 1841, pp. 142, 143, 6. Actual and apparent variations in the turnover of the various parts of capital. This Scrope says in the same passage, po 141, the capital laid out by a manufacturer, farmer, or tradesman in the payment of his laborers' wages, circulates most rapidly, being turned perhaps once a week, if his men are paid weekly, by the weekly receipts on his bills or sales. That invested in his materials and stock in hand circulates less quickly, being turned perhaps twice, perhaps 4 times in the year, according to the time consumed between his purchases of the one and sales of the other, supposing him to buy and sell on equal credits. The capital invested in his implements and machinery circulates 266. The turnover of capital still more slowly, being turned, that is, consumed and renewed, on the average, perhaps but once in 5 or 10 years, though there are many tools that are worn out in one ed of operations. The capital which is embarked in buildings, as mills, shops, warehouses, barns, in roads, irrigation, etc., may appear scarcely to circulate at all. But, in truth, these things are, to the full, as much as those we have enumerated, consummed in contributing to production, and must be reproduced in order to enable the producer to continue his operations, with this only difference, that they are consumed and reproduced by slower degrees than the rest. And the capital invested in them may be turned perhaps every 20 or 50 years. Here Scrope confuses the difference in the flow of particular parts of the fluid capital brought about by payment periods and credit conditions, with turnovers arising from the nature of the capital. He says that wages must be paid weekly out of the weekly receipts from payment for sales or bills. The first thing to note here is that differences arise with respect to wages themselves, according to the length of the period of payment, i.e. the length of time for which the worker has to give the capitalist credit, thus according to whether the payment of wages is weekly, monthly, 3-monthly, half-yearly, etc. Here the law put forward earlier applies, that the quantity of the means of payment required, and thus the quantity of money capital that has to be advanced at one go, is in direct proportion to the length of payment periods. Volume 1, Chapter 3, 3b, page 240. In the second place, it is not only the entire new value added in its production by the week's labor that enters into the weekly product, but also the value of the raw material and ancillaries consumed in it. The value contained in the product circulates together with the product itself. It receives the money form by the sale of the product, and has to be converted once again into the same elements of production. This holds good just as much for labor power as for raw and ancillary materials. But as we have already seen, Chapter 6, 2, the continuity of production requires a stock of means of production, which differs for various lines of business, and in the same line of business differs once again for different components of this element of fluid capital, e.g. for coal and cotton. Hence, although these materials must constantly be replaced in kind, they do not always need to be bought afresh. How often the purchase is repeated depends on the size of the stock invested in, how long it will last until it is exhausted. In the case of labor power, there is no such storage process. For the portion of the capital that is the overall turnover of the capital advance 267 laid out on labor, the transformation back into money goes hand in hand with that laid out on ancillary and raw materials. But the transformation of the money back into labor power, on the one hand, and raw materials, on the other, proceeds separately, on account of the particular purchase and payment periods of these two components, one of them being bought at longer intervals, as a productive stock, the other, labor power, at shorter intervals, e.g. weekly. Besides his production stock, the capitalist must also keep a stock of finished commodities. One way of disregarding the difficulties of sale, etc., is to assume that a certain quantity of goods must be produced to order. Even so, while the latter part of these are being produced, those items already finished lie in store until the time when the others can be completed. Other distinctions in the turnover of the fluid capital arise if particular elements of this have to persist longer than others at a preliminary stage of the production process, drying of wood, etc. The credit system, which Scrope refers to here, modifies the turnover of the individual capitalist, and so does commercial capital. At the level of society, however, it modifies this only insofar as it speeds up both consumption and production. Chapter 10. Theories of Fixed and Circulating Capital. The Physiocrats and Adam Smith. In Quesnay's work, the distinction between fixed and circulating capital appears as one between avances primitives and avances annuels. He is correct in presenting this distinction as one within productive capital, capital incorporated into the immediate production process. Since he considers capital applied in agriculture, i.e. the capital of the farmer, as the only really productive capital, these distinctions in fact only arise for the farmer's capital. What also results from this is the annual turnover time of one part of the capital, and the more than annual, decennial, turnover time of the other. In the course of development, the physiocrats incidentally transferred these distinctions to other kinds of capital as well, to industrial capital in general. For society as a whole, the distinction between advances for 1 year and advances for several years remains so important that many economists, even after Adam Smith, have returned to this definition. The distinction between the two kinds of advance arises only when money advanced has been transformed into the elements of productive capital. It is simply and solely a distinction within productive capital. Thus, it did not occur to Quesnay to count money as part of the original advances or the annual advances. As advances for production, i.e. as productive capital, the two contrast both with money and with commodities on the market. Moreover, Quesnay correctly reduced the distinction between these two elements of productive capital to the different ways in which they enter the value of the finished product, hence the different ways in which their value is circulated together with the value of the product, and the different ways in which they are replaced or reproduced, the value of one being completely replaced each year, that of the other bit by bit over a longer period. 1. Cf. For Quesnay the Analyse du tableau économique, Physiocrates, ed. Dira. Part 1, Paris, 1846. Quesnay says there, for example, the annual advances consist original and yearly advances. Theory S of fixed and circulating capital. Smith 269. The only step forward taken by Adam Smith was to generalize these categories. In his work, they no longer relate just to one special form of capital, farmer's capital, but to every form of productive capital. It follows automatically that in place of the distinction, taken from agriculture, between annual and more than annual turnovers, we have a general distinction between turnovers of varying times, so that a turnover of fixed capital always comprises more than one turnover of circulating capital, whatever the length of turnover of this circulating capital may be. A year, greater than a year, or less than a year. In Smith, therefore, avances annuels are transformed into circulating capital, avances primitives into fixed capital. But the progress he made was confined to this generalization of categories. In the development of his presentation, he falls far behind Quesnay. The crudely empirical way in which Smith opens his investigation immediately introduces an ambiguity. There are two different ways in which a capital may be employed so as to yield a revenue or profit to its employer. Wealth of Nations, Book 2, Chapter 1, page 185, edit. Aberdeen, 1848. The ways in which value may be employed to function as capital, to yield a surplus value to its owner, are as varied and manifold as the spheres of investment of capital. This is a question of the various branches of production in which capital can be invested. The question, formulated in this way, goes still further. It includes the problem of how value, even if it is not invested as productive capital, can function as capital for its owner, e.g. as interest-bearing capital, merchant's capital, etc. Here we are already a world away from the real object of the expenditures annually made for the work of cultivation. These advances must be distinguished from the original advances which form the fund for the commencement of cultivation, page 59. Later physiocrats were already describing these advances much more directly as capital or avances. Dupont de Nemours, Maximes du Dr. Quesnay, OU Résumé de ses principes d'économie sociale, Dira, I, page 391. Also Latron. As a consequence of the longer or shorter lifespan of the instruments of labor, a nation possesses a considerable stock of riches independent of its yearly reproduction. This represents a capital accumulated over a long period and originally paid for with products, and it is continually maintained and increased. De Interit Social, Dira, 2, pp. 928-9, Marx's emphasis. Turgot already uses the term capital for the advances more regularly, and more closely identifies the advances of the manufacturers with those of the farmers. Turgot, Reg. Action sur la formation et la distribution des richesses, 1766. Asterisk. Prom here on Marx's page references are replaced by references to the Pelican edition, Harmonsworth, 1974, in which this passage appears on page 374. 270 The turnover of capital analysis, i.e. the question how the division of productive capital into its various elements affects the turnover, irrespective of its different spheres of investment. Adam Smith immediately goes on to say, first, it may be employed in raising, manufacturing, or purchasing goods, and saging them again with a profit. Here Smith tells us no more than that capital can be applied in agriculture, manufacture or trade. Thus he speaks only of the different spheres of investment of capital, as well as of some in which, as in trade, capital is not incorporated into the immediate production process, and thus does not function as productive capital. He thus already abandons the basis on which the physiocrats depicted the distinctions within productive capital and their influence on the turnover. In fact, he immediately takes merchants' capital as an example in a question where what is at issue is exclusively the differences within productive capital in the process of forming products and value, differences which in turn produce differences in its turnover and reproduction. He continues. The capital employed in this manner yields no revenue or profit to its employer, while it either remains in his possession, or continues in the same shop. Single quote. The capital employed in this manner. But Smith speaks of capital that is invested in agriculture and industry, and later teaches us that the capital thus invested can be divided into fixed and circulating capital. The employment of capital in this manner can thus make the capital neither fixed nor circulating. Perhaps what Smith has in mind is that capital employed to produce commodities and to sell these commodities at a profit must, after its transformation into commodities, be sold. By way of sale it firstly passes from the possession of the sagia into that of the buyer, and, secondly, as converted from its natural form as a commodity into its money form, hence is useless to the possessor, while it either remains in his possession, or continues in the same shape. For him. But what emerges then is this. The same capital value that functioned previously in the form of productive capital, in a form pertaining to the production process, now functions as commodity capital and money capital, in the forms pertaining to the circulation process, and thus is no longer either fixed or fluid capital. And this holds just as much for the elements of value that are added by way of raw and ancillary materials, thus by fluid capital, as for those added by the use of means of labor, i.e. by theories of fixed and circulating capital. Smith 271 Fixed capital. Thus we do not get a step nearer to the distinction between fixed and fluid capital. Further, the goods of the merchant yield him no revenue or profit till he sells them for money, and the money yields him as little till it is again exchanged for goods. His capital is continually going from him in one shape, and returning to him in another, and it is only by means of such circulation, or successive exchanges, that it can yield him any profit. Such capitals, therefore, may very properly be called circulating capitals, IBID. What Adam Smith here calls circulating capital is what I intend to call capital of circulation, capital in the form pertaining to the circulation process, pertaining to the change of form mediated by exchange, material change and change of hands, commodity capital and money capital, in contrast to the form pertaining to the production process, that of productive capital. These are not particular ways in which the industrial capitalist divides his capital, but rather different forms that the same capital value, once advanced, successively assumes and discards throughout its curriculum vitae. Adam Smith lumps these together with the distinctions of form that arise within the circulation of the capital value, in its circuit through its successive forms, while the capital value exists in the form of productive capital, and this is a great step backward in relation to the physiocrats. These distinctions arise in fact from the various ways in which the different elements of productive capital participate in the process of value formation and transfer their value to the product. We shall see more below of the consequences of this basic confusion between productive capital and capital in the circulation sphere, commodity capital and money capital, on the one hand, and fixed capital and fluid capital on the other. The capital value advanced in fixed capital is circulated via the product just as much as that advanced in fluid capital, and it is transformed into money capital through the circulation of the commodity capital every bit as much as the other. The distinction simply arises from the fact that its value circulates bit by bit, and must thus also be replaced bit by bit, in shorter or longer periods, and so be reproduced in this way in its natural form. The particularly unfortunate example selected by Adam Smith demonstrates that by circulating capital he understands here nothing other than capital of circulation, i.e. capital value in its forms pertaining to the circulation process, commodity capital and money capital. He takes as his example a kind of capital that does not belong 272 the turnover of capital to the production process at all, but exclusively inhabits the circulation sphere and consists solely of capital of circulation. Merchant's capital. The absurdity of beginning with an example in which capital does not figure as productive capital at all is immediately indicated by Smith himself. The capital of a merchant is altogether a circulating capital. The distinction between circulating and fixed capital, however, is supposedly, as we are later told, one arising from basic distinctions within productive capital itself. Adam Smith has in mind, on the one hand, the physiocratic distinction, on the other hand, the distinctions of form which the capital value undergoes in its circuit. The two are completely jumbled up. There is no way of seeing how a profit is supposed to arise through the change of form between money and commodity, through a mere transformation of value from one of these forms to the other. Explain a tion of this is even made absolutely impossible in so far as Smith begins with merchant's capital, which moves solely within the circulation sphere. We shall return to this point. Let us first see what he says about fixed capital. Secondly, capital, may be employed in the improvement of land, in the purchase of useful machines and instruments of trade, or in such like things as yield a revenue or profit without changing masters, or circulating any further. Such capitals, therefore, may very properly be called fixed capitals. Different occupations require very different proportions between the fixed and circulating capitals employed in them. Some part of the capital of every master artificer or manufacturer must be fixed in the instruments of his trade. This part, however, is very small in some, and very great in others. The far greater part of the capital of all such master artificers, such as tailors, shoemakers, weavers, however, is circulated, either in the wages of their workmen, or in the price of their materials, and repaid with a profit by the price of the work, ibid. Quite apart from the childish definition of the source of profit, the weakness and confusion are immediately apparent. For a machine builder, for example, the machine is the product that circulates as his commodity capital, i.e. in Smith's words, is parted with, changes masters, circulates further. The machine would thus not be fixed but circulating capital, even according to his own definition. This confusion also arises from the way that Smith mixes up the distinction between fixed and fluid capital which arises from the different kinds of circula. Theories of fixed and circulating capital. Smith 273 tion of the different elements of productive capital, with the distinctions of form that the same capital undergoes in so far as it functions as productive capital within the production process, but as capital of circulation, i.e. as commodity capital or money capital, in the circula tion sphere. According to the position they assume in the life process of capital, therefore, the same things can function for Adam Smith as fixed capital, as means of labor, elements of productive capital, and as circulating capital, commodity capital, as the product that is ejected from the sphere of production into that of circulation. But then he suddenly changes the whole basis of his distinction and contradicts what he started the whole investigation with a few lines earlier. Previously he said, there are two different ways in which a capital may be employed so as to yield a revenue or profit to its N1. Pi oyer, i.e. as circulating or as fixed capital. These were different modes of employment of distinct and independent capitals, so that capital might be employed either in industry or in agriculture, for example. Now, however, he says, different occupations require very different proportions between the fixed and circulating capitals employed in them. Fixed and circulating capital are now no longer distinct and independent capital investments, but rather different portions of the same productive capital, which form different shares of the total value in different spheres of investment. They are thus distinctions that arise from the division of productive capital itself, as it lies in the facts, and they therefore apply only in relation to this. This is again contradicted, however, when commercial capital is counterposed to fixed capital as simply circulating capital, for Smith himself says, the capital of a merchant is altogether a circulating capital. What it is in fact is a capital functioning within the circulation sphere. As such it contrasts with productive capital in general, capital incorporated into the production process, and for this very reason it can never be counterposed to the fixed component of productive capital as a fluid, circulating component of productive capital. In the examples he provides, Smith defines fixed capital as instruments of trade, and circulating capital as the share of capital laid out on wages and raw materials, including ancillaries, which is repaid with a profit by the price of the work. At first, therefore, the starting point is simply the various components of the labor process, labor power, habor, and raw materials on the one hand, instruments of labor on the other. But these are components of capital, because a sum of value 274 the turnover of capital that is to function as capital is laid out on them. In this respect they are the material elements, modes of existence, of productive capital, capital functioning in the production process. Why then is one part called fixed? Because some part of the capital must be fixed in the instruments of trade. The other part, however, is also fixed in wages and raw materials. However, machines and instruments of trade, such like things, yield a revenue or profit without changing masters or circulating any further. Such capitals, therefore, may very properly be called fixed capitals. Let us take for example mining. Here there is no raw material involved, since the object of labor, e.g. copper, is a natural product that has first to be appropriated by labor. The as yet unappropriated copper, the product of the process that will later circulate as a commodity, as commodity capital, does not form an element of the productive CP1. No part of the value is laid out on it. Neither do the other elements of the production process, labor power and ancillaries such as coal, water, etc., for their part, enter materia 11y into the product. The coal is entirely consumed, and only its value enters the product, just as a part of the value of the machine, etc. enters the product. The worker, finally, still exists just as independently vis-a Vis the product as does the machine. It is only the value that he produces through his labor that is now a component of the value of the copper. In this example, therefore, not a singly component of the productive capital changes hands, masters. None of these components is circulated further, because none of them materially enters the product. Where then is the circulating capital in this case? According to Smith's own definition, the whole of the capital employed in a copper mine consists solely of fixed capital. Let us take on the other hand a different industry, which uses raw materials that form the substance of the product, as well as ancillaries that enter the product bodily, and not just in respect of their value, as does coal for heating, for example. Here, when the product, yarn for instance, changes hands, so does the raw material, the cotton, of which it consists, passing from the production process into that of circulation. But as long as cotton functions as an element of productive capital, its owner does not sell it but works on it, makes yam out of it. He does not let it go. Or, to use Smith's crudely false and trivial expression, he does not make a profit by parting with it, by its changing masters, or by circulating it. He no more has his materials circulate. The German text has consumption, but this would appear to be a slip of Marx's pen that, unlike several others, has so far escaped correction. Theories of fixed and circulating capital. Smith 275 than his machines. They are fixed in the production process, just as much as are the spinning machines and factory buildings. Indeed, a part of the productive capital must as constantly be fixed in the form of coal, cotton, etc., as in that of means of labor. The distinction is simply that the cotton, coal, etc. needed for a week's production of yarn, for example, is completely consumed, and must therefore be replaced by new cotton, coal, etc. Thus these elements of productive capital, although they remain identical kind, always consist of new items, whereas the same individual spinning machine and the same individual factory building continue to serve for a whole series of weeks of production, without being replaced by new items. As elements of productive capital, all its components are constantly fixed in the production process, since this cannot proceed without them. And all elements of productive capital, fixed as well as fluid, are, as productive capital, equally distinct from circulation capital, from commodity capital and money capital. It is just the same with labor power. A part of the productive capital must constantly be fixed in it, and it is generally the very same labor powers, like the same machines, that are used by the same capitalist for a long period. The distinction between labor power and machine here does not consist in the fact that the machine is bought once and for all, which is in fact not the case when it is paid for by installments, for example, while the worker is not, but rather in that the labor that the worker expends enters entirely into the value of the product, while the value of the machine enters only bit by bit. Smith confuses different characteristics when he says of circulating capital in contrast to fixed. The capital employed in this manner yields no revenue or profit to its employer, while it either remains in his possession, or continues in the same shape. He places the merely formal commodity metamorphosis which the product, the commodity capital, undergoes in the circulation sphere and which mediates the commodity's change of hands, on the same level with the bodily metamorphosis which the various elements of the productive capital undergo during the production process. Without further ado, he lumps together the transformation of commodity into money and money into commodity with the transformation of the elements of production into the product. His example of circulating capital is merchant's capital, which is transformed from commodity into money and from money into commodity, the change of form CMC that pertains to commodity circulation. The significance that this formal 276 FHE turnover of capital change within the circulation sphere has for functioning industrial capital is that the commodities which money is transformed back into are elements of production, means of labor and labor power, and so the change of form therefore mediates the continuity of the capital's function, mediates the production process as a continuous one, as a process of reproduction. This entire change of form proceeds in the circulation sphere. It is this that mediates the actual transition of commodities from one hand to another. The metamorphoses that productive capital undergoes within its productive process, on the other hand, are metamorphoses pertaining to the labor process, which are necessary in order to transform the elements of production into the intended product. Adam Smith confines himself to saying that one part of the means of production, the means of labor proper, serve in the labor process, which he wrongly expresses as yield a profit to their master, not by changing their natural form, but simply by being gradually worn out, whereas another part, the materials, are changed, and fulfill their function as means of production precisely through their alteration. This differing behavior of the elements of productive capital in the labor process, however, forms only the starting point of the distinction between fixed and non-fixed capital, and not the distinction itself, as is already shown by the fact that it obtains equally for all modes of production, non-capitalist as well as capitalist. Corresponding to this different material role is the way in which value is surrendered to the product, to which further corresponds the way in which value is replaced by the sale of the product, and it is only this that constitutes the distinction in question. Thus capital is not fixed capital simply because it is fixed in the means of labor, but rather because a part of the value laid out on means of labor remains fixed in these, while another part circulates as a value component of the product. If it, the stock, is employed in procuring further profit, it must procure this profit either by staying with him, the employer, or by going from him. In the one case it is a fixed, in the other it is a circulating capital, page 380. The first thing that strikes one here is the crudely empirical conception of profit, taken from the manner in which it appears to the ordinary capitalist, something that stands in complete contradiction to Smith's own better and esoteric insight asterisk. In the price of the product, the price of both materials and labor power is replaced, but so, too, is the Marx frequently counterposes the false one why superficial or exoteric elements in Adam Smith's writings with the deeper, esoteric, insights that occasionally emerge. Theories of fixed and circulating capital. Smith 277 portion of value transferred from the instruments of labor to the product by wear and tear. Profit can in no case flow from this replacement. Whether a value advanced for the production of the product is replaced completely or bit by bit can alter only the manner and time of the replacement. In no case, however, can it transform what is common to both. The replacement of value into a creation of surplus value. What lies at the bottom of this is the everyday idea that, because surplus value is only realized by the sale of the product, by its circulation, it therefore arises simply from sale, from circulation. In point of fact, saying that profit arises in different ways, is here only an incorrect way of saying that the various elements of productive capita serve or function differently in the labor process as productive elements. Finally, the distinction is not derived from the labor and valorization process itself, from the function of productive capital, but is rather one that simply obtains subjectively for the individual capitalist, to whom one part of capital is useful in this way, another in that. Keynes, on the other hand, derived the distinctions from the actual reproduction process and its exigencies. In order for this process to be continuous, the value of the annual advances has to be completely replaced each year out of the value of the annual product, whereas the value of the original investment capital need only be replaced bit by bit, so that it is only completely replaced over a series of e.g. 10 years, and only in this way is it entirely reproduced, replaced by new items of the same kind. Thus Adam Smith falls a long way behind Keynes. Nothing more remains for Adam Smith to use in defining fixed capital than the fact that it consists of means of labor that do not change their shape in the production process, and continue to serve in production until they are worn out, as opposed to the products which they help to form. He forgets that all elements of productive capital are always distinct from the product, and the product circulating as a commodity, in their natural form, as means of labor, materials and labor power, and that the distinction between the part consisting of materials and labor power and the part consisting of means of labor simply lies, in the case of labor power, in that it is always bought anew, not bought for its duration as with means of labor, and, in the case of the materials, in that it is not the very same ones, but ever new items of the same kind, that function in the labor process. At the same time, the illusion is generated that the value of the fixed capital does not also circulate, although Adam Smith has of course earlier explained that the wear and tear of the fixed capital forms part of the price of products. 278 The turnover of capital. When Smith distinguishes circulating capital from fixed capital, what he emphasizes is not that this circulating capital is simply that component of the productive capital that must be completely replaced out of the value of the product, and must therefore go through all its metamorphoses together with the latter, whereas this is not the case with fixed capital. Circulating capita is rather lumped together with the shapes THT the capital assumes on its transition from the sphere of production to that of circulation, as commodity capital and money capital. These two forms, however, commodity capital and money capital, are bearers of both the fixed and the fluid components of the value of productive capital. Both are capital of circulation, in contrast to productive capital, but not circulating, fluid, capital in contrast to fixed. Finally, the wholly erroneous explanation that fixed capital makes a profit by remaining in the production process, while circulating capital makes a profit by leaving this and circulating, permits the similarity of form that variable capital and the fluid component of constant capital have in the turnover to conceal the basic difference that they have in the valorization process and the formation of surplus value, and in this way the whole secret of capitalist production is still further obscured. The inclusive characterization of bought forms as circulating capital abolishes this fundamental distinction, and this was carried still further by later economists, who took the contrast between fixed and circulating capital as the basic and sole distinction, instead of distinguishing between variable and constant capital. After Adam Smith has firstly described fixed and circulating capital as two specific ways of investing capital, EACN of which independently yields a profit, he goes on to say, no fixed capital can yield any revenue but by means of a circulating capital. The most useful machines and instruments of trade will produce nothing without the circulating capital which affords the materials they are employed upon, and the maintenance of the workmen who employ them, pp. 378-9. Here we see what the earlier expressions, yield a revenue, make a profit, etc. really mean, that both parts of capital serve in the formation of products. But Smith offers the following as an example, that part of the capital of the farmer which is employed in the implements of agriculture is a fixed, that which is employed in the wages and maintenance of his laboring servants is a circulating capital, page 375. Here the distinction between fixed and circulating capital is core. Theories of fixed and circulating capital. Smith 279 directly related simply to the difference in circulation, to the turnover of different components of the productive capital. He makes a profit of the one by keeping it in his own possession, and of the other by parting with it. The price or value of his laboring cattle is a fixed capital. Here we have the further correct assertion that it is value to which the distinction refers, and not the material element, in the same manner as that of the instruments of husbandry. Their maintenance, that of the laboring cattle, is a circulating capital, in the same manner as that of the laboring servants. The farmer makes his profit by keeping the laboring cattle, and by parting with their main tenants. The farmer keeps the cattle's fodder, he doesn't sell it. He needs it as cattle fodder while he uses the cattle themselves as instruments of labor. The distinction is simply that the cattle fodder that enters the maintenance of the draft cattle is completely consumed and must be constantly replaced by new cattle fodder from the agricultural product or its sale, while the cattle themselves are replaced only to the extent that each animal in succession becomes incapable of further work. Both the price and the maintenance of the cattle which are brought in and fattened, not for labor, but for sale, are a circulating capital. The farmer makes his profit by parting with them. Every commodity producer, and thus the capitalist producer as well, sells his product, the result of his production process, but this does not make the product either a fixed or a fluid component of his productive capital. It now exists rather in a form in which it has been ejected from the production process and must function as commodity capital. Fat tending cattle function in the production process as raw material, not as an instrument like draft cattle. They therefore enter the product as substance, and their entire value enters the product, just as that of the ancillary materials. Their fodder. This is why they are a fluid part of the productive capital, and not because the product sold, the fattened cattle, has here the same natural form as the raw material, the not yet fattened cattle. That is a mere accident. At the same time, Smith should have been able to see from this example that it is not the material shape of the element of production that makes the value contained in it fixed or fluid, but rather its function within the production process. The whole value of the seed, too, is properly a fixed capital. Though it goes backwards and forwards between the ground and the granary, it never changes masters, and therefore does not properly circulate. The farmer makes his profit not by its sale, but by its increase, ibid. 280 The turnover of capital. Here the utter shallowness of Smith's distinction comes into the open. In his conception, the seed is fixed capital because there is no change of masters, i.e. the seed is directly replaced out of the annual product, subtracted from it. It would be circulating capital, however, if the entire product were sold and new seed were bought with one part of the product's value. In the one case there is a change of masters, in the other case not. Here Smith confuses fluid capital with commodity capital. The product is the material bearer of the commodity capital, but of course only of that part of it that actually enters circulation, and does not directly re-enter the production process from which it emerged as a product. Whether the seed is directly subtracted from the product, or whether the whole product is sold and a part of its value is replaced by the acquisition of new seed, what occurs in both cases is no more than a replacement, and no profit is made by this replacement. In the one case the seed passes into circulation as a commodity along with the rest of the product, while in the other case it figures only in the book-keeping as a component of the value of the capital advanced. In both cases, however, it remains a fluid component of the productive capital. It is completely consumed in preparing the product, and it must be completely replaced out of this if reproduction is to be made possible. Hence raw material and auxiliary substances lose the independent form with which they entered into the labor process. It is otherwise with the actual instruments of labor. Tools, machines, factory buildings and containers are only of use in the labor process as long as they keep their original shape, and are ready each morning to enter into it in the same form. And just as during their lifetime, that is to say during the labor process, they retain their shape independently of the product, so too after their death. The mortal remains of machines, tools, workshops, etc., always continue to lead an existence distinct from that of the product they helped to turn out. Capital Volume 1, Chapter 8, page .311. These different ways in which the means of production are used in the formation of the product, some of them maintaining their independent shape vis the product, others changing it or even losing it entirely. This distinction, which pertains to the labor process as such, and therefore applies just as much to labor processes oriented simply to the needs of the producers themselves, e.g. the patriarchal family, and devoid of any exchange or commodity production, is falsified by Adam Smith, in that he, 1. Introduces what is here the quite an opposite theories of fixed and circulating capital. Smith 281 characteristic that some means of production bring their owner profit by maintaining their shape, others by losing it. 2. Lumps the alterations suffered by one part of the elements of production in the labor process together with the change of form pertaining to the exchange of products, to commodity circulation, buying and selling, which at the same time includes the change of ownership of the commodities in circulation. Turnover implies that RWL, reduction, is mediated by circulation, i.e. by the sale of the product, by its transformation into money and transformation back from money into its own elements of production. But in so far as a part of his product again directly serves the same capitalist producer as means of production, the producer appears as selling this to himself. This is how the matter figures in his bookkeeping. This part of reproduction is then not mediated by circulation, but directly. The part of the product that serves again in this way as means of production replaces fluid capital, not fixed, insofar as 1. Its value goes completely into the product and 2. It is itself replaced completely in kind by a new item from the new product. Adam Smith then tells us what circulating and fixed capital consist of. He lists the things, the material elements, that constitute fixed capital, and those that constitute circulating capital, as if this characteristic belonged to these things materially, by nature, and did not rather derive from their specific function within the capitalist production process. And yet he notes in the same chapter, Book 2, Chapter 1, that although a certain thing, a house for example, which is reserved for direct consumption, may yield a revenue to its proprietor, and thereby serve in the function of a capital to him. It cannot yield any to the public, nor serve in the function of a capital to it, and the revenue of the whole body of the people can never be in the smallest degree increased by it. Page 376. Marx's emphasis. Here Adam Smith clearly asserts that the property of being capital cannot be attributed to things as such and under all circumstances, but is rather a function with which they are or are not endowed according to the given conditions. But what is true of capital in general is also true of its subdivisions. The same things may form components of fluid or of fixed capital, according to the different functions they perform in the labor process. Cattle used as draft cattle, means of labor, for example, form a material mode of existence of fixed capital, while as fattening cattle 282 the turnover of capital, raw material, they are a component part of the farmer's circulating capital. The same thing, moreover, can function at one time as a component of productive capital, and at another time form part of the direct consumption fund. A house, for example, when it functions as a place of work, is a fixed component of productive capital. When it functions as a dwelling, it is in no way a form of capital in this capacity. The same means of labor can in many cases function at one time as means of production, at another time as means of consumption. One of the errors that followed from Smith's conception was that of taking fixed and circulating capital as characteristics attributable to things. Our analysis of the labor process, Volume 1, Chapter 7, has already shown how the determinations of means of labor, material of labor and product change according to the various roles that one and the same thing assumes in the process. The characteristics of fixed and non-fixed capital are in their turn, however, built on the particular roles that these elements play in the labor process and hence in the process of value formation. Secondly, however, in enumerating the things which fixed and circulating capital consist of, it becomes evident that Smith lumps together the distinction between fixed and fluid components, which is only valid, and only has any meaning, in relation to productive capital, capital in its productive form, with the distinction between productive capital and the forms pertaining to capital in its circulation process, commodity capital and money capital. He says in the same passage, page 378, the circulating capital consists of the provisions, materials, and finished work of all kinds that are in the hands of their respective dealers, and of the money that is necessary for circulating and distribute. Th. Single quote. MGM. When we look more closely, in fact, we find that, in contrast to his earlier assertions, circulating capital is here again equated with commodity capital and money capital, with two forms of capital that do not belong to the production process at all, which are not circulating, fluid capital in opposition to fixed, but rather circulation capital in opposition to productive capital. It is only alongside these that the components of productive capital advanced in materials, raw material or semi-manufactured goods, and actually incorporated into the production process again figure. He says, the third and last of the three portions into which the general stock of the society naturally divides itself, is the circulating capital, of which the characteristic is, that it affords a revenue only by circulating or. Theories of fixed and circulating capital. Smith 283 Changing Masters. It is composed likewise of four parts. First, of the money. But money is never a form of productive capital, capital functioning in the production process. It is never more than one of the forms which capital assumes within its process of circulation. Secondly, of the stock and provisions which are in the possession of the butcher, the grazier, the farmer, and from the sale of which they expect to derive a profit. Fourthly, and lastly, of the work which is made up and completed, but which is still in the hands of the merchant or manufacturer. And, thirdly, of the materials, whether altogether rude, or more or less manufactured, of clothes, furniture, and building, which are not yet made up into any of those three shapes, but which remain in the hands of the growers, the manufacturers, the mercers and drapers, the timber merchants, the carpenters and joiners, the brick makers, etc. pp. 377-8. The second and fourth parts simply contain products that have been ejected from the production process as such and have to be sold. In short, products that now function as commodities and hence as commodity capital, possess a form and assume a position in the process in which they do not constitute an element of productive capital, whatever may be their eventual destination, whether their purpose, use value, finally fits them for individual or for productive consumption. The products in the second part are foodstuffs, those in the fourth part all other finished products, which thus themselves consist only of finished means of labor or articles of consumption, other than the foodstuffs comprised under the second part. Smith also demonstrates his confusion on this point by the way that he speaks of the merchant. If the producer has sold his product to the merchant, this no longer constitutes capital of his in any form. From the social point of view, however, it is still just as much commodity capital, even if in other hands than those of its producer. But precisely because it is commodity capital, it is neither fixed nor fluid capital. In every production not directed towards satisfying the producer's own immediate needs, the product must circulate as a commodity, i.e. be sold, not so that a profit may be made on it, but simply so that the producer may live. In the case of capitalist production, the sale of the commodity also realizes the surplus value contained in it. The product passes out of the production process as a commodity, and is therefore no longer either a fixed or a fluid element of this process. Here, by the way, Smith actually refutes his own argument. The 284 The turnover of capital finished products, whatever may be their material shape or use value, their useful effect, are all commodity capital, capital in a form pertaining to the circulation process. Because they exist in this form, they cannot constitute a component of their owner's productive capital, but this in no way prevents them, once they are sold, from becoming components of productive capital, whether fluid or fixed, in the hands of their buyer. It is evident here that the same things that enter the market at one time as commodity capital in opposition to productive capital may function as either fluid or fixed components of productive capital, or as neither, once they are withdrawn from the market. The product of the cotton spinner, yarn, is the commodity form of his capital, commodity capital for him. It cannot function again as a component of his productive capital, either as material of labor or as means of labor. The weaver who buys it, however, incorporates it into his productive capital as a fluid part of this. For the spinner, on the other hand, the yarn is the bearer of the value of a part of both his fluid and his fixed capital. We ignore surplus value. Similarly, a machine, as the product of the machine builder, is commodity capital for him, and as long as it persists in this form, it is neither fluid nor fixed capital. When sold to a manufacturer who puts it to use, it becomes a fixed component of a productive capital. Even when the use form of the product enables it in part to re-enter, as means of production, the process from which it emerged, as when coal re-enters the production of coal, the part of the coal product destined for sale still represents neither fluid nor fixed capital, but rather commodity capital. The use form of the product may however render it completely incapable of forming any element of productive capital, either material or means of labor. Any kind of means of subsistence, for example. It is none the less commodity capital for its producer, the bearer of value of both the fixed and the fluid capital, and in the proportion that the capital bestowed on its production must be completely or partially replaced, its value has been transferred wholly or partly to it. In Smith's third case, the raw materials, including semi-finished goods and ancillaries, figure in the first place not as a component already incorporated into productive capital, but in fact only as a special kind of those use values, the mass of commodities, which the social product consists of in general, alongside the other material components, means of subsistence, etc. listed in the second and fourth cases. Secondly, however, they are also presented as incorporated into productive capital, and hence as elements of the latter in the hands of the producer. The theories of fixed and circulating capital. Smith 285 confusion shows itself in the way that they are conceived as functioning both in the hands of the producer, in the hands of the growers, the manufacturers, etc., and in the hands of merchants, mercers, drapers, timber merchants, where they are mere commodity capital, not components of productive capital. In listing the elements of circulating capital, in fact, Adam Smith completely forgets the distinction between fixed and fluid capital, which is applicable only to productive capital. Instead, he counterposes commodity capital and money capital, i.e. the two forms of capital pertaining to the circulation process, to productive capital, although even this he does unconsciously. The final striking thing is that Adam Smith forgets labor power in his list of the components of circulating capital. There are two reasons for this. We have already seen that, leaving aside money capital, circulating capital is, for Smith, only another name for commodity capital. But insofar as labor power circulates on the market, it is not capital, and so not a form of commodity capital. It is not capital at all. The worker is not a capitalist, even though he brings a commodity to market, i.e. his own skin. It is only when labor power has been sold and incorporated into the production process, i.e. after it has ceased to circulate as a commodity, that it becomes a component of productive capital. Variable capital is the source of surplus value, a fluid component of the productive capital in relation to the turnover of the capital value laid out on this. Because Smith confuses fluid capital with commodity capital, he cannot bring labor power under his heading of circulating capital. Variable capital thus appears here in the form of the commodities that the worker buys with his wages, the means of subsistence. It is in this form that the capital value laid out on wages is supposed to form part of the circulating capital. But what is incorporated into the production process is labor power, the actual worker, and not the means of subsistence with which the worker maintains himself. We have certainly seen, Volume 1, Chapter 23, that, considered from the society's standpoint, the reproduction of the worker himself by his individual consumption forms part of the reproduction process of the social capital. But this does not hold for the individual production process taken by itself, which is what we are considering here. The acquired and useful abilities, page 377, which Smith introduces under the heading of fixed capital, form on the contrary components of fluid capital once they are abilities of the wage laborer, who has sold his abilities together with his labor. 286 The turnover of capital. It is a great error on Smith's part that he divides up the whole social wealth into 1. Immediate consumption fund, 2. Fixed capital, and 3. Circulating capital. According to this, wealth would be divided into a consumption fund that does not form a part of the functioning social capital, although parts of it may always function as capital and capital. One part of the wealth accordingly functions as capital, the other part as non-capital or a consumption fund. And it appears here as an indispensable necessity for all capital to be either fixed or fluid, just as a mammal is by natural necessity either male or female. We have seen, however, that the opposition of fixed and fluid is only applicable to the elements of productive capital, and that alongside this there is still a very significant amount of capital, commodity capital and money capital. which exists in a form in which it cannot be either fixed or fluid. Since, with the exception of the part of the product that is directly used in its natural form as means of production by the individual capitalist producer himself, without sale or purchase, the entire mass of social production, on the capitalist basis, circulates on the market as commodity capital, it is clear that both fixed and fluid elements of productive capital and, in addition, all elements of the consumption fund, are drawn from the commodity capital. This is saying no more than that both means of production and means of consumption first appear, q. and the basis of capitalist production, as commodity capital, even if they are also destined later to serve as means of consumption or production, just as labor power itself is found on the market as a commodity, even if noted as commodity capital. This leads Adam Smith to a further misunderstanding. He says that, of these four parts, of the circulating capital, i.e. of capital in its forms of commodity capital and money capital, which pertain to the circulation process, two parts which are transformed into four by Smith when he makes a further distinction, on a material basis, within the components of commodity capital, three provisions, materials, and finished work, are, either annually, or in a longer or shorter period, regularly withdrawn from it, and placed either in the fixed capital or in the stock reserved for immediate consumption. Every fixed capital is both originally derived from, and requires to be continually supported by a circulating capital. All useful machines and instruments of trade are originally derived from a circulating capital, which furnishes the materials of which they are made and the maintenance of the workmen who make them. They require, too, a capital of the same kind to keep them in constant repair, page 78. Theories of fixed and circulating capital. Smith 287. Always accepting that part of the product directly used again by its producers as means of production, we can make the general statement about capitalist production that all products come onto the market as commodities, and hence circulate for the capitalist as the commodity form of his capital, as commodity capital, whether the natural or use form of these products means that they can or must function as means of production, and hence as fixed or fluid elements of productive capital, or whether they can serve only as means of individual rather than productive consumption. All products are thrown onto the market as commodities. All means of production and consumption, all elements of productive and individual consumption, must therefore be withdrawn again from the market as commodities, by purchase. This truism is manifestly correct. It therefore holds good equally for the fixed and for the fluid elements of productive capital, for means of labor as well as material of labor in all forms. It is still overlooked here that there are elements of productive capital which are given by nature, and are not products. The machine is bought on the market as much as the cotton is. But it in no way follows from this. It follows only from Smith's confusion of circulation capital with circulating or fluid, i.e. non-fixed capital, that every fixed capital originally derives from a fluid one. Moreover, Smith actually refutes his own argument. According to him, machines, as commodities, belong to the fourth part of the circulating capital. That they derive from the circulating capital thus only means that they functioned as commodity capital before they functioned as machines, although materially they derive from themselves, just as cotton as a fluid element of the spinner's capital derives from cotton on the market. But if in his further elaboration Smith derives fixed capital from fluid capital on the ground that labor and raw material are necessary in order to make machines, it is still the case, firstly, that means of labor, fixed capital, are necessary to make machines, and secondly, too, that fixed capital machinery, etc., is necessary in order to make raw materials, since productive capital always includes means of labor, but not always material of labor. He himself goes on to say on this point, lands, mines, and fisheries require all both a fixed and a circulating capital to cultivate them. He thus concedes that fixed capital is needed to produce raw material, as well as circulating capital, and, here a new muddle, their produce replaces with a profit, not only those capitals, but all the others in society, po. 379, Marx's emphasis. This is totally confused. Their product supplies the raw material, 288 the turnover of capital ancillaries, etc. for all other branches of industry. But their value does not replace the value of all other social capitals, it replaces only its own capital value, plus surplus value. Here again Smith is looking back to the physiocrats. From the society's standpoint, it is true that the part of commodity capital that consists of products that can only serve as means of labor, also functions sooner or later as means of labor. Otherwise the products will have been produced to no avail, will be unsaleable. On the basis of capitalist production, in other words, once they have ceased to be commodities, they must form actual elements of the fixed part of the social productive capital, which they already were prospectively. There is a distinction here which arises from the natural form of the product. A spinning machine, for instance, has no use value if it is not used for spinning, i.e. does not function as an element of production, and thus, from the capitalist standpoint, as a fixed component of a productive capital. But the spinning machine is mobile. It can be exported from the country where it is produced and be sold, directly or indirectly, to a foreign country, whether in exchange for raw materials, etc. or for champagne. In the country where it was produced it then functions only as commodity capital, but never, not even after its sale, as fixed capital. However, products that have been localized by being incorporated into the earth, and hence can only be used locally, e.g. factory buildings, railways, bridges, tunnels, docks etc., soil improvements, and so on, cannot be exported body and soul. They are immobile. If they are not to be useless, they must function after their sale as fixed capital in the country in which they were produced. For the capitalist producer who builds factories speculatively or improves estates in order to sell them, these things are the form of his commodity capital, and so according to Smith the form of his circulating capital. But from the society's standpoint, they must ultimately function as fixed capital, if they are not to be useless, in the country in question, in a production process fixed by their own location. It in no way follows from this that immobile objects as such are automatically fixed capital. They may be dwelling houses, etc. that belong to the consumption fund and thus do not form part of the social capital at all, even though they form an element of the social wealth, of which capital is only one part. The producer of these things, to express ourselves in Smith's terms, makes a profit by their sale. So they are circulating capital. The person who puts them to use. Theories of fixed and circulating capital. Smith 289 Their ultimate buyer can use them only by employing them in the production process. So they are fixed capital. Property titles to a railway, for instance, can change hands daily, and their owners can even make a profit by selling them abroad. The property titles are thus exportable, but the railway itself is not. It is no less the case, however, that these things must either function as the fixed component of a productive capital in the actual country where they are located, or else lie idle. Similarly, manufacturer A can make a profit by selling his factory to manufacturer B, but this does not prevent the factory from functioning now as before as fixed capital. The locally fixed means of labor, those inseparable from the soil, even though they may function for their producer as commodity capital, and do not form any element of his fixed capital, which consists for him of the means of labor that he needs to build buildings, railways, etc., must necessarily function prospectively as fixed capital in the country in question. But it in no way follows, conversely, that fixed capital necessarily consists of immovable objects. A ship and a locomotive operate only by moving, yet they function as fixed capital for their users, even if not for their producers. Things on the other hand that are most fully fixed in the production process, live and die in it, and never leave it after they have once entered it, can be fluid components of productive capital. For example, the coal that drives the machine in the production process, the gas consumed in lighting a factory building, etc. These are fluid not because they physically leave the production process along with the product, and circulate as commodities, but rather because their value enters completely into the value of the commodity that they help to produce, and must thus be entirely replaced from the sale of the commodity. In the passage last quoted, one phrase of Smith's should still be noted, a circulating capital, which furnishes the maintenance of the workmen who make them, machines, etc. With the physiocrats, the portion of capital advanced in wages figured correctly under the heading, avances annuels, as contrasted with avances primitives. On the other hand, what appears with them as a component of the productive capital applied by the farmer is not labor power itself, but rather the means of subsistence given to the agricultural workers, the maintenance of the workmen, as Smith puts it. This is directly related to their specific doctrine. The portion of value which labor adds to the product, like the portion of value added by raw materials, instruments of labor, etc. in short by the material 290 the turnover of capital components of the constant capital, as equal only to the value of the means of subsistence paid to the workers and necessarily consumed by them to maintain their function as labor powers. The very doctrine of the physiocrats prohibited them from discovering the distinction between constant capital and variable capital. If it is labor that produces surplus value, as well as reproducing its own price, then it produces this in industry just as much as in agriculture. But since in the physiocratic system labor produces surplus value only in one branch of production, agriculture, surplus value was not seen as arising from labor, but rather from the special activity, collaboration, of nature in this branch. It was for this reason that they saw agricultural labor as productive labor, in distinction from other kinds of labor. Adam Smith defines the worker's means of subsistence as circulating capital in opposition to fixed, 1. Because he confuses fluid capital, as opposed to fixed, with the forms of capital pertaining to the circulation sphere, with circulation capital, a confusion which has been uncritically taken over by his successors. He therefore confuses commodity capital, with the fluid component of productive capital, and it is then self-evident that, where the social product takes the form of a commodity, the worker's means of subsistence, just like those of the non-workers, not to mention the materials and means of labor themselves, have to be supplied out of commodity capital, too. But the physiocratic conception also creeps in with Smith, although it contradicts the esoteric, genuinely scientific part of his own theoretical presentation. All capital advanced is converted into productive capital, i.e. it assumes the shape of elements of production which are themselves the product of earlier labor, including labor power. Only in this form can it function in the production process. If now we substitute the worker's means of subsistence for the actual labor power into which the variable part of capital has been transformed, then it is clear that these means of subsistence as such are not different from the other elements of productive capital as far as the formation of value is concerned, not different for example from raw materials and from the means of subsistence of draft cattle, which is why Smith, following the example of the physiocrats, puts these all on the same level in one of the passages quoted above. The means of subsistence cannot themselves valorize their value or add to it a surplus value. Their value, like that of the other page 279 above. Theories of fixed and circulating capital. Smith 291 elements of productive capital can reappear only in the value of the product. They cannot add more value to it than they themselves possess. They are only distinguished from the fixed capital, which consists of means of labor, in the same way as are raw material, semi-finished goods, etc., namely in that they are completely consumed in the product that they help to form, at least as far as the capitalist who pays for them is concerned, and their value must thus be completely replaced, whereas replacement occurs only gradually, bit by bit, in the case of fixed capital. The part of productive capital advanced in labor power, or the means of subsistence of the worker, is thus distinguished here only materially, and not with regard to the labor and valorization process, from the remaining material elements of the productive capital. It is only distinguished in that it falls into the category of circulating capital, along with one part of the objective elements of product formation. Materials is Smith's general term for them, in opposition to another part of the objective elements that falls into the category of fixed capital. Although the part of capital spent on wages belongs to the fluid part of productive capital, and has this fluidity in common with a portion of the objective elements of product formation, the raw materials, etc., as opposed to the fixed component of productive capital, this has absolutely nothing to do with the role that this variable part of capital plays in the valorization process as opposed to the constant part. It is simply related to how this part of the capital value advanced has to be replaced, renewed, and thus reproduced out of the value of the product, by way of circulation. The purchase and repurchase of labor power pertains to the circulation process. But it is only within the production process that the value laid out on labor power is transformed, not for the worker, but for the capitalist, from a definite, constant quantity into a variable one, and the value advanced in capital, is thereby transformed for the first time into self-valorizing value. But because it is not the value laid out on labor power that Smith defines as a fluid component of the productive capital, but rather the value laid out on the worker's means of subsistence, it is impossible for him to understand the distinction between variable and constant capital, and thus the capitalist production process in general. The characteristic of this part of capital is variable capital in opposition to the constant capital laid out on the objective elements of product formation is buried underneath the characteristic that the part of capital laid out on labor power belongs to the fluid part of the productive capital with respect to the turnover. This burial is made complete in so far as in place of labor power it is 292 the turnover of capital the worker's means of subsistence that are counted as an element of productive capital. Whether the value of the labor power is advanced in money or in means of subsistence is immaterial, even though the latter can of course only be the exception on the basis of capitalist production. 2. Because Adam Smith fixed in this way upon the characteristic of circulating capital is the decisive one for capital value laid out on labor power. The physiocratic definition without the premises of the physiocrats. He managed to make it impossible for his successors to perceive that the part of capital laid out on labor power was variable capital. The profound and correct explanation that he himself offered elsewhere did not prevail, whereas this B.L.W. Wonder did. Indeed, later writers went even further, and not only made it the decisive characteristic of the part of capital laid out on labor power to be circulating capital in opposition to fixed, but also made it the fundamental characteristic of circulating capital to be laid out on means of subsistence for the worker. This naturally linked up with the doctrine of the labor fund * of necessary means of subsistence as a given magnitude, which on the one hand physically restricts the share of the workers in the social product, but on the other hand has to be spent to its full extent on the acquisition of labor power. 2. How much Adam Smith barred his own way to an understanding of the role of labor power in the valorization process is shown by the following sentence, which puts the labor of the worker on the same level as that of draft cattle, in the physiocratic manner. Not only his, the farmers, laboring servants, but his laboring cattle, are productive laborers. Book 2, Chapter 5, page 462. See Volume 1, pp. 758-61. Chapter 11. Theories of Fixed and Circulating Capital. Ricardo introduces the distinction between fixed and circulating capital only in order to present the exceptions to the law of value, those cases in which the rate of wages affects prices. We shall only come to speak of these in Volume 3. The basic confusion is however evident from the start in the following juxtaposition. This difference in the degree of durability of fixed capital, and this variety in the proportions in which the two sorts of capital may be b. D. 1, in. If we now ask what the two sorts of capital are, we are told. The proportions, 2, in which the capita, that is to support labor, and the capital that is invested in tools, machinery, and buildings, may be variously combined. 2. Fixed capital thus equals means of labor, and circulation capital equals capital laid out on labor. Capital that is to support labor is itself an absurd expression taken over from Adam Smith. Here circulation capital is on the one hand lumped together with variable capital, with the part of productive capital laid out on labor. On the other hand, however, because the opposition is not derived from the valorization process, constant and variable capital, but rather from the circulation process, the old Smithian confusion, two misconceptions arise. Firstly, the differences in the degree of durability of the fixed capital, and the variations in the composition of capital in terms of constant and variable, are taken as equivalent. The latter distinction, however, deter one. Principles, page 25. All Marx's quotations from Ricardo in this chapter are to be found on pp. 72-3 of the Pelican edition of Ricardo's Principles, Harmondsworth, 1971. The emphasis here is Marx's. 2. Ibid. Chapter 11 of that volume. 294 The turnover of capital means the variation in the production of surplus value. The FONER, on the other hand, insofar as the valorization process is concerned, is simply related to the manner in which a given value of means of production is transferred to the product. As far as the circulation process is concerned, it affects only the period of renewal of the capital laid out, in other words the time for which this is advanced. If, instead of penetrating through to the inner mechanism of the capitalist production process, you adopt the standpoint of the phenomena in their finished form, these distinctions do in fact coincide. When the social surplus value is distributed between the capitals invested in different branches of industry, differences in the various times for which the capital is advanced, for example, varying lifespans in the case of fixed capital, and different organic compositions of capital, thus also the different circulations of constant and variable capital, have similar effects in the equalization of the general rate of profit and the transformation of values into prices of production. Secondly, from the standpoint of the circulation process, we have on the one hand the means of labor, fixed capital, on the other hand material of labor and wages, fluid capital. From the standpoint of the labor and valorization process, however, we have on the one hand means of production, means and material of labor, constant capital, on the other hand labor power, variable capital. As far as the organic composition of capital is concerned, Volume 1, Chapter 25, 2, page 772, it is quite immaterial whether the same value of constant capital consists of more means of labor and less material of labor, or of more material of labor and less means of labor, whereas everything depends on the relation between the capital laid out on means of production and that laid out on labor power. Conversely, from the standpoint of the circulation process, the distinction between fixed and circulating capital, it is just as immaterial in what proportion a given value of circulating capital is divided between material of labor and wages. From the one standpoint, the material of labor is ranked in the same category as the means of labor, as opposed to the capital value laid out on labor power. From the other standpoint, the part of capital laid out on labor power is ranked together with that laid out on material of labor, as opposed to the part of capital laid out on means of labor. In Ricardo, therefore, the part of capital value laid out on material of labor, raw materials and ancillaries, is not found on either side. These themes are covered in Volume 3, Part 2 of Capital. Theories of fixed and circulating capital. Ricardo 295 completely vanishes. It does not fit on the side of fixed capital, because it completely coincides in its mode of circulation with the part of capital laid out on labor power. And it cannot be put on the side of circulating capital, because this would be a self-refutation of the equation taken over from Adam Smith and still silently running through Ricardo's writings between the antithesis, fixed and circulating capital, and the antithesis, constant and variable capital. Ricardo has far too great an instinct for logic not to be sensitive to this, and he therefore just lets this part of the capital disappear. It should be noted here that the capitalist advances the capital laid out on wages, to use the mode of speech peculiar to political economy, for different periods, according to whether he pays wages by the week, by the month or every 3 months. In point of fact, the opposite happens. The worker advances the capitalist his labor for a week, a month or 3 months, according to the intervals at which he is paid. If the capitalist did actually buy labor, instead of simply paying for it later, if he paid the worker his wages for the day, week, month or 3 months in advance, then we could speak of an advance for these periods. But since he pays only after the labor has lasted for days, weeks or months, instead of buying it and paying for the time that it is to last, the whole thing is a capitalist quid pro quo, and the advance that the worker makes to the capitalist in the form of labor is transformed into an advance that the capitalist makes to the worker in money. This in no way alters the fact that the capitalist gets the product back from circulation, or realizes its value, together with the surplus value incorporated into it, only after a shorter or longer period of time. According to the varying time that its production requires, or alternatively according to the varying time needed for its circulation. What the buyer of a commodity might want to do with it is completely immaterial to the seller. The capitalist does not get a machine any cheaper because he has to advance its entire value all at once, while the same value flows back to him from the circulation sphere only gradually and bit by bit. Nor does he pay more for cotton because its value enters completely into the value of the product made from it, and is thus completely replaced at one stroke when this is sold on the market. Let us then return to Ricardo. 1. The characteristic feature of variable capital is that a definite, given, in this sense constant, part of capital, a given sum of value, assumed to be equal to the value of the labor power, although it is immaterial here whether the wage is the same as, or more or less than, 296 the turnover of capital the value of the labor power, is exchanged for a force that valorizes itself and creates value labor power, which not only reproduces the value paid to it by the capitalist, but also produces a surplus value, a value that did not previously exist and is not bought for an equivalent. This characteristic property of the portion of value laid out on wages, which distinguishes it fundamentally from constant capital as variable capital, disappears as soon as this portion of capital laid out on wages is considered simply from the standpoint of the circulation process and thus appears as circulation capital as against the fixed capital laid out on means of labor. This happens as soon as it is placed together under a single heading, that of circulating capital, with a component of the constant capital, that laid out on material of labor, and counterposed to another component of the constant capital laid out on means of labor. Here surplus value, i.e. the very circumstance which transforms the sum of value laid out into capital, is completely ignored. It is similarly ignored that the portion of value that the capital laid out on wages adds to the product is freshly produced, and thus actually reproduct, while the portion of value that the raw material adds to the product is not freshly produced, and not really reproduced, but is simply maintained and conserved in the value of the product, and hence merely reappears as a component of the product's value. As the distinct tion is presented from the standpoint of the antithesis between fluid and fixed capital, it simply consists in the fact that the value of the means of labor applied in the production of a commodity goes only partly into the value of the commodity, and hence is only partly replaced by the sale of the commodity, i.e. only bit by bit and gradually. On the other hand, the value of the labor power and objects of labor, raw materials etc., applied in the production of a commodity goes into the commodity completely, and is therefore completely replaced by its sale. In this respect, one part of the capital presents itself as fixed in regard to the circulation process, and the other as fluid or circulating. What is involved in both cases is a transfer of given, previously advanced values to the product, and their replacement when the product is sold. The sole distinction here is whether the transfer of value, and therefore the replacement of value, proceeds bit by bit and gradually, or all at once. The all-important distinction between variable and constant capital is thereby obliterated, and with it the whole secret of surplus value form a tion in of capitalist production, namely the circumstances that transform certain values in the things in which they are represented into capital. The components of capital are distinguished from one another. Theories of fixed and circulating capital. Ricardo 297 simply by the mode of circulation, and the circulation of commodities has of course only to do with already existing, given values. The capital laid out on wages has a particular mode of circulation in common with the portion of capital laid out on raw materials, semi-finished goods and ancillaries, in contrast to that laid out on means of labor. We can thus understand why bourgeois political economy held instinctively to Adam Smith's confusion of the categories, fixed and circulating capital, with the categories constant and variable capital, and uncritically echoed it from one generation down to the next for a whole century. It no longer distinguished at all between the portion of capital laid out on wages and the portion of capita, laid out on raw material, and only formally distinguished the former from constant capital in terms of whether it was circulated bit by bit or all at once through the product. The basis for understanding the real movement of capitalist production, and thus of capitalist exploitation, was thus submerged at one blow. All that was involved, on this view, was the reappearance of values advanced. Ricardo's uncritical reception of Smith's confusion is more surprising, not only than that of the later apologists, among whom the confusion of concepts is rather something unsurprising, but also than that of Adam Smith himself, since Ricardo, in contrast to Smith, presented value and surplus value consistently and clearly, and in point of fact upheld the esoteric Adam Smith against the exoteric. Among the physiocrats, there is none of this confusion. The distinct tion between avances annuels and avances primitives is related solely to the different reproduction periods of the different components of capital, agricultural capital in particular, while their views on the production of surplus value constitute a part of their theory which is independent of these distinctions, a part in fact that they held up as its culminating point. The formation of surplus value is not explained in terms of capital as such, but ascribed simply to one specific sphere of capitalist production, agriculture. 2. The essential feature of the definition of variable capital, and hence of the transformation of any sum of values at all into capital, is that the capitalist exchanges a definite, given, and in this sense constant, value for value creating power, a magnitude of value for the production of value, for self-valorization. Whether the capitalist pays the worker in money or in means of subsistence does not affect this fundamental characteristic. It affects only the mode of existence of the value advanced by him, which exists in one case in the form of money, 298 the turnover of capital with which the worker himself buys his means of subsistence on the market, in the other case in the form of means of subsistence that he consumes directly. Developed capitalist production in fact assumes that the worker is paid in money, just as it assumes in general that the production process is mediated by the circulation process, i.e. a money economy. But the creation of surplus value, and hence the capitalization of the sum of value advanced, arises neither from the money form nor from the natural form of wages, i.e. of the capital laid out on the acquisition of labor power. It arises from the exchange of value for value creating power, from the conversion of a constant quantity into a variable one. The more or less fixed character of the means of labor is a function of their degree of durability, i.e. of a physical property. According to their durability, they are worn out more quickly or more slowly, conditions remaining otherwise the same, and thus function for a longer or shorter time as fixed capital. But it is in no way simply this physical property of durability which leads them to function as fixed capital. In metalworks, the raw material is just as durable as the machines with which it is processed, and more durable in fact than many components of these machines. Leather, wood, etc. But the metal serving as raw material does not form any the less a part of the circulating capital, while the functioning means of labor that may be constructed of the same metal form part of fixed capital. Thus it is not its material, physical nature, its greater or lesser propensity to perish, which makes the same metal in one case fixed capital and in the other case circulating capital. This distinction rather arises from the role that it plays in the production process, in one case as obj cord of labor, in the other case as means of labor. The function of a means of labor in the production process general IY requires it to serve over and over again in repeated labor processes for a longer or shorter period of time. Its function thus prescribes a greater or lesser degree of durability for its material. But the durability of the material from which it is made does not make it in and for itself fixed capital. The same material becomes circulating capital if it is used as raw material, and for those economists who confuse the distinction between commodity capital and productive capital with the distinction between circulating and fixed capital, the same material or the same machine is circulating capital as a product, and fixed capital as a means of labor. Even though it is not the durable material of which the means of labor is made that makes it fixed capital, its role is means of labor. Theories of fixed and circulating capital. Ricardo 299 does require it to consist of a more or less durable material. The durability of its material is thus a condition for its function as means of labor, hence also a material basis of the mode of circulation that makes it fixed capital. Other things being equal, the greater or lesser perishability of its material imprints it to a lower or higher degree with the stamp of fixedness, and is thus very fundamentally bound up with its quality as fixed capital. If the portion of capital laid out on labor power is considered exclusively from the standpoint of circulating capital, in contrast to fixed capital, and if the distinction between constant and variable capital is therefore lumped together with the distinction between fixed and circulating capital, it is then natural, as the material reality of the means of labor is an essential basis for its character as fixed capital, also to derive the opposite character of the capital laid out on labor power as circulating capital from the material reality of this capital, and then to define circulating capital in terms of the material reality of variable capital. The real material of the capital laid out on wages is labor itself, self-acting, value-creating labor power, living labor, which the capitalist has exchanged for dead, objectified labor, and incorporated into his capital, this being the way that the value existing in his hands is first transformed into a self-valorizing value. But the capitalist does not sell this power of self-valorization. It forms throughout simply a component of his productive capital, just like his means of labor, and is never a component of his commodity capital, like the finished product that he sells, for instance. Within the production process, the means of labor, as components of productive capital, are not distinguished from labor power as fixed capital, any more than the material of labor and ancillaries coincide with it as circulating capital. From the standpoint of the labor process, both of these confront labor power as the personal factor, they themselves being the objective factors. From the standpoint of the valorization process, both are distinct from labor power, variable capital, as constant capital. Alternatively, if we are to speak of a material difference that affects the circulation process, this is simply that it follows from the nature of value, which is nothing other than objectified labor, and from the nature of self-acting labor power, which is nothing other than self-objectifying labor, that labor power constantly creates value and surplus value as long as it continues to function, that what presents itself on its side as movement, as the creation of value, presents itself on the side of its product in a motion 300 the turnover of capital less form, as created value. If the labor power has performed its function, then the capital no longer consists of labor power on the one hand and means of production on the other. The capital value that was laid out on labor power is now value which has been added to the product, together with surplus value. In order to repeat the process, the product must be sold, and with the money released by this, labor power has constantly to be bought afresh and incorporated into the productive capital. This then is what gives the portion of capital laid out on labor power the character of circulating capital in contrast to the capital that remains fixed in the means of labor. But if the secondary characteristic of circulating capital, which labor power has in common with a part of the constant capital, raw materials and ancillaries, is made into the fundamental one, the fact that the value laid out on it is transferred in its entirety to the product in whose production it is consumed, and not gradual 1y and bit by bit, as in the case of fixed capital, that it must therefore also be replaced in its entirety by the sale of the product. Then the portion of capital laid out on wages must also consist materially not of self-acting labor power, but of the material elements that the worker buys with his wages, i.e. of the part of the social commodity capital that enters the worker's consumption, the means of subsistence in other words. The fixed capital then consists of the means of labor, which perish more slowly and need only be replaced more slowly, while the capital laid out on labor power consists of the means of subsistence, which have to be replaced more rapidly. The boundary between quicker and slower perishability, however, tends to get blurred. The food and clothing consumed by the laborer, the buildings in which he works, the implements with which his labor is assisted, are all of a perishable nature. There is however a vast difference in the time for which these different capitals will endure. A steam engine will last longer than a ship than the clothing of the laborer, and the clothing of the laborer longer than the food which he consumes. 3. Ricardo forgets here the house in which the worker lives, his fourniture, his tools of consumption such as knives, forks, dishes, etc., all of which possess the same character of durability as do the means of labor. The same things and the same classes of things thus appear now as means of consumption, now as means of labor. The distinction, as expressed by Ricardo, is this. 3. Op. Cit. Page 26, Pelican Eden, page 72. Theories of fixed and circulating capital. Ricardo 301. According as capital is rapidly perishable, and requires to be frequently reproduced, or is of slow consumption, it is classed under the heads of circulating, or of fixed capital. 4. He notes below this a division not essential, and in which the line of demarcation cannot be accurately drawn. Thus we have happily ended up once again back with the physiocrats, where the distinction between avances annuelles and avances primitives was a distinction in the times of consumption, and hence also in the varying reproduction times, of the capital applied. It is simply that what in their case expressed a phenomenon of importance for social production, and is depicted in Quesnay's tableau économique in connection with the circulation process, here becomes a subjective distinction, and one that Ricardo himself says is superfluous.
As soon as the part of capital laid out on labor is distinguished from that laid out on means of labor only by its reproduction period and thus its term of circulation, as soon as the one part consists of means of subsistence, the other of means of labor, so that the former is distinguished from the latter only by its more transient character, then every pertinent difference between the capital laid out on labor power and that laid out on means of production is obviously destroyed. FHIS completely contradicts Ricardo's doctrine of value, as well as his theory of profit, which is in point of fact a theory of surplus value.
He only ever considers the distinction between fixed and circulating capital insofar as different proportions of the two, in the case of capitals of equal size in different branches of industry, influence the law of value, and particularly the degree to which a rise or fall in wages affects prices as a result of these circumstances. Yet even within this restricted investigation, he commits very great errors, as a result of confusing fixed and circulating with constant and variable capital, and in fact he starts his investigation on a completely false basis. Thus, 1. Insofar as the portion of capital value laid out on labor power is subsumed under the heading of circulating capital, the characteristics of circulating capital are themselves falsely presented, and so in particular are the circumstances which subsume the portion of capital laid out on labor under this heading. 2. There is a confusion between the quality that makes the part of capital laid out on labor variable, and the quality that makes it circulating in contrast to fixed. 4. Ibid. Pelican Eden, pp. 72-3. S. Ibid. 302. The turnover of capital. It is clear from the start that the definition of the capital laid out on labor power as circulating or fluid is a secondary one, which glosses over its specific difference in the production process. Firstly, in this definition the capitals laid out on labor and on raw materials, etc. are equivalent, and a classification that identifies one part of the constant capital with the variable capital does not come to grips with the specific difference of variable capital as opposed to constant. Secondly, although the portions of capital laid out on labor and on means of labor are counterposed to one another, this is in no way with respect to the fact that they are involved in the production of value in completely different ways, but simply with respect to the different periods of time during which the given value of both is transferred to the product. What is at issue in all these cases is how a given value which is invested in the production process of a commodity, whether as wages, the price of raw materials or the price of means of labor, is transferred to the product, hence circulated by the product and brought back to its starting point or replaced by its sale. The only distinction here consists in the how, in the particular way in which this value is transferred and thus circulates. Whether the price of labor power, which in any case is previously determined by contract, is paid in money or in means of subsistence, in no way changes its character of being a definite and given price. However, in the case of wages paid in money, it is obvious that it is not the money itself that enters the production process, in the same way that it is not just the value but also the material or the means of production that enters this process. But if the means of subsistence that the worker buys with his wage are directly placed under one heading together with the raw materials, etc., as the material shape of circulating capital, and the means of labor counterposed to them, then this gives the matter a different appearance. If the value of one lot of things, the means of production, is transferred to the product in the labor process, then the value of the other lot of things, the means of subsistence, reappears in the labor power that consumes them, and is similarly transferred to the product by the labor power's activity. What is involved in all these cases is similarly the mere reappearance in the product of the values advanced during production. The physiocrats took this seri, 1 light year and denied that industrial labor created surplus value. Thus, in the passage from Wayland already quoted, it matters not in what form capital reappears. The various kinds of food, clothing, and shelter, necessary for the existence and comfort of. Theories of fixed and circulating capital. Ricardo 303. The human being, are also changed. They are consumed from time to time, and their value reappears. Single quote. Elements of Political Economy, pp. 31-32. The capital values advanced to production in the shape of means of production and means of subsistence here both equally reappear in the value of the product. The capitalist production process is thus successfully transformed into a complete mystery, and the origin of the surplus value present in the product completely withdrawn from view. What is also brought to fulfillment here is the fetishism peculiar to bourgeois economics, which transforms the social, economic character that things are stamped with in the process of social production into a natural character arising from the material nature of these things. Means of labor, for instance, are fixed capital, a scholastic definition which leads to contradictions and confusion. Just as we have shown how, in the labor process, Volume 1, Chapter 7, It depends entirely on the role which the objective components play at the time in a particular labor process, on their function, whether they function as means of labor, material of labor or product. So, in precisely the same way, means of labor are fixed capital only where the production process is in fact a capitalist production process and the means of production are thus actually capital, possess the economic determination, the social character, of capital. Secondly, they are fixed capital only if they transfer their value to the product in a particular way. If this is not the case, then they remain means of labor without being fixed capital. In the same way, ancillaries such as fertilizer, if they give up their value in the same particular way as do the greater part of means of labor, are fixed capital, although they are not means of labor. What is at issue here is not a set of definitions under which things are to be subsumed. It is rather definite functions that are expressed in specific categories. If it is the destiny of the means of subsistence in themselves, a property devolving on them under all circumstances, to be capital laid out on wages, then it also becomes the character of this circulating capital to support labor. Ricardo, page 25, Pelican Eden, page 72. If the means of subsistence were not capital, then they would not support labor. See Volume 1, page 316. Francis Wayland, 1796 to 1865, was an American economist and the author of a popular manual, The Elements of Political Economy, Boston, 1843. Like the Britons Malthus and Chalmers, Wayland, too, combined the professions of economist and parson. TSEE Volume 1, Chapter 1, 4. 304 The turnover of capital power, though it is in fact precisely their character as capital that gives them the property of supporting capital by the labor of others. If means of subsistence are inherently circulating capital, after this has been transformed into wages, then it further results that the size of the wage depends on the ratio between the number of workers in the given mass of circulating capital, a favorite proposition of the economists. Whereas in point of fact the quantity of means of subsistence that the worker withdraws from the market, and the quantity which the capitalist has at his disposal for his own consumption, depend rather on the ratio between surplus value and the price of labor. Ricardo, like Barton, 6 constantly confuses the ratio between variable and constant capital with the ratio between circulating and fixed capital. We shall see later on how this vitiates his investigation of the rate of profit. Asterisk. Ricardo further equates the distinctions that arise in the turnover for reasons other than the distinction between fixed and circulating capital, with the latter distinction itself. It is also to be observed that the circulating capital may circulate, or be returned to its employer, in very unequal times. The wheat bought by a farmer to sow is comparatively a fixed capital to the wheat purchased by a baker to make into loaves. One leaves it in the ground, and can obtain no return for a year. The other can get it ground into flour, sell it as bread to his customers, and have his capital free to renew the same, or commence any other employment in a week. pp. 26, 27, Pelican Eden, page 73. It is characteristic here that wheat, although as seed corn it serves not as means of subsistence but as raw material, as firstly circulating capital, because it is inherently means of subsistence, and secondly fixed capital, because its return stretches over a year. But it is not just the slower or more rapid return that makes a means of production into fixed capital, but rather the specific manner in which it gives up value to the product. The confusion created by Adam Smith has led to the following results. 1. The distinction between fixed and fluid capital is confused with the distinction between productive capital and commodity capital. Thus the same machine is circulating capital, for example, when it exists on 6. Observations on the circumstances which influence the condition of the laboring classes of society, London, 1817. A striking passage from this work is quoted in Volume 1, p. 783, Note 13. See Volume 3, Chapters 1 to 3. Theories of fixed and circulating capital. Ricardo 305 The market is a commodity, and fixed capital when it is incorporated into the production process. It is impossible to see here why one particular kind of capital should be more fixed or more circulating than another. 2. All circulating capital is identified with capital laid out or to be laid out on wages. This is the case with John Stuart Mill among others. 3. The distinction between variable and constant capital, which Barton, Ricardo and others already confused with that between circulating and fixed capital, is eventually reduced completely to the latter distinction, as with Ramsay for example, who takes not only means of labor, but all means of production, raw materials etc. as fixed capital, and only the capital laid out on wages as circulating capital. But because the reduction is accomplished in this way, the real distinction between constant and variable capital is not grasped. 4. The most recent English economists, and even more so the Scottish ones, who view everything from the unutterably narrow standpoint of a bank clerk, such as MacLeod, Patterson and others, transform the distinction between fixed and circulating capital into that between money at call and money not at call, that is to say, between deposit money that can be withdrawn without prior notification, and money whose withdrawal requires such notification. The work that Marx refers to here is Mill's Essays on Some Unsettled Questions of Political Economy, London, 1844. This is criticized in detail by Marx in Theories of Surplus Value, Part 1 II, pp. 190 ff. In his postface to the second German edition of Capital, Volume 1, Marx described Mill's general theoretical position as follows. The Continental Revolution of 1848 also had its reaction in England, i.e. on economic thought. Men who still claimed some scientific standing and aspired to be something more than mere sophists and sycophants of the ruling classes tried to harmonize the political economy of capital with the claims, no longer to be ignored, of the proletariat. Hence a shallow syncretism, of which John Stuart Mill is the best representative. Pelican Eden. pp. 97-8. T. Henry Dunning MacLeod was the author of The Elements of Political Economy, London, 1858. Robert Hogarth Patterson wrote The Science of Finance, Edinburgh and London, 1868. Chapter 12. The Working Period. Let us take two lines of business each with the same working day, say a labor process of 10 hours, e.g. cotton spinning and the manufacture of locomotives. In one case a definite quantity of the finished product, cotton yarn, is turned out every day and every week. In the other, the labor process must be repeated for perhaps 3 months in order to produce a finished product, one locomotive. In the one case the product is discrete in nature, and the same work begins afresh each day or each week. In the other case the labor process is continuous, and stretches over a large number of daily labor processes, which supply a finished product only after a protracted interval, through the connectedness and continuity of their operations. Even though the duration of the daily labor process is the same in both cases, there is a very significant difference in the duration of the act of production, i.e. in the duration of the repeated labor processes that are required in order to turn out the product in its finished form, to send it onto the market as a commodity, and thus to transform it from productive capital into commodity capital. The distinction between fixed and circulating capital has nothing to do with this. The distinction made here would obtain even if exactly the same proportions of fixed and circulating capital were applied in the two lines of business. These differences in the duration of the act of production do not just occur between different branches of production, but also within the same branch, according to the size of the product to be supplied. An ordinary dwelling house is built in a shorter time than a large factory, and hence requires a smaller number of continuous labor processes. If the building of a locomotive takes 3 months, that of a battleship takes a year, if not several. The production of grain demands almost a year, that of homed cattle several years, while it can take anything from 12 to 100 years to raise timber. A road can be built in a few months, while a railway requires years, an ordinary carpet perhaps. The working period 307 1 week, while a Gobelin takes years, etc. The differences in length of the act of production are thus of infinite variety. The differing duration of the act of production must obviously produce a difference in the speed of turnover where capital outlays of equal size are involved, i.e. in the periods of time for which a given capital is advanced. Let us assume that the spinning mill and the locomotive works apply equal capitals, with the same division between constant IJJ1D variable, and between the fixed and fluid components of capital. Finally, that the working day is equally long and there is the same division between necessary and surplus labor. So as to set aside, too, all circumstances arising from the circulation process and external to the present case, we shall assume that both yarn and locomotive are product to order and paid for on delivery of the finished product. At the end of the week, when the finished yarn is delivered, the spinner receives back his outlay of circulating capital as well as the wear and tear of the fixed capital contained in the value of the yarn. We ignore the surplus value. He can now repeat the same circuit again with the same capital. He has completed his turnover. The locomotive manufacturer, on the other hand, must lay out fresh capital on wages and raw material week after week for 3 months, and only after 3 months, when the locomotive is delivered, does the circulating capital laid out bit by bit during this time for one in the same act of production, to produce one in the sandal commodity, exist again in a form in which it can be its circuit once more. The wear and tear of the machinery during these 3 months is also replaced only now. One business has an outlay for 1 week, the other the same weekly outlay multiplied by 12. All other circumstances being assumed equal, the one must have 12 times as much circulating capital at its disposal as the other. The fact that the capitals advanced each week are equal, however, is a matter of indifference here. Whatever may be the size of the capital advanced, in the one case it is advanced only for 1 week, in the other for 12, before it can be used for a new operation, before the same operation can be repeated with it, or one of a different kind begun. The difference in the speed of turnover or the length of time for which the individual capital must be advanced before the same capital value can serve again for a new labor or valorization process, arises here from the following circumstances. Let us assume that the building of the locomotive, or any other machine, takes 100 working days. As far as the workers occupied in machine building are concerned, just as in spinning, the 100 working 308 the turnover of capital days form a discontinuous, discrete quantity. According to our assumption they consist of 100 successive and separate 10-hour labor processes. But in relation to the product, the machine, the 100 working days form a continuous quantity, a working day of 1000 working hours, a single related act of production. A working day of this kind, which is formed by the succession of more or less numerous interrelated working days, I call a working period. If we speak of the working day, then we mean the length of time for which the worker must daily expend his labor power, must work. If we speak of the working period, on the other hand, this means the number of interrelated working days that are required, in a particular line of business, to complete a finished product. The product of each working day is here only a partial product, which has taken a step further day by day and receives its finished shape, is a finished use value, only at the close of a longer or shorter period of working time. Interruptions and disturbances of the social production process, as a result of crises, for example, thus have a very different effect on those products of labor that are discrete in nature, and those whose production requires a longer connected period. In the former case, one day's production of a particular quantity of yarn, coal, etc. is simply not followed the next day by a fresh production of yarn or coal. It is otherwise with ships, buildings, railways, etc. Here it is not only work that is interrupted, but an interconnected act of production. If the job is not carried any further, then the means of production and the labor already consumed in its production have been spent to no avail. Even if it is taken up again, deterioration will always have taken place in the meantime. The portion of value that the fixed capital surrenders every day to the product, until the latter is ready, builds up in layers throughout the whole duration of the working period. Here we can also see the practical importance of the distinction between fixed and circulating capital. The fixed capital is advanced to the production process for a longer period of time. It does not need to be renewed until an interval of perhaps several years has elapsed. The fact that a steam engine gives up some value bit by bit each day to the yarn, the product of a discrete labor process, while it gives up value over 3 months to a locomotive, the product of a continuous act of production, in no way alters the outlay of capital needed to acquire the steam engine. In the one case, its value flows back in small doses, e.g. weekly, in the other case in large amounts, e.g. every 3 months. But in both cases, the steam engine is renewed. The working period 309 only after some 20 years, say. As long as the individual period in which its value flows back bit by bit with the sale of the product is always shorter than its own period of existence, the same steam engine continues to function in the production process for several working periods. It is otherwise with the circulating components of the capital advanced. The labor power bought for this week is used up during the week, and has objectified itself in the product. It must be paid for at the end of the week. And this capital outlay on labor power is repeated weekly over the 3 months, although the expenditure of this portion of capital in the 1 week does not enable the capitalist to cover the acquisition of labor in the next week. New, additional capital must be spent each week in payment for labor power, and if we set aside all credit relations, the capitalist must be able to lay out wages for the whole period of 3 months, even though he pays them only in weekly doses. It is the same with the other part of circulating capital, the raw materials and ancillaries. One layer of labor after the other is deposited on the product. It is not only the value spent on labor power that is steadily transferred to the product during the labor process, but also surplus value. However, all this is transferred to an unfinished product that does not yet have the shape of a finished commodity, and is thus not capable of circulation. The same applies to the capital value transferred to the product layer upon layer in raw materials and ancillaries. According to the longer or shorter duration of the working period that the specific nature of the product or the useful effect to be attained demands for its production, a steady additional expenditure of circulating capital is required. Wages, raw materials and ancillaries. No part of versus hitch exists in a form capable of circulation, such that it could serve to repeat the same operation. Each part is rather successively tied up within the production sphere as a component of the developing product, tied up in the form of productive capital. The turnover time of capital, however, is the sum of its production time and its circulation time. A lengthening of the production time thus reduces the speed of turnover as much as a lengthening of the circulation time. In the present case, however, there are 2 points to be noted. Firstly, the lengthened stay in the production sphere. The capital advanced in the first week on labor, raw materials, etc., for instance, as well as the portions of value given up by the fixed capital to the product, remains confined to the production sphere for the entire term of 3 months, and as it is incorporated only into a product in form of 310 the turnover of capital tion, as yet unfinished, it cannot pass into circulation as a commodity. Secondly, since the working period necessary for the active product tion lasts 3 months, and in actual fact simply forms a single interrelated labor process, every week a new dose of circulating capital must be added to the preceding one. The quantity of additional capital successively advanced thus grows with the length of the working period. We have assumed that equal capitals are invested in the spinning and machine building businesses, that these capitals are divided equally into constant and variable capital, ditto into fixed and circulating capital, and that the working day is of the same length in each. In short, that all conditions are the same except for the duration of the working period. In the first week, the outlay is the same for both, but the product of the spinner can then be sold in new labor power, raw materials, etc. bought with the proceeds. In short, production can be continued on the same scale. The machine builder, on the other hand, can transform the circulating capital spent in the first week back into money, and use it for a fresh operation, only after 3 months, when his product has been completed. There is thus firstly a difference in the reflux of the same quantity of capital laid out. Secondly, however, the same amount of productive capital is applied both in the spinning mill and the machine factory over a 3-month period, but the amount of capital laid out is completely different for the spinner and the machine builder, since in the one case the same capital is quickly renewed and the same operation can thus be repeated afresh, while in the other case the capital is renewed only relatively slowly, and new amounts of capital must therefore be steadily added to the old until its renewal period arrives. Thus the length of time in which specific portions of the capital are renewed, or the length of the time during which capital is advanced, differs according to the length of the labor process, and so too does the amount of capital that has to be advanced, even though the capital applied daily or weekly is the same. This circumstance needs to be noted, for the time of advance can grow, as in the cases to be considered in the following chapter, without the amount of capital advanced growing in proportion to this length of time. The capital has to be advanced for longer, and a larger amount of capital is tied up in the form of productive capital. At the less developed stages of capitalist production, enterprises that require a long working period, and thus a large capital outlay for a longer time, particularly if they can be conducted only on a large scale. The working period 311 are often not pursued capitalistically at all. Roads, canals, etc., for example, were built at the cost of the municipality or state, in earlier periods mostly by forced labor, insofar as labor power is concerned. Alternatively, products which require a long working period for their fabrication are manufactured only to a very minor extent with the financial means of the capitalist himself. In the construction of houses, for instance, the private individual for whom the house is being built pays advances to the builder in successive portions. He thus pays for the house bit by bit, in proportion to the progress of its production process. In the era of developed capitalism, however, where on the one hand massive capitals are concentrated in the hands of individuals, and on the other hand the associated capitalist, joint stock companies, steps onto the scene alongside the individual capitalist, where credit, too, is developed, it is only in exceptional cases that a capitalist builder still builds houses to order for individual clients. He makes a business out of building rows of houses and whole districts of towns for the market, just as individual capitalists make a business out of building railways as contractors. How capitalist production has revolutionized house building in London can be seen from the evidence given by a builder to the Bank Acts Committee of 1857. In his youth, he said, houses were generally built to order, and the price was paid to the contractor in installments as stages of the construction were completed. There was little speculative building. Contractors would resort to this principally just to keep their workers regularly occupied and hold their labor force together. In the last 40 years all that has changed. There is now little building to order. If someone wants a new house, he looks for one that has already been built on speculation, or is already in the process of being built. Today the contractor no longer works directly for a client, but rather for the market. Just like any other industrialist, he has to have finished goods for sale. Whereas previously a contractor might have built 3 or 4 houses at a time on speculation, he now has to buy an extensive piece of land. In the continental sense, he leases it, USUA 11Y for 99 years, erect on it up to 100 or 200 houses, and thus involve himself in an undertaking that exceeds his own means some 20 to 50 times over. Funds are procured by taking out a mortgage, and this money is put at the contractor's disposal bit by bit as the building of the houses progresses. If a crisis breaks out, bringing the payment of these installments to a halt, then the whole undertaking generally collapses. In the best case, the houses remain uncompleted until 312 the turnover of capital better times, while in the worst they are auctioned off at half price. It is impossible nowadays for any contractor to get along without speculative building, and on a large scale at that. The profit on the actual construction is extremely slight. The main source of profit comes from raising the ground rent, and from the clever selection and exploitation of the building land. Almost the whole of Belgravia, Tyburnia and the countless thousands of villas around London have been built in this way, by speculative anticipation of the demand for houses. Abbreviated from Report from the Select Committee on Bank Acts, Part 1, 1857, Evidence, Numbers 5413-5418, 5435, 5436. Large-scale jobs needing particularly long working periods are fully suitable for capitalist production only when the concentration of capital is already well advanced, and when the development of the credit system offers the capitalist the convenient expedient of advancing and thus risking other people's capital instead of his own. It is self-evident, however, that whether the capital advanced for production belongs to the person who uses it or not has no effect on the speed and time of turnover. Circumstances that increase the product of the individual working day, such as cooperation, division of labor, application of machinery, also shorten the working period for interconnected acts of production. Thus machinery shortens the building time of houses, bridges, etc. Reaping and threshing machines, etc. shorten the working period required to transform ripened com into a finished commodity. Improved shipbuilding techniques, resulting in greater speed, shorten the turnover time of the capital invested in shipping. These improvements, which shorten the working period and hence the time for which circulating capital has to be advanced, are generally bound up with an increased outlay of fixed capital. The working period, however, can be shortened in some branches simply by an extension of cooperation. The completion of a railway is hastened by setting afoot great armies of workers and tackling the job from many different points in space. Here the turnover time is shortened by the growth of the capital advanced. More means of production and more labor power have to be united under the capitalist's command. If the shortening of the working period is thus generally bound up with an increase in the capital advanced for this shorter time, so that the amount of capital advanced increases to the degree that the time of advance is shortened, we should remember that, apart from the total volume of social capital available, it comes down to a question of the extent to which the means of production and subsistence, disposal over them, are fragmented, are united in the hands of individual capital. The working period 313 ISDS, the extent reached by the concentration of capital. In so far as credit mediates, accelerates and intensifies the concentration of capital in a single hand, it contributes to shortening the working period, and with this also the turnover time. In branches of production where the working period, whether it is continuous or interrupted, is prescribed by specific natural conditions, no shortening can take place by the means described above. In regard to quicker returns, this term cannot be made to apply to corn crops, as one return only can be made per annum. In respect to stock, we will simply ask, how is the return of 2- and 3-year-old sheep and 4- and 5-year-old oxen to be quickened? W. Walter Good, Political, Agricultural, and Commercial Fallacies, London, 1866, page 325. The need to have ready cash as soon as possible, e.g. to pay fixed obligations such as taxes, ground rent, etc., solves this question insofar as cattle, for instance, are sold and slaughtered before they have reached the normal economic age, to the great detriment of agriculture. This also leads, moreover, to a rise in meat prices. Men who have mainly reared cattle for supplying the pastures of the Midland counties in summer, and the yards of the eastern counties in winter, have become so crippled through the uncertainty and lowness in the prices of corn that they are glad to take advantage of the high prices of butter and cheese. The former they take to market weekly to help to pay current expenses, and draw on the other from some factor, who takes the cheese when fit to move, and, of course, nearly at his own price. For this reason, remembering that farming is governed by the principles of political economy, the calves which used to come south fraught in the dairying counties for rearing, are now largely sacrificed, at times at a week and 10 days old, in the shambles of Birmingham, Manchester, Liverpool, and other large neighboring towns. If, however, malt had been free from duty, not only would farmers have made more profit and therefore been able to keep their stock till it got older and heavier, but it would have been substituted for milk and rearing by men who did not keep cows, and thus the present alarming scarcity of young cattle which has befallen the nation would have been largely averted. What these little men now say, in reply to recommendations to rear, is, we know very well it would pay to rear on milk, but it would first require us to put our hands in our purse, which we cannot do, and then we should have to wait a long time for a return, instead of getting it at once by dairying. Ibid. pp. 11, 12. If the lengthening of turnover can have consequences like this even 314 the turnover of capital among the smaller English farmers, it is easy to understand what disturbances it must provoke among the small peasants of the continent. According to the duration of the working period, and thus also the period till a commodity ready for circulation is completed, the portion of value that the fixed capital surrenders layer by layer to the product mounts up, and the reflux of this portion of value is delayed. This delay, however, does not necessitate a renewed outlay of fixed capital. The machine continues to operate in the production process whether replacement for its wear and tear flows back quicker or more slowly in the money form. It is different with circulating capital. Here not only must capital be tied up for a longer time, in proportion to the duration of the labor process, but new capital must continually be advanced for wages, raw and ancillary materials. The delayed reflux thus has a different effect in the two cases. Whether the reflux is slower or quicker, the fixed capital continues to operate. The circulating capital, on the contrary, becomes unable to function when the reflux is delayed, if it is tied up in the form of unsold or unfinished and not yet saleable products, and there is no additional capital to renew it in kind. While the peasant farmer starves, his cattle thrive. Repeated showers had fallen in the country, and the forage was abundant. The Hindu peasant will perish by hunger beside a fat bullock. The prescriptions of superstition, which appear cruel to the individual, are conservative for the community, and the preservation of the laboring cattle secures the power of cultivation and the sources of future life and wealth. It may sound harsh and sad to say so, but in India it is more easy to replace a man than an ox. Return, East India. Madras and Orissa Famine, number 4, page 44. We can compare this with a passage from the Manava Dharma 8os, Ra. Desertion of life, without reward, for the sake of preserving a priest or a cow, may cause the beatitude of those base-born tribes, Chapter X, 62. It is impossible, of course, to deliver a 5-year-old animal before the end of 5 years. But what is possible within certain limits is to prepare animals for their fate more quickly by new modes of treatment. This was precisely what Bakewell managed to do. Previously, British sheep, just like French sheep as late as 1855, were not ready for slaughter. This text is the classical Hindu code of conduct ascribed to Manu as the progenitor of mankind. Marx quotes the English translation by Graves Chamney Houghton, 3rd edition, published in Madras in 1863. The working period 315 ter before the 4th or 5th year. In Bakewell's system, 1-year-old sheep can already be fattened, and in any case they are fully grown before the 2nd year has elapsed. By careful selective breeding, Bakewell, farmer of Dishley Grange, North Leicestershire, reduced the bone structure of his sheep to the minimum necessary for their existence. These sheep are Ca1 led the New Leicesters. The breeder can now send 3 to market in the same space of time that it formerly took him to prepare one, and if they are not tall 1 they are broader, rounder, and have a greater development in those parts which give most flesh. Of bone, they have absolutely no greater amount than is necessary to support them, and almost all their weight is pure meat. Laverne, The Rural Economy of England, etc., 1855, page 20. The methods that shorten the working period differ greatly in the extent to which they can be applied in different branches of industry, and they do not cancel out the differences in length of the different working periods. To stick to our example, The application of new machine tools may, in absolute terms, shorten the working period necessary for the production of a locomotive. But if improved processes in spinning increase the finished product turned out daily or weekly here to an even greater extent, then the length of the working period in machine building will still have increased relatively, compared with that in spinning. Chapter 13. Production time. Working time is always production time, i.e. time during which capital is confined